Socialism in Power by Roland BOER. Chapter 8. China's Whole Process People's Democracy. Opening Remarks. This chapter focuses on a speech by Xi Jinping from late 2021 concerning whole process people's democracy. The speech was initially delivered at a CPC Central Committee Working Conference for the National People's Congress, NPC. The conference took place on the 13th of October 2021, but the speech itself was first published in full in Qiushi, the CPC Central Committee's journal, in the 5th issue of 2022, on the 28th of February. Footnote. At the time of writing, an English translation has not yet appeared, although it can be expected, in the English language version of Qiushi. Closely associated with the speech was a full white paper published by the State Council Information Office of the PRC in December of 2021. Scholarship on the concept and its practice is growing exponentially, but see the useful survey by Wang and Guo on what scholarship has been published thus far, its shortcomings, and suggestions for deepening research. End of footnote. The timing was not accidental, for it appeared as thousands of delegates were preparing for the National People's Congress NPC annual session in March of 2022. This would also be the first meeting of the NPC after the centenary celebrations of the CPC in the previous year. Given the initial context and its subsequent publication, it is no surprise that the speech has a particular emphasis on the People's Congresses. But this is by no means all, for the speech identifies key principles of the development of socialist democracy in the new era. Indeed, the name for this new development, Whole Process People's Democracy, does not appear in the title, but only later, receiving a fuller explication as to its meaning towards the close of the speech. This was not the first time the term had been mentioned. Footnote, according to Wang and Guo, the term was first used in November of 2019 at a visit to the Hongqiao Subdistrict, Shanghai, grassroots contact point meeting for People's Congress legislation. People's democracy is a type of whole process people's democracy, and all important legislative decisions are brought about according to due process, democratic deliberation, and scientific and democratic policy making. The term would subsequently appear in a number of official documents in the now famous speech of the centenary of the CPC. These grassroots contact points have been developing for some time. Since 2014, they have been established as a 3-level system at national, provincial, and city, including autonomous prefectures, levels, with panels, feasibility studies, hearings, and so on, in order to garner base-level proposals and feedback for legislation. End of footnote. But it provided a new burst of scholarly interest. While the speech sets the framework for this chapter, this is by no means the only occasion on which Xi Jinping has spoken and written about socialist democracy and China's system of governance. I will refer to such material where needed. Finally, a stylistic note. The collective leadership texts that appear under Xi Jinping's name have developed a distinct stylistic feature in which quotations are often drawn from China's long and rich tradition. Of course, we can also see this process in material from earlier general secretaries, but Xi's texts are even more notable in this respect. For those interested, I will identify the sources in footnotes. In what follows, I begin by providing an overview of the development of socialist democracy in China from the beginnings with the anti-colonial struggle of the 19th century through Mao Zedong's new democracy, democratic dictatorship, and democratic centralism to the full panoply of components that were established during the reform and opening up. However, my main concern is to identify the emphases in developing socialist democracy from the time of the CPC's 18th National Congress in 2012, and then the tasks at hand today. There are three main features that arise from this material. First is the importance of the mass line as the foundation of people's democracy, along with explicating the meaning of this people's heart, or people's will, in a socialist context, and the crucial role of democratic supervision. All of this may be seen in terms of the people as masters of the country. The second concerns a signature emphasis of Xi Jinping's tenure as General Secretary, developing further a comprehensive rule of law. On this topic, I provide a brief historical background to socialist rule of law, before dealing with the project of strengthening the Constitution and the need for a robust and constantly updated legal system that focuses on incorporating the virtuous or good laws that are necessary for a socialist legal system. Third is the leadership of the Communist Party, without which socialist democracy would not exist. Here I focus on the development of statutory procedures, through which the party's proposals become the will of the people, and how Xi Jinping has ensured the development of democratic centralism for country-wide governance. The conclusion to the chapter seeks to define socialist democracy in light of these three topics, as a dialectical conjunction of Communist Party leadership and the people as masters of the country, mediated through the full range or whole process of democratic and rule of law statutory procedures. I also ask how democracy may be evaluated in any of its forms. A final introductory note. This chapter is theoretical, but the three main topics, people's will, rule of law, and Communist Party leadership, will form the topics for case studies in the next three chapters. Background: a long history of democratic struggle. In many respects, the modern history of democratic struggle in China goes back to the anti-colonial struggles of the 19th century, beginning with the Opium Wars and coming to initial fruition with liberation in 1949. Xi Jinping alludes to these origins by observing that the CPC was able, after long and bloody struggle, to achieve the historic task of national independence and liberation of the people. Finally, after a long period when a weak and poor China was subjected to one humiliation after another, was it possible for the people themselves to become the hosts, to take on the role of masters of the country and society? Footnote. For an overview of debates and developments in China from the Republican Revolution through to the Communist Revolution, see Liu 2022. End of footnote. An obvious point that is too often forgotten: anti-colonial struggles for national liberation are inescapably democratic struggles, especially if we recall the core meaning of the Greek demokratia and the Chinese minju. It is simply impossible for a people subjected to colonial domination to exercise any democratic activity whatsoever. Think most recently of Hong Kong SAR, which became democratic only after it was finally returned to China in 1999. As for the century of the CPC's own development of socialist democracy, brief mentions are also made of the three forms of democracy promoted by Mao Zedong. The new democratic revolution in the red areas, which involved a united front of political parties and people working for the same cause. Democratic dictatorship, which was a distinct development of the dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, and meant democracy for liberated people in a socialist country, and a dictatorship over the internal and especially external enemies of the people. Footnote. It is beyond my remit here to analyze the scholarship on the shift from the dictatorship of the proletariat to democratic dictatorship, but readers may usefully consult some key scholarship on the question. End of footnote. And the explication of democratic centralism as a core feature of governance, even if it means for countrywide governance in terms of this approach, had not yet been elaborated. Since I have dealt with this material elsewhere, there is no need to provide yet another account here, save to point out that these earlier stages are not seen as having been replaced by later stages. Footnote. I have dealt with this material in an earlier work and cite here only the key texts from Mao Zedong. End of footnote. Instead, the gains and insights have been incorporated and developed further within much higher attainments. For example, The United Front of New Democracy has become the consultative multi-party system in China, and it was not really until Xi Jinping's tenure that the full implications and realities of democratic centralism for countrywide governance were defined and implemented. The achievements of the period of the reform and opening up are both summarized early in the speech and assumed throughout. These include electoral democracy as embodied primarily in the People's Congresses, consultative democracy arising out of the mass line and institutionalized in the People's political consultative conferences at many levels, the important subgroup of consultative democracy that is base level or grassroots democracy, rule of law as an overarching framework for the legal system, and a very substance of governance, human rights, in relation to democratic practices, and preferential policies for minority nationalities. I have dealt with these components of China's socialist democratic system in an earlier work, so my concern in this chapter is with the way Xi Jinping enables a significant step forward for the whole project of socialist democracy in China, from the 18th Congress onwards. As is the nature of such speeches, Xi identifies a number of key points, here divided into two groups of 6. The first group specifies emphases since the CPC's 18th National Congress, and the second group concerns the tasks at hand a decade later. The phrase, "since the party's 18th Congress," is a standard way of referring to what has been identified for a while now as the new era, inaugurated during Xi Jinping's tenure. While there is a continuity with the reform and opening up in terms of deepening reform, there are many new emphases that characterize the third phase of the new China. After the initial 30-year period until 1978, and the reform and opening up from 1978 to 2012, my interest here is in the emphases concerning socialist democracy. The best way to highlight these emphases is not so much to analyze each item in the two groups of 6 points, but to focus on core themes in which we see developments over the last decade. The two groups are as follows, beginning with those that identify the path from the party's 18th Congress: 1. CPC leadership, 2. The people managing the country's affairs, 3. Comprehensively governing the country according to law, 4. Democratic centralism, 5. The development path of socialist politics with Chinese characteristics, 6. The need to modernize the governing system and its capacity. The second group, with a focus on the tasks ahead, concern the consolidation and strengthening of the governing system in light of new developments. 1. Upholding the Constitution, which is inescapably connected with rule of law. 2. Developing the socialist legal structures. 3. Democratic oversight and supervision. 4. Reflecting and acting on the people's will. 5. Self-improvement of the governing system based on increasing awareness of how the system works. 6. CPC leadership. A scan of these topics reveals both obvious and deeper commonalities, so I will analyze them in terms of 3 key themes. The first concerns the resolute emphasis on the people. Many are the ways this emphasis is expressed, whether taking the people as center or people-centered, the people as masters of the country, and so on. Obviously, these are explications of the core meaning of democracy. In this case, I am interested in how the people managing the country's affairs moves towards a greater emphasis on the democratic system, reflecting and acting upon the people's will. It will also include the improvements in democratic supervision and oversight. A people-centered approach has been a hallmark of Xi Jinping's tenure, but he has also, and this is the second topic, ensured what is arguably the greatest development in governing structures in the history of the new China since 1949. This topic may be designated rule of law, or, more fully, comprehensively governing the country according to the rule of law. I am particularly interested in the historical development of socialist rule of law and its relation to the legal system, in the role of the Constitution, and in a robust legal structure that seeks to be distinctly socialist in promoting virtuous or good laws. Related is the third topic concerning the leadership of the CPC, without which the whole structure would simply not work. Here, a dialectic comes into play. Socialist democracy is improved and strengthened by CPC leadership, and that leadership is developed further through socialist democracy. All of this may be summed up as whole process people's democracy. Throughout, there is a constant emphasis on the fact that the system is not a given but needs constant improvement and development. Minju, the people as masters of the country. As I have found on numerous occasions, the opinion among the common people in China is that Xi Jinping is not bad. This understatement expresses significant approval in a no-nonsense manner. When I ask why, the typical answer is that Xi reminds them of Mao, since he has the common people at heart. This should not be a surprise, for a major emphasis since the first days of Xi Jinping's tenure has been the people of China, in all the many types of labor in which they are engaged, and among all minority nationalities. I have already indicated the key phrase that captures this emphasis, taking the people as the center. But let us see how it emerges in the text under consideration. The mass line and the will of the people. The first point concerns the people's heart or will. On this matter, Xi begins with a quotation from the tradition. The foundational requirement of governance is to obey the heart of the people. This observation comes from the Northern Song Dynasty scholar and a court politician Cheng Yi, 1033 to 1107 CE, whose text has the way to governance is to obey the people's heart, to improve the people's livelihood, to keep peace, and not disturb the people. The original, which has been adapted slightly in Xi's quotation, is available in many forms. The people's heart or will is obviously not a new concept in the millennia-long tradition of good governance in China. The use of this saying, however, is not to be seen as a continuity of the imperial system in China, but simply in terms of identifying a core concept that takes on a whole new meaning in the communist tradition. In setting out the way to express the people's will, Xi evokes the deep tradition of the mass line. Why not elections? They are mentioned frequently elsewhere in the speech, especially since Xi is addressing a working conference of delegates to the People's Congresses. As I have outlined in an earlier work, there are 5 levels of People's Congresses in China, from the most local to the National People's Congress. While the first 2 levels have direct elections, the next 3 levels require indirect elections. Footnote, the most grassroots level includes People's Congresses in villages, minority nationality townships, and towns, while the next level up includes cities not subdivided, municipal districts, counties, and autonomous counties. End of footnote. This simply means that delegates are elected from the lower levels of People's Congresses. At this point, the foundational role of the mass line is evoked. Footnote, that whole process people's democracy emerges from the mass line is the argument of Qi 2021. End of footnote. The terms used are telling, heed, or respond to the call of the people, very deeply rooted among the people. The need for all organs of governance and those who work in them to have a firm sense of being the people's servants, put the people in the most important place of their hearts. Maintain the closest ties with them. Listen attentively to their opinions and suggestions. Accept their supervision, and serve them to the utmost. To make the point clear, Xi speaks of enriching the content and forms of connecting with the masses. In order to understand how the mass line works, let me reprise an earlier description of this deep experience that lies at the heart of a century of the CPC. The word masses is rich in meaning with the main sense of the rural and urban workers who are the foundation of the CPC. Further, masses has a significant overlap with the people, so much so that it is common, as in this speech, to find the two terms in one phrase. Thus, expressions such as taking the people as the center connote the sense of taking the masses as the center. Further, mass organizations play a key role in China's social and political system. These should not be understood in terms of the social organizations that are found in bourgeois civil society and are so often in tension with the state. By contrast, mass organizations are characterized by their mass character, which designates the deep roots among the people and the source of the CPC's strength and legitimacy. As to how the mass line has developed over time and functions today, Ma Yi-de provides a clear description. Quote, "It is inclusive, as the opinions of the broad mobilized masses are listened to. It is guided by reason, as the views of the masses are studied and become the views of the central system. It achieves balance through reflection, as opinions are constantly tested through the actions of the masses, and it links consultation and decision-making, as the views of the masses are elevated into action." End quote. How do elected delegates to the People's Congresses enable and participate in the mass line? To begin with, many of them are locals drawn from the masses. Thus, enriching and expanding engagement with the masses means that delegates should not lose touch with their roots, or rather, they should enhance this background to empathize with the people's concerns, pool their wisdom, and enhance their well-being. Further, the line in question has a number of connotations. The word includes two characters, with lu meaning path or road, and xian a thread or string. Thus, lu xian can mean a line on a map or route to follow, an ideological direction, but also a connecting thread. It is a small step to the metaphor of a bridge between the party and the state, a bridge that is constituted by deep connections with the masses. Democratic supervision. A second emphasis of the speech in relation to the people as masters of the country concerns democratic supervision. In a socialist system, such supervision or oversight entails a number of substantial components: supervision by the common people through the mass line, the robust practices of consultative democracy, the Communist Party's substantial practices of criticism and self-criticism, and a rigorous rule of law procedures. In terms of mass line supervision and the pervasive role of consultative democracy, Zhou Enlai had already pointed out in 1957 that the exercise of state power has the not insignificant risk of becoming divorced from the masses and becoming dizzy with success. The best solution: supervision by the masses. Without the people, what can the Communist Party do? If you do right, the people will support you. If you do wrong, the people will not support you. Zhou Enlai, 1957. Or as Xi Jinping puts it in the speech under consideration, the inescapable need is for the people to supervise power, and that power should function in the sunshine, or transparently. However, the main focus in this speech is on how democratic supervision relates to the rule of law. There are two main dimensions. On the one hand, power should be controlled by the cage of institutions and driven by the reins of the rule of law. On the other hand, oversight power needs to function in accordance with the law. The two are obviously related. If supervision is embodied in rule of law, the exercise of supervision must be subject to the rule of law. Thus, oversight is granted to governing bodies by the Constitution and the system of laws. This entails that those given such powers must undertake the supervision of the various organs of state power in accordance with the law, but they must also work to ensure that the unity, dignity, and authority of the laws themselves are safeguarded. The best way to do so is to ensure that resolutions, decrees, and laws themselves are implemented in a strict conformity with the law and with transparency. By now, I have moved into the subject matter of the next section, so let me conclude with a personal note. A requirement for foreigners arriving in China is to register with the local public security office. This office is far more than a simple police station. It oversees and supervises all local concerns relating to safety, stability, and harmony. Here, residential permits, hukou, for Chinese citizens are managed, as well as those for foreigners. Whenever I need to re-register after being away for a while, I return to the local public security office within 24 hours. In large letters on the wall over the reception desk is a motto, which makes the point that everyone who works in the office adheres strictly to the guidelines, duties, and laws to which they are subject in carrying out their tasks. Why make this point? Perhaps more than any other place in the world, they know that they need both to enforce the laws of the state and to follow the laws as to how they should be enacted, with absolute strictness. Comprehensively governing the country according to law. Among the many achievements of the decade since 2012, Xi Jinping has arguably made the greatest contribution to developing and strengthening the rule of law, or governing the country according to the rule of law. To set the scene, Xi speaks of upholding rule of law in all respects, or comprehensively. The items mentioned are indeed comprehensive, speaking of the path followed, the need for construction, and ensuring the spirit of a socialist rule of law, of ensuring that all undertakings and work follow the rule of law, and of promoting social fairness, justice, and human rights within a socialist framework. In short, the agenda over the last decade from 2012 was to realize a rule of law transformation of all work of the state. Since that time, a significant amount of material by Xi Jinping and the CPC Central Committee has been produced, all of it with a resolute focus on seeking to bring about a rule of law transformation. Footnote. In relation to the final item cited, the CPC Central Committee published a major statement in late 2020 entitled A Construction Plan for Rule of Law in China, 2020 to 2025. One may also find the most important points of this plan available on many internet sites. End of footnote. From legal system to rule of law. In order to understand these developments, some longer historical background is needed. 3 terms indicate 3 periods in the development of rule of law. The first is legal system, which was found in the preamble to the Constitution up until 2018. Improve and perfect the socialist legal system. Given the term's ancient pedigree, footnote, the term already appears in the Yue Ling chapter of the Book of Rights compiled in the 3rd to 2nd centuries BCE, Restore the Legal System. For more examples of early usage, see He and Qi 2018, end of footnote. It has a fully developed semantic field with 3 main senses. Its widest meaning refers to all the laws, written and unwritten, of a state, and the many political, economic, and cultural components. Its more restricted sense designates a legal system and a legal order, and its narrowest meaning refers to the legal system itself. The most common usage understands the term in this narrow sense with 2 dimensions. The first is a more static meaning with reference to the existing laws and regulations of a country, and the second is a dynamic sense which includes the formulation of legislation, revision, enforcement, and supervision. Clearly, legal system is rich in meaning and practice in China, and it should be no surprise that this term appeared in the Constitution and was emphasized by earlier leaders, especially Deng Xiaoping. However, in 2018, the Constitution was amended and the phrase in question became, improve and perfect the socialist rule of law. Why the change? Surely the fully rounded legal system was enough. At this point, another term becomes important, marking another distinct period, rule of a person. The period in question is the disruptive decade of the Cultural Revolution, during which the 2 whatevers came to dominate. We will resolutely uphold whatever policy decisions Chairman Mao made and unswervingly follow whatever instructions Chairman Mao gave. Proposed by the circles around the Gang of Four soon after Mao's death, the 2 whatevers embodies, somewhat paradoxically for communists, a tendency in Confucianism to emphasize that all depends on the will of the virtuous ruler. Footnote, the 2 whatevers were proposed in an editorial entitled Study the Documents Well and Grasp the Key Link. It appeared simultaneously on February 7, 1977, in 3 newspapers, Renmin Ribao, Hongqi, and Jiefeng Junbao. End of footnote. Footnote. As the Zhongyang section of the Book of Rights puts it, governance depends on a human being. Indeed, if a person exists, the government will flourish. If a person dies, the government will cease. End of footnote. returning to the main text, this notion that a person of virtue rules the country came to be known as rule of a person. Footnote. 3 key quotations indicate what was at issue. Deng Xiaoping. Neither Marx nor Engels put forward any whatever doctrine, nor did Lenin or Stalin, nor did Comrade Mao Zedong himself. Deng, 1977. A year later, democracy has to be institutionalized and written into law so as to make sure that institutions and laws do not change whenever the leadership changes or whenever the leaders change their views or shift the focus of their attention. Finally, through the reform, we intend to straighten out the relationship between the rule of law and the rule of a person. End of footnote. As debate developed around the problem after the tumultuous decade, it became clear that a legal system on its own was not sufficient, for it could be used by a small group or a person to advance their own agenda. Indeed, it was during this debate that legal system also gained the connotation of rule by law. In this context, the third term came to the fore, rule of law. Since I have dealt elsewhere with the immense debates of the late 1980s, and especially the 1990s, I do not need to repeat that material here, save to point out that the conclusion reached was as follows. A legal system requires a rule of law to prevent the former's deployment under rule by a person. Footnote. Note here Xi Jinping's observation, quote, "The rule of law and the rule of a person is a basic problem in the history of human political civilization, and also a major problem that all countries must face and solve in the process of modernization. Looking at the modern history of the world, no country that has successfully realized modernization has failed to solve the problems of the rule of law and the rule of a person. On the contrary, although some countries achieved rapid development for a time, they did not reach the threshold of modernization smoothly, but fell into one or another trap, resulting in stagnation or even retrogression in economic and social development. The latter situation is largely related to the lack of rule of law." End of footnote. More positively, rule of law provides the framework, goal, and value of the legal system, while the legal system is the concrete embodiment and thus the foundation of the rule of law. The two combinations and rule of virtue. We are now in the territory of governing the country according to the rule of law, but as a way into the material from Xi's speech, let me introduce what are known as the two combinations. This has been a notable emphasis for the last decade, but was succinctly formulated recently as the basic principles of Marxism, combined with China's concrete practice, and combined with China's fine traditional culture. There are two dialectically related features of this definition. The first is in terms of the basic principles of Marxism and the specific conclusions in light of concrete conditions in China. This has been an emphasis since the 1930s with the development of the approach that there is no such thing as abstract Marxism, for then it would be empty of content. And there is no singular template that can be used in all situations. Instead, the only valid Marxism is concrete Marxism in light of the specific and practical characteristics of the local situation. The second addresses directly the relationship between Marxism and China's traditional culture. Obviously, this process is connected with the first combination, since the concrete conditions in China are also influenced deeply by the long political and cultural tradition. Footnote. This deep influence of China's long tradition of governance, with a distinct focus on what may be transformed and raised to a new level in light of Marxism, is the emphasis of a study by Liu, 2021. End of footnote. This interaction operates not in terms of an opposition between the one and the other, which used to be a more common assumption, not in the sense of a balance or mean, and not the selection of a few desirable items from the tradition that may be of use today, although the final option is occasionally a risk. Instead, the process is envisaged in a dialectical manner in which the traditional culture is sublated in the framework of Marxism, while Marxism itself is enriched. As Shu, 2021, puts it, This dialectical process ensures that China's fine traditional culture is full of vitality. The reason for introducing this distinction here is that it assists in explaining two developments with regard to the rule of law. To begin with, the rule of law in China is not the same as rule of law in capitalist countries. True. The term itself was initially borrowed from Western discourse, but has undergone a thorough process of reinterpretation in light of Marxism and the concrete conditions in China. In short, it is a socialist rule of law that arises from China's socialist system and strengthens that system. Further, it entails a creative and dialectical engagement with China's traditional approach to law. Obviously, one aspect concerns developments of that tradition's legal system, but I would like to emphasize another feature here: the rule of a virtue. A long history lies behind this concept relating to the two traditions of legalism and Confucianism, but the agreed resolution came with Dong Zhongshu, 179 to 104 BCE, who was crucial for establishing Confucianism during the Han Dynasty, 202 BCE to 220 CE. He did so by means of a significant dialectical move, drawing on the Taoist tradition of yin-yang. The positive yang is virtue and the negative yin is punishment. While virtue is more vital than punishment, it is vain to imagine that we can dispense with the sanction of law. Since the time of Jiang Zemin, rule of law began to be seen in terms of both law and virtue. As Xi Jinping observed at the beginning of his tenure, law is written morality, while morality is inner law. For this reason, we should persist in the combination of ruling the country according to law and ruling the country according to virtue. Strengthening the Constitution. Returning to the speech under analysis and its program for the future, the first and in many ways most substantial point concerns the Constitution. As is his wont, Xi begins with a quotation from the Chinese tradition. The law is both the balance of the state and the yardstick of time. It comes from the Tang Dynasty's Wu Jing, 670 to 749 CE, in the Gongping section of his work, Zhengguan Zhengyao. Again, the quotation from the tradition sets the longer context for a treatment of the Constitution, concerning which I would like to emphasize 4 items. First, the Constitution has the highest dignity and authority, and it needs to be safeguarded and implemented. No surprises here, for this is the role of constitutions. With the second item, we move into more specific features of a socialist constitution. Xi emphasizes that the Constitution embodies the will of both the party and the people. I have stressed many times, says Xi, to safeguard and to defend the Constitution's authority and dignity is to safeguard and defend the authority and dignity of the common will of the party and the people. We may understand this dual emphasis in a number of ways. To begin with, it reflects the mass line, see above, in which the line connecting the party and the people is ensured through the Constitution itself. But it is more than this, for the phrase used is the common will of party and people. The will or heart of the people we have discussed, but here the party also comes to the fore. This is not to be seen in a typical Western either-or, but in terms of a Marxist and indeed Chinese Marxist framework of both and. Thus, the Constitution expresses, embodies, and provides the foundation for this common will. Does this mean that the Communist Party, too, is subject to the Constitution? The answer should be obvious. No organization or individual has the privilege of transcending the Constitution and laws, and all acts that violate the Constitution and laws must be investigated and redressed. This is by no means the first time that Xi has made this point, but he makes the point even more clearly a few sentences later. While the party leads in terms of upholding and enacting the Constitution, the party itself must act within the scope of the Constitution and laws. This clarity dispels an often misunderstood feature of China's constitutional rule of law. The very fact that the leadership of the Communist Party is embodied in the Constitution means not that the party is in some way above the law. Instead, every member of the Communist Party, like everyone else in China, is subject to the Constitution and thus rule of law. This reality is, in fact, more rigorous than one we will find elsewhere, for everything must be done in strict accordance with the Constitution. A further question: does being subject to the rule of law mean that the leadership of the party is in some way weakened? It would be so within an either-or framework typical of Western countries, but not in Chinese Marxism. As she observes a little earlier, at a Central Committee working conference on ruling the country according to the rule of law, November 2020, this does not mean weakening the party's leadership, but strengthening it. The reason? Such leadership is the soul of a socialist rule of law. Finally, the Constitution is the foundation of rule of law. Again, an obvious point, but with a specific emphasis. This is a socialist constitution, and China is, to translate literally, a socialist rule of law country. Everything turns on this crucial point. A socialist constitution and its rule of law arises from and strengthens the socialist system. To construct such a system requires learning from other socialist countries, comparing with capitalist countries, but certainly not copying a template that would be an ill fit in China's concrete conditions. To develop such a constitution requires a long process of construction, as well as adaptation to changing circumstances. The worst option would be to inscribe a constitution, constitutionalism, that is virtually unchangeable. Good laws. Concerning virtuous or good laws, there is not one but two quotations. When the law of the land under heaven is good, there will be order in the land under heaven. When the laws of the state are good, there will be order in the state. Footnote. This is not the first time she has quoted this text. End of footnote. And the law did come from under heaven, and it did not arise from earth, but it originated from the human world, and conforms with the human heart. The first quotation comes from a text by Wang Anshi, 1021 to 1086 CE, of the Northern Song dynasty, although he attributes the insight to the fabled Duke of Zhou. Of interest here is the term shanfa, with shan indicating what is good, virtuous, and apt. The aim is then to develop laws that are of this nature. The second quotation is drawn from the recovered fragments of works by Shen Zi, birth name Shen Dao, circa 350 to circa 275 BCE. From the Warring States period. Footnote. The fragments have been pieced together from quotations in other works, along with bamboo slips discovered in excavations of the first millennium BCE, state of Chu. End of footnote. Although Shunzi is at times described as a legalist in light of his influence on Han Fei, he is also seen as a precursor to the codification of Taoism with Lao Tzu. In this case, the quotation indicates that the law is neither a product of the heavens or indeed of the ancient gods, nor is it autochthonous. Instead, the law is a product of human societies, with the ideal that it should be in line with or conform to the human heart or mind. At the same time, the conjunction of two quotations, one emphasizing the virtuous good of the law and the other its impartiality in light of human societies, may be seen as yet another conjunction of the Confucian and legalist traditions that have been seen as necessary for good governance ever since Dong Zhongshu's dialectical connection between the two, see above. A few further points are worth noting, beginning with the claim that the construction of a socialist legal system with Chinese characteristics is a remarkable achievement in legal history. She specifies that this task has been underway for the last 30 years or more, which means that the serious work did not begin until the early 1990s. Obviously, this process began somewhat after the launch of the reform and opening up in 1978, but it does accord with the immense debates of the 1990s around rule of law and legal systems. See above. Deng Xiaoping may have urged the construction of a socialist legal system as well as rule of law, but concrete efforts began only after he stepped aside in his 90s. The debates, of course, indicate that the construction process was underway, and I can attest from the immense amount of research material being produced today that the work continues. But why is it a significant achievement? It was a wholesale effort to construct a system of laws that were influenced by the Chinese tradition but were framed in terms of socialism. Many are the components of such a system, and it would take me far afield to analyze them each here. Footnote. For example, since 2012, merely a decade, there have been amendments to the Constitution, 48 laws have been enacted, 203 laws revised, legal interpretations given in 9 cases, and 79 major legal issues have had decisions adopted. By 2021, there were 282 effective laws, 608 administrative regulations, and more than 12,000 local regulations, and a civil code was proposed and adopted. End of footnote. So, let me focus on 2 big picture phrases, apart from noting the key roles of the leadership of the Communist Party and the people as masters of the country. The first concerns the incorporation of core socialist values into legislation. These values are, at least in China, extremely well known, having been assiduously promoted as a set of positive and society-wide values or virtues in the last half-decade. The values are prosperity and strength, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, love of country, dedication to one's work or study, honesty and trustworthiness, and friendship. After the key statement by the CPC Central Committee 2013, there was some debate as to whether at least some of these values were sufficiently socialist, since some could be read in a Western liberal framework. Further studies sought to identify the overall socialist context of the values, which determines their nature and emphasis. In terms of my concerns here is the fact that these values are not merely social or cultural values that should in some way be fostered, but that they should be embodied in the legal system itself. In this respect, these legal values clearly fall on the side of good and virtuous laws, marking a notable shift to emphasizing the core socialist values as a positive complement to the resolute focus on eradicating corruption. Of course, the latter is a continual task in terms of strict law enforcement for wrongdoing, but it is only half of the task. In a Chinese Marxist context, the shanfa is also needed. The second socialist feature is here expressed in terms of developing a legal system that meets the people's ever-growing needs for a better life, or, more literally, a beautiful and good life, with a focus on a democracy that arises from people's real needs. This is an allusion to the now famous identification of new primary contradictions at the CPC's 19th Congress in 2017. What we now face is the contradiction between unbalanced and inadequate development and the people's ever-growing needs for a beautiful and good life. As only the third primary contradiction since liberation and the founding of the new China, it now sets the framework for all policy and how to deal with the many secondary contradictions. By now, we can go a step or two further. Not only does the phrase a better life or a beautiful and good life express the Marxist approach to human rights, in which the right to socioeconomic well-being is the core right, but it is also increasingly expressed in the policy of common prosperity. While we can trace the concept back to Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping, it was Xi Jinping already from the early days after his election as General Secretary of the CPC, who came to place a resolute emphasis on common prosperity, which is the fundamental principle of Chinese socialism. This is why we must ensure that all the people share the fruits of development in a fair way, and move steadily towards common prosperity. However, a whole new phase of the project of common prosperity began with the publication of a talk originally given at the 10th session of the CPC's Financial and Economic Commission on the 17th of August, 2021. It was subsequently published in part in Qiushi in October 2021 and is entitled Make Solid Progress in Promoting Common Prosperity. The article reiterates Deng Xiaoping's point that poverty is by no means socialism, and that with the overcoming of absolute poverty and the achievement by 2021 of a Xiaokang, moderately well-off, peaceful, healthy, and stable society, the time had come to begin the serious work of promoting common prosperity. Many are the points made in this article with concerns for all of the aspects required for attaining common prosperity, but let me quote the following, quote, Common prosperity is the essential requirement of socialism and an important feature of Chinese-style modernization. When we talk about common prosperity, we mean the common prosperity of all the people, the material and spiritual well-being of the people, not the prosperity of a few people, nor uniform egalitarianism. Common prosperity is a long-term goal, which requires a process and cannot be achieved overnight. Just like completing the building of a moderately prosperous society in all respects, common prosperity for all is a general concept that applies to the whole of society. End quote. The goal of common prosperity is, of course, communism, since a country needs a very high level of such prosperity shared by all to make the transition to communism. To provide a legal framework for such a project would certainly be the first time in human history. Law at home and abroad. The lengthy treatment of the legal system is also notable for emphasizing that the improvement and strengthening of the legal system is needed both at home and abroad. Obviously, a robust and modernized legal system is an inescapable component for a country itself, and we can find this emphasis from the earliest days of the new China. But what does the concern with Chinese law in an international context mean? Here are the crucial sentences. Quote, "We should promote in a coordinated way internal rule of law and rule of law relating to foreign affairs, and coordinate both development and security. We should promote the construction of a legal system for the extraterritorial application of Chinese law, use the rule of law approach effectively to respond to challenges and guard against risks, and to safeguard national sovereignty, security, and development." End quote. Xi, 2022. Many are the dimensions to this clear concern. Most obvious is the need for both rule of law and the legal system for the vast number of foreign companies and individuals who engage with, work, and domicile in China. Further, there are situations where Chinese law is applicable in international settings, as the second sentence quoted above indicates. These include the protection and compliance with the law by the many state-owned and non-public companies working on international projects, Chinese citizens in international settings, and Chinese interests where they are subject to unilateral and unlawful restriction and interference. Important here, too, are measures introduced and recently enhanced at the 2022 two sessions to provide a robust legal framework for protecting Chinese companies and individuals subjected to the sanctions fever that has afflicted the United States and its few Western friends. It is one thing to forbid companies from complying with unilateral and illegal sanctions. It is quite another to provide a legal framework to enable them to do so. To return to the first sentence quoted, promoting the rule of law in relation to foreign affairs is a very deliberate choice of words, for it refers not to the spread or imposition of a Chinese rule of law in an international context. Instead, it refers to the need to develop further international rule of law through engagement with other countries on an equal footing. When China engages internationally on such matters, it uses a clear and deliberate phrase: an international order based on international law. Footnote: this phrase came to international attention in the now famous speech by Yang Jiechi, director of the Central Foreign Affairs Commission of the People's Republic of China, at the China-U.S. Summit in Alaska on the 18th of March, 2021. End of footnote. This is in contrast to the rules-based international order, which are rules formulated by a few countries, led by the United States. To suggest that China wishes to impose its law on others would be a case of, as the saying goes, a thief thinking that everyone else steals. Instead, the purpose is to develop an international framework in which every country contributes as equals. Finally, Xi alludes, in his earlier treatment of the Constitution, to the landmark 2021 national security law in relation to Hong Kong SAR. The observations speak of special administrative regions, but the principal reference is to HKSAR in light of recent events. Since I will address this issue in Chapter 10, I quote the relevant section here. Quote, "We need to improve the legal system, whereby the central authorities exercise overall governance power over the SARs, in accordance with the Constitution and the basic laws of SARs, perfect the systems and mechanisms needed for the implementation of the Constitution and the basic laws of the SARs, and safeguard the constitutional and legal order of SARs as set forth in the Constitution and the SAR basic laws." End quote. Xi, 2022. Leadership of the Communist Party. The third major emphasis of the speech concerns the leadership of the Communist Party. Although this leadership resonates throughout the speech as a whole, I focus on two sections where this leadership is the specific topic under discussion, one referring to the initial project from the CPC's 18th National Congress, and the other to the tasks at hand today. Statutory procedures. Let me begin with a full quotation of the initial point with reference to the policies since the CPC's 18th National Congress, since it gives a sense of how comprehensive and multi-layered this leadership is. Quote, "We must uphold the leadership of the Communist Party of China. We will uphold the party's core leading role in assuming overall responsibility of the situation as a whole, and coordinating all sides, resolutely safeguard the Central Committee's authority and its centralized and unified leadership, ensure that the party's theories, lines, principles, policies, and decisions are comprehensively carried out and effectively implemented in all aspects of the state's work, and support and ensure that the organs of state power energetically take the initiative, are responsibly independent, and are coordinated in carrying out their work in accordance with the Constitution and the laws. We should strengthen and improve the party's leadership, excel in working through statutory procedures so that the party's propositions become the will of the state, excel in working through statutory procedures so that candidates recommended by party organizations become the leading personnel of the organs of state power, and excel in working through the organs of state power in implementing the party's leadership of state and society, so as to safeguard the authority of the party and of the state, and ensure that the whole party and the whole country unite as one." End quote. Xi, 2022. Comprehensive leadership is clearly the emphasis of the initial part of this quotation, but I am interested here in the threefold emphasis in its second part, for which I have also provided the Chinese text. Xi speaks of working through statutory procedures in relation to party proposals and candidates recommended by party organizations, and of working through the organs of state power. Why? These proposals and candidates are not simply imposed by fiat, for this would be counterproductive in terms of ensuring that the party and people unite as one, as the well-known phrase puts it. Instead, an extraordinarily full range of institutional structures, of statutory procedures, must be deployed so as to garner criticism and gain approval from the people. When we turn to the tasks at hand from the second set of 6 points, the concern is to strengthen the system of people's congresses so that this crucial institutional structure can play a key role in the statutory procedures. In this respect, Xi speaks not merely of the party working hard to ensure that the People's Congresses improve their structures and meaningful democratic practice, but also of the need for Congress delegates and party cadres to strengthen their cooperation and coordination. The terms used here, xietiao and peihe, connote harmonious and proportional combination or arrangement, with the outcome being a large and powerful harmonious force. It is in this sense that the People's Congresses are to be a systemic carrier or vehicle of the party's leadership. Notably, a comparable emphasis is found in proposals for safeguarding the people as masters and ensuring that all state power belongs to the people. This is to be done through systemic strength and improvement. The terms used are telling. The text mentions systemic structures, of the need for state power to pass through or go by means of the People's Congresses, of the need to widen democratic channels of the comprehensive democratic system. To ensure channels for meaningful and productive democratic engagement requires long-term systemic construction. So also with the leadership of the Communist Party. In many respects, an overall concern of the speech is to identify many of the structures concerned with the statutory procedures of party leadership and people's democracy, the Constitution, rule of law, legal system, people's congresses, mass line, and organs of state power. She also mentions later the dialectical interaction of electoral and consultative democracy, direct and indirect elections, process and results. In its totality, this is an extraordinarily comprehensive process through which party leadership works in relation to people's democracy. Footnote. The summary by Ma Yi-de, 2017, is worth quoting here. Quote, "First, the party's leadership is political leadership, and the party's views are a combination of historical and practical legitimacy based on multi-party cooperation and political consultation. Second, the party's views, which have solid legitimacy, are transformed into the will of the state through people's congresses, and the concrete expression of the will of the state is democratic legislation. During this process, the people re-examine and substantiate the party's views through the system of people's congresses. Third, as the legal procedure for transforming the will of the party, democratic legislation constitutes the basis for governing the country according to law, and is the governance basis for the direct links between the modern state and citizens. Fourth, the leadership of the party should advance with the times through consultations between the party and the masses and social consultation, thereby entering the logical chain of direct governance consisting of legitimization of the party's views and their transformation into the will of the state and thence into the rule of law, thus successfully coordinating state governance and social development." End quote. End of footnote. Democratic centralism. All of this brings us to democratic centralism. Elsewhere, I have dealt at some length with the history of democratic centralism, so I provide here a summary of that earlier material. We may identify two levels of democratic centralism which are both distinct and related: democratic centralism in terms of the party's own functioning, and democratic centralism as a method of country-wide governance. While the former has become an established and well-honed practice by communist parties since the early 20th century, the problem has been one of finding ways to make democratic centralism work for country-wide governance. In a Chinese context, the effort to find a way began with Deng Xiaoping's proposal that the CPC's functions should be separated from those of the government. In other words, the government of the country, embodied in the many levels of people's congresses and people's political consultative conferences, would become separated from the role of the CPC. Deng was responding to the aberration of the Cultural Revolution when rule of a person prevailed, see above, while Jiang Zemin would take this a step further in emphasizing the components of socialist democracy and the crucial role of a socialist rule of law as the way to ensure the mutual role of CPC leadership and socialist democracy. It fell to Hu Jintao to spell out exactly what this meant. One of Hu Jintao's most important points was the need for the party's proposals to become the will of the country through statutory procedures. 5 years later, he explained further, "The basic strategy by which the party leads the people in governing the country is through governing the country according to law." This brief history picks up some of the points I have discussed earlier, especially rule of law and statutory procedures as necessary features of the party's indirect leadership, but the question remains, what bearing do they have on democratic centralism? This has been one of Xi Jinping's major contributions, seeking to clarify the need for rule of law statutory procedures in the practice of party leadership. When party proposals become state laws, the implementation of the law is the implementation of the party's will, and the implementation of the party's policies is to act in accordance with the law. This entails that the organs of state power are independent, proactive, and responsible in terms of adhering to the Constitution and the law. The explicit connection with democratic centralism was already made a decade ago. Quote, adhering to the principle of democratic centralism, the system of state power, and the standards of actions defined in the Constitution, we should exercise state power through the People's Congresses, ensure that decision-making power, executive power, and oversight power function independently but are coordinated with each other, ensure that government agencies exercise their power and perform their duties in accordance with statutory mandates and procedures, and ensure that government agencies organize all undertakings concertedly and effectively. End quote. Xi 2012. Footnote. In subsequent elaborations, Xi connects multi-level consultative democracy with democratic centralism, including minority groups, religions, classes, and overseas Chinese. End of footnote. Later in the same text, Xi speaks of democratic centralism in terms of the foundational way of exercising power according to law and governing the country according to law. Note the date of this text. It was initially delivered in 2012. At a 30th anniversary celebration of the 1982 Constitution, Xi Jinping has been focused on developing and strengthening China's democratic system from the earliest days of his tenure as General Secretary. Back to the present and the main text under analysis. Thus far, my brief account of the development of democratic centralism as a distinct form of countrywide governance has tended to focus on the mediating structures, on the rule of law, statutory procedures that connect the CPC and the people's will. When we turn to the speech concerning whole process people's democracy, the focus is more on the democratic processes of the people's congresses. She speaks of exercising state power in an integrated way through the people's congresses, and that the congresses at all of the 5 levels are democratically elected, responsible to the people, and subject to the people's supervision. At the next level, the organs, administrative, supervisory, judicial, and procuratorial, created by the people's congresses are responsible to and supervised by congresses, all of them in accordance with statutory mandates and procedures. And to develop democracy further at a local level, it is important to give full play to local initiative and enthusiasm, so that democratic engagement is robust and productive. Conclusion. People's democracy is the life of socialism. We may now define a socialist democracy or whole process people's democracy. It is a dialectical conjunction of Communist Party leadership and the people as masters of the country, mediated through the full range or whole process of democratic and rule of law statutory procedures. Defining democracy. More fully, in what is already a famous definition of whole process people's democracy, it has not only integrated systemic procedures, but also fully integrated participatory practices. In other words, this democracy in China has realized the unity of democratic process and results, democratic procedure and substance, direct and indirect democracy, and people's democracy and the will of the state. Footnote. Liu 2022 reframes these terms as 3 dialectical unities, means and ends, form and substance, democratic process, and governmental effectiveness. End of footnote. In even more detail, it includes the People's Democratic Dictatorship of Workers and Farmers, People's Congresses, multi-party consultation and cooperation with 8 other political parties, minority nationalities, autonomous regions, base-level grassroots democratic self-government by the masses, and many other foundational governance structures. Through this comprehensive and integrated system of governance, we find the interlocking chain of elections, consultation, decision-making, management, and supervision. In relation to state, economic, social, and cultural affairs. In sum, this means that such a democracy is full chain, all-dimensional, and all-encompassing, and is the most extensive, authentic, and effective socialist democracy. Evaluating democracy. What has been presented in this chapter is a democratic system that is well on the way to full realization, but who is to evaluate whether it is democratic or not? The few countries of the world that make up the West have become accustomed in the last century or so to using their own capitalist democracies as a yardstick to judge others. Not only is this system by now rather crude, but it has also clearly stagnated, fragmented, and is now riven with systemic and intractable divisions. It is hardly appropriate to use such a system to assess others, not least because it arose in a specific context, Europe and some of its colonies, and is thereby an ill fit indeed for other parts of the world, let alone socialist countries. A more scientific and indeed democratic type of assessment is as follows. Quote, the evaluation as to whether a country's political system is democratic and effective depends mainly on whether the country's leadership can be replaced in an orderly manner and according to law, whether all the people can manage state and social affairs, as well as economic and cultural undertakings, according to law, whether the masses can voice their interests without impediment, whether all sectors of society can participate effectively in a country's political life, and whether a country's decision-making can become more scientific and more democratic. It depends on whether all types of talent can enter the country's leadership and governing systems through fair competition, whether the ruling party can realize the leadership of state affairs in accordance with the Constitution and legal provisions, and whether the use of power can be effectively restricted and supervised. End quote. She 2022. Note carefully what has happened with the articulation of these criteria. They move a step beyond the position that only the wearer knows if the shoes fits or not, that the country's concrete conditions profoundly influence the nature of its governing system. To be sure, She often makes this point as well, but here he seeks to take assessment to a whole new level. Footnote. In light of these criteria, we soon find an observation that has been quoted many times around the world. The target of this criticism should be obvious. If the people are awakened only for voting, but enter a dormant period soon after, if they listen only to wildly extravagant claims during an election, but have no right to speak at all afterwards, if they are favored only during the canvassing of votes, but left out in the cold afterwards, such a democracy is not a genuine democracy. She, 2022. The four-character phrase, Tianhua Luan Jue, means literally flowers cascading from the sky, and thus metaphorically, wildly extravagant claims. End of footnote. These are criteria that can be used to assess all democratic systems throughout human history. Footnote. Historically, we may distinguish between ancient Greek slaveholder democracy, feudal democracy in the sense that it was limited to the aristocracy, capitalist democracy, and its degraded subforms of illiberal and colonial democracies, and the qualitatively distinct socialist democracy. End of footnote. People's democracy is the life of socialism. A major reason for offering scientific criteria for assessing democracy is the well-argued position that socialist democracy is superior to capitalist democracy. This value function, as it is known, is due to adhering to the socialist path of political development, which entails the threefold leadership of the Communist Party, the people as masters of the country, and governing the country according to the rule of law, the three main sections of this chapter. As she observed already in 2014 and repeats here, people's democracy is the life of socialism. Further, without democracy there can be no socialism, no socialist modernization, and no great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. As we have seen, this entails that the people are masters of the country, that the will or heart of the masses is manifested in the democratic system, that their rights and interests are protected, and that their vitality and creativity is fostered. I would like to conclude by mentioning a theme to which I will return in the next chapter: stability. On a number of occasions, she observes that a stable system means a stable country, of the need for long-term social stability, and of the effect of institutionalization, standardization, and proceduralization of socialist democratic politics, so as to provide a vastly improved systemic guarantee for the growth and flourishing of the party and the country, which will provide a long period of peace and order. Socialist democracy is certainly not interested in the chaos of antagonistic politics. Footnote, as Shang 2020 observes, in a socialist system, the people and the state are not binary opposites. They each have their place within the overall relationship of the political form. End of footnote. For its focus and aim is the well-being of the people, for which long-term stability is needed. It hardly needs to be pointed out that this is always a work in progress, with specialists constantly making proposals for improvements. In light of the need to keep on developing and advancing with the passing of time. End of Chapter 8. Socialism in Power by Roland BOER. Chapter 9. The People's Will, Stability, Safety, and Harmony in Xinjiang. Opening Remarks. Arising from the three main themes of the previous chapter, people's will, rule of law, and Communist Party leadership, this chapter provides a case study relating to the people's heart, or will, as an inescapable feature of socialist democracy. It does so by focusing on a distinctive feature of China's socialist system in terms of the political and cultural assumptions of stability, safety, and harmony, and then analyzing the situation in relation to the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. The first part provides an overview of the semantic fields of stability, safety, and harmony, and then pays more extensive attention to an important CPC Central Committee decision from 2006 entitled Decision on Some Major Issues Concerning the Construction of a Harmonious Socialist Society. Coming in the wake of the wild 90s, the decision analyzes the many contradictions that had arisen and provides a full-spectrum policy response that has particular relevance for the many problems in Xinjiang. The second part of the chapter tackles the situation in Xinjiang in light of personal experience and scholarship. It begins with a presentation of two geographical features with immense strategic, political, and economic significance: the Hu-Huangyang Line and the He-Shi Corridor. This material sets the context for the overview of the historical development of the preferential policies for minority nationalities. The Uyghur nationality is one of 55 minorities in China, after which I deal with the main emphases of these policies in terms of culture, education, governance, and economic development. The latter, in particular, had until recently lagged considerably in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, where poverty still remained a distinct problem in remote and rural areas. This leads me to deal with the Marxist approach to human rights, for which the core right is subsistence, socioeconomic well-being, and common prosperity. The residual poverty in Xinjiang had provided opportunities for the spread of Islamic radicalism in the 1990s, leading to a rise in terrorism, extremism, and separatism. The response has two related steps. First, a resolute focus in restoring stability, safety, and harmony through anti-terrorists and de-radicalization measures. Second, tackling the root cause in terms of economic development, improved job training and opportunities, and education. Here I also address the patterns of growth in Xinjiang's population and the improved choices available to educated and working Uyghur women, as well as the profound effect of the Belt and Road Initiative, which has enabled Xinjiang at last to overcome absolute poverty and set out on the road to common prosperity. Only on the basis of high-quality and balanced development are stability, safety, and harmony possible in the long term. Stability, safety, and harmony. My first task is to provide a brief overview of the key terms, stability, safety, and harmony, after which I discuss the CPC's Central Committee's 2006 decision on some major issues concerning the construction of a harmonious socialist society. Stability, Wen Ding. To begin with some basic meanings, Wen Ding designates stability over a range of phenomena including physics, emotions, economics, and society. The first character, Wen, has, due to its long history, a wide semantic field. Steady, stable, firm, composed, and certain are its core senses. The word also evokes a rich word cluster of single-character synonyms such as an, peace, ping, level, and thus calm, gu, solid, and so on. These can, as one expects with Chinese, be connected with wen in a whole series of two-character words: ping wen, smooth and steady; wen gu, firm; an wen, poised. Not unexpectedly, popular sayings seek to give a fuller meaning to stability. For example, as stable as Mount Tai, or let the wind and waves rise while sitting firmly on the fishing boat. Footnote: the second is from Mao Zedong in a speech at the second plenary session of the CPC's 8th Central Committee in November of 1956. The full sentence reads, "When we have such a set of cadres who have been tested in different revolutionary periods, we can let the wind and waves rise while sitting firmly in the fishing boat. We have this much confidence." End of footnote. The word can, of course, have negative connotations in the sense that one is stubborn and indeed dull, and so unable to change with the times. However, the overwhelming sense in a social and cultural framework is that stability is conducive to peace, amicable relations between different groups, and thus well-being. Safety, anquan. The second key term is anquan, which designates the preventative sense of safety from harm and thus from social unrest and turmoil, and the proactive sense of protection and preservation. In the latter sense, it can mean that the entirety of humanity lives in harmony with its natural environment, as well as the material and emotional feeling of safety in society, family, and relationships. The preventative and proactive senses are interwoven in Chinese cultural sensibilities. As early as the I Ching, in the second part of the Great Treatise, or commentary on the appended phrases, we find, "Therefore the exemplary person, when resting in safety, an, does not forget that danger may come. When in a state of security, does not forget the possibility of ruin, and when all is in a state of order, does not forget that disorder may come." Footnote: while there are now many translations of the I Ching or Zhou Yi and its many commentaries, I have opted here for the classic translation by Legge, with some small modifications. End of footnote. The relations between oppositions are the key. Safety cannot be understood without the risk of danger, with wei indicating what is dangerous, perilous, and precipitous, and vice versa. So also with cun and wang, terms of surviving and perishing, preservation and ruin, and zhi in relation to luan, with the senses of governance and chaos, rule and unrest. So well known is this text that Xi Jinping would cite it at the CPC's centenary, the well-known four-character phrase from this text, 注安四维, which more literally may be translated as, "In times of peace, be prepared for danger." The word anquan itself is first attested during the time of the Han Dynasty, and is comprised of two characters, with the ancient an, including within its semantic field peace, safety, security, and its adjectival usage, peaceful, tranquil, and quiet. The second character, chuan, indicates what is complete or intact, and, adjectively speaks of what is whole, entire, or full. At times, anquan is translated as security, and this sense pertains to terms such as national security. But I have preferred to translate the term generally as safety, since security in English and related Western languages has become twisted and limited in the last couple of decades into the activities of police, public and secret, military, and private security and paramilitary companies. Thus, safety provides a more accurate and broad-ranging translation. This is particularly the case with a common term in China, a feeling of safety, which designates both material and emotional safety in a social context. Harmony, 和谐. The word harmony requires more comment. While the character he has an extraordinarily rich semantic field running all the way from the conjunction and to senses of peaceful, calm, and thus harmonious, xie tends more in the direction of musical harmony, and even the role of humor in coming to an accord. Due to the importance of the concept in Chinese culture, the cognates and word constructions arising from either character are plentiful indeed. Instead of listing all these cognates, which include reconciliation, concord, and symmetry, I would like to focus on 3 topics that elaborate on the understanding of harmony. To begin with, harmony is a musical metaphor. Tradition has it that the Duke of Zhou was responsible for the skillful blending of both music and rites as a central feature of civilizational order. The locus classicus for musical guidelines is to be found in the Record of Music section of the Book of Rites. Footnote: the classic translation by Lega is also still in use today. The bilingual text can be found online. End of footnote. Here, we find the assumed connection between music and rites and between harmonious music and social order. For example, music comes from the heavens, while rites come from the human world. Music comes from within a human being, while rites come from without. The oppositions must constantly work towards harmonious cooperation, but they can also risk going their own ways, and thus signaling disorder. The connection with social order for both music and rites is a given. As Gan Chun Song observes, a piece of most melodious music should be one that came from a superb synchronization of different parts, from which was derived the idea that music was conducive to social harmony. This perception did not arise out of a vacuum. In the early days of the Zhou dynasty, established 1045 BCE, social and political contradictions multiplied. Not only were the Zhou seen as usurpers to the Shang, the survivors of which constantly conspired to overthrow the new dynasty, but the various nobles also struggled among themselves for power. Threats from outside came from the north, and society was riven with increasing tensions due to economic inequality. Fearing a constant state of war, the Duke of Zhou sought a way to avoid the fate of the Shang. The concept of social harmony came to be a central policy, and one of the core means for achieving such harmony would be through music and the rites. Footnote as also attested in the Book of Documents and the Rites of Zhou. End of footnote. Much could potentially be quoted from this foundational text, but I would like to emphasize the constant process of seeking harmony in difference. For example, quote, similarity and union are the aim of music, difference and distinction that of ceremony. From union comes mutual affection, from difference mutual respect. Where music prevails, we find a weak coalescence. Where ceremony prevails, a tendency to separation. It is the business of the two to blend people's feelings and give elegance to their outward manifestations. End quote. The step from music to philosophy is easy to make. The exemplary person seeks harmony but not uniformity, or agrees but does not echo. These are 2 possible translations, a saying from the Analects that sums up a foundational philosophical principle concerning the world. Footnote: music, rites, and philosophy are somewhat arbitrary distinctions, especially when considering material from more than 2 millennia ago. It is not simply that Confucius and the early Confucians were promoters of the centrality of music and rites. It is also the case that the thoughts and practices deriving from the early days of the Zhou dynasty provided the worldview, ethical framework, and political philosophy for Confucian thought and its flourishing. End of footnote. Much has been written concerning the multifaceted concept of harmony. Footnote: the reader may usefully consult the overviews from a Chinese perspective by Gon Chun Song from 2019 and from a Western perspective by Roger Ames, 1993 and 2021. End of footnote. But I would like to emphasize that it entails not so much smoothing down the sharp corners of differences so as to get along, but rather the combination, unity, and coexistence of distinct entities that enables them to flourish in their very difference. This is clearly a traditional dialectical formulation in which different or opposed positions should and indeed must seek ways to work with one another, rather than uniformity to a single position. We should be careful here, for in ancient China the difference in question also meant social stratification and feudal classes that should, it was believed, live in harmony with one another. To return to music, the 5 notes of the ancient pentatonic scale were seen as representing social distinctions that should avoid disharmony and social disorder. Footnote: the note gong represents the ruler, shang the ministers, jue the people, zhi affairs, and yu things. If there be no disorder or irregularity in these 5 notes, there will be no want of harmony in the state. If the 5 notes are all irregular and injuriously interfere with one another, they indicate a state of insolent disorder. And the state where this is the case will at no distant day meet with extinction and ruin. End of footnote. Thus, the purpose of music was also to ensure harmony between high and low. For this reason, we should avoid a simplistic equation between traditional Chinese assumptions concerning harmony and the Marxist tradition. In fact, the notion of social harmony today acknowledges the influence of the Chinese tradition but ensures that it is transformed and reshaped in terms of Marxism, and especially dialectical materialism. In this light, the question of harmony becomes one of Marxist dialectics or contradiction analysis. The relevant principle stems from Engels, the interpenetration of opposites, which would become via Lenin and Mao Zedong, the unity of opposites through struggle. Footnote: for a full treatment of contradiction analysis from Engels to Mao Zedong and today, see my earlier study, BOER 2021. End of footnote. Constructing a harmonious socialist society. The Marxist dialectical approach is precisely what frames a relatively recent document that is very relevant for my concerns in the remainder of this chapter. It comes from the CPC's 16th Central Committee and is entitled Decision on Some Major Issues Concerning the Construction of a Harmonious Socialist Society. Noting that the reform and opening up has generated unprecedented development and social change, and that it has injected extraordinary vitality into China's development, the decision also notes a whole series of contradictions that had arisen: uneven development between urban and rural areas, between different regions, and between economy and society, increasing pressures in relation to population, resources, and the environment, problems relating to employment, social security, income distribution, education, medical care, housing, workplace safety, and public order. These and more recur through the text, indicating a transparent recognition of the substantial problems and contradictions that had arisen as a result of the breakneck economic development of what I have elsewhere called the wild 90s. The decision points out that at the time institutions and mechanisms were not yet perfect, that socialist democracy and the legal system were not sufficiently sound, and that corruption, infiltration, and sabotage continued to endanger social stability. These sobering observations lead to an underlying philosophical principle. Quote, no society can be free of contradictions, and human society always develops and progresses in the movement of contradictions. Constructing a harmonious socialist society is a continuous process of resolving social contradictions. We should always keep a clear mind in times of peace, prepare for danger, understand deeply the characteristics of the development phases in our country, scientifically analyze the contradictions and problems affecting social harmony and its reasons, more actively face up to and resolve contradictions, maximize harmonious factors, minimize disharmonious factors, and constantly promote social harmony. Building a harmonious socialist society is a long-term historical task permeating the whole process of socialism with Chinese characteristics. End quote. Footnote. Compare, for example, an observation from the Soviet Union in the 1930s. Quote, If in developed socialism there were no contradictions between productive forces and relations in production, between production and demand, no contradictions in the development of technique, etc., then the development of socialism would be impossible. Then, instead of movement, we would have stagnation. Only in virtue of the internal contradictions of the socialist order can there be development from one phase to another and higher order. End quote. End of footnote. This theoretical observation comes straight out of the Marxist tradition's dialectical materialist method, or contradiction analysis. In this light, the decision identifies both principles and tasks. The principles include putting people first, socialist democracy, rule of law, and leadership of the Communist Party. Familiar features of China's whole process people's democracy. See the previous chapter. But let us focus on the 7 specific measures for promoting a harmonious society. I will provide more detail here, since these measures are very relevant for the analysis of Xinjiang to follow. The first policy measure involves making substantive progress in constructing a new socialist countryside and promoting balanced development between urban and rural areas. This is by no means a quick fix, and can be seen today in the targeted rural revitalization project, the development of high-tech farming, the achievements in overcoming absolute poverty, and the shift to the long-term policy of common prosperity. A decade and a half ago, the deep divide that had opened up between country and city was manifested at many levels: poor country areas and prosperous cities, limited medical, educational, and employment prospects in the countryside, with many adults seeking work in the cities and leaving children in the care of grandparents if they were able. When I spoke with people more than a decade ago, it was precisely this problem that was seen as a major feature of uneven development during the reform and opening up. The second item concerns strategies for regional development and balanced development among regions. In this case, a further contradiction overlaying the country-city problem is identified: the growing gap between eastern and western regions. Those who benefited from the initial phase of the reform and opening up were in the cradle of Chinese civilization. In the eastern parts, and in the river plains of the Yellow and Yangtze rivers. At this stage, policy was concerned with infrastructural projects in central and western regions, northwest of the Hu-Huan-Yong line, see below, and including Xinjiang, so as to improve transport, employment, education, and health. It is precisely in these northwestern regions that minority nationalities live, where the red areas from the long period of revolutionary struggle are to be found, and where we find the most mountainous and resource-rich areas. As we will see today, the Belt and Road Initiative is concerned with improving socioeconomic conditions in the Northwest. Third is a proactive policy for employment and labor relations. This is a full-spectrum policy that includes employment growth, with economic development, governmental fiscal incentives, educational and vocational training, coordination of job seekers from all areas with employment opportunities, and above all, the fostering of targeted initiatives in local areas, proposed and thus owned by the local people, so as to generate types of employment and projects that suit the characteristics of the area. Here also is a recognition of inadequate labor laws, especially for those who lost their jobs during the wild 90s, and setting up mechanisms for compensation and reemployment. The massive problem of labor migrating from the countryside to work in the cities is also identified as a core policy concern. Obviously, these measures have a direct bearing on remote northwestern areas with a predominance of minority nationalities, since it is in these areas that adequate employment remained elusive. The fourth item concerns education in terms of both development and equity. At the midpoint of the first decade of the new century, a whole new impetus for educational improvement began right across the board. From reforms in the Chinese academies of sciences and social sciences to rural schools, massive resources were devoted to substantial improvements in quality access, research and training, and curriculum. It was at this time that Marxism as such was designated a core discipline, with its major sub-disciplines. Relevant here also is the resolute focus on improving rural education, especially among minority nationalities in remote areas, as part of solving the city-country gap as well as regional disparities. From new facilities through free textbooks to encouraging quality young teachers to move to country areas, these initiatives and more began a substantial process of renewal and improvement in rural education. The purposes were manifold, including the improvement in the practical abilities of students in creativity, employability, and initiative. In other words, a key to poverty alleviation was to be in education. Notably, the policy required the increase in government spending on education to 4% of its overall budget. The fifth measure involves improving medical and health care. This moment marks the beginning of a process to develop a basic health care system that covers both urban and rural residents and provides safe, effective, convenient, and affordable public health and basic medical services to the people. At the time of writing, this comprehensive effort has achieved considerable results for 1.4 billion people. From quality medical professionals in rural areas and collective health clinics, through self-sufficient medicine production and the integration of Western and traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, to world-leading research and proactive disease prevention, the Chinese health system in terms of the sheer speed and scale of implementation and indeed, now, comprehensiveness, has surpassed the declining quality of public health systems in place, such as Scandinavia. In terms of rural and remote areas, the changes have been noticeable, especially childhood and women's health, of relevance below concerning population developments in such areas. The sixth concern is with cultural development, all the way from the cultural forms of minority nationalities to sporting activities. We need to be careful here, for the connotations of culture are more comprehensive than the English term. It includes material, spiritual, and systemic factors, along with the life and value assumptions of society as a whole in the context of a history that spans 5 millennia. Further, cultural development is by no means a new policy. It has been part and parcel of minority nationalities' policy from the beginning. What we see in the decision is more in the way of affirmation that the policy will be continued and indeed improved. Even 20 years ago, Macaris observed on the basis of first-hand research in relation to Tibet, quote, "What strikes me most forcefully about the period since 1980 or so is not how much the Chinese have harmed Tibetan culture, but how much they have allowed, even encouraged it to revive, not how weak it is, but how strong." The same can be said even more today of Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, Ningxia, and many other minority areas. The final policy measure concerns environmental protection of the harmony between human beings and nature. In more recent years, this approach has become known as ecological civilization, which expresses more clearly an age-old assumption in Chinese culture concerning the inescapably integrated and reciprocal relation of an organism with its environment, including human beings. At the time of the decision, this had become an urgent matter, since China's rapid economic development had well-documented and much-studied effects on pollution of air, water, and land. That something needed to be done was obvious. The decision specifies a range of measures, from new types of technology, innovative approaches, witness now the growth of city water sinks, and vast improvements in environmental laws. These long-term policies are clearly beginning to bear fruit as China increasingly leads the world in environmental protection and improvement. I have devoted some time to these 7 policy measures: urban-rural coordination, balanced east and west regional development, employment and labor relations, education, health and medical services, cultural development, and environmental protection. The reason is that this full range of specific measures has a direct bearing on my treatment of Xinjiang below, which required improvements in every area detailed here. A question remains: what bearing do these measures have on social harmony? Simply put, it is a pipe dream to imagine that harmony can be achieved without a resolute emphasis on the economic base, on improving the foundational socio-economic conditions. To a large degree, social harmony depends on the development of social productive forces. The catch is that such development must be achieved in a balanced manner. Thus, the focus of these policy measures is on comprehensive methods for resolving concrete economic and social contradictions, from regional disparity to environmental pollution. Further material in the decision builds on this foundation, dealing with social fairness and justice, the ideological and moral foundations of harmony, improved social management, vitality and harmony between the many different parties and groups, and, as may be expected, the Communist Party's leadership in fostering a harmonious socialist society. All of this leads us to define a harmonious society as one in which economic conditions have been addressed, socialist democracy and rule of law have been promoted, as also fairness and justice, integrity and friendship, vitality, stability and order, and harmony between human beings and nature. It is difficult not to see how all of this is a deep expression of the people's will. By way of conclusion to this treatment of the decision, I would like to engage in a brief word study. Harmony, 和谐, is the dominant word used in the text, but we also find 18 occurrences of stability, 稳定, along with a couple of occurrences of reliable, 稳妥. Not unexpectedly, safety, 安全, turns up frequently no less than 24 times, along with cognates such as peace, 和平, on 15 occasions, and 4 occurrences of another related term for calm or stable, 安定. I do not wish to belabor the reader with an exhaustive analysis of each occurrence, but there is an important passage that indicates the close connections between the terms. Quote, "We should persevere in handling correctly the relation between reform, development, and stability, 稳定. The intensity of reform, speed of development, and social sustainability need to be integrated so as to maintain social stability and unity, 安定团结. To advance harmony through reform, to consolidate harmony through development, to ensure harmony through stability, 一稳定, is the way to guarantee that people live and work in peace and contentment. Society is stable and orderly, and the country is peacefully governed over the long term." End quote. I have selected this text not merely for the conjunction of stability, safety, and harmony, and indeed unity, peace, and orderly life, but also for the complex dialectical formulations. These are not simply to be seen as the balancing of contrasting forces, but rather the achievement, as 3 synthetically similar phrases put it, of harmony through or by means of reform and development and stability. Given the immense tradition of harmony through diversity, it is not difficult to see why such harmony is a key feature of the people's will, of their heart's desire for society. As the decision puts in a key phrase, this expresses the feeling of safety among the masses. Much has taken place since the decision, and many have been the achievements since that moment of addressing some profound contradictions that had arisen during the initial years of the reform and opening up. But the decision did pinpoint and reclaim within a Marxist framework the extremely important expectation of Chinese people for stability, safety, and harmony, expectations that not a few had begun to doubt. Subsequently, harmony was included as one of the core socialist values. And it has become an inescapable feature of policies since that time. I would like to conclude this section on a geographical note. Harmony also has a very concrete geographical meaning in China, which varies between river plains and towering mountain ranges, between vast differences in regional characteristics within a unified country. In this sense, harmony is a very concrete need and desire. Xinjiang and geography. The second half of the chapter moves to a specific case study that illustrates clearly the questions of stability, safety, and harmony. Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. After some deliberations on geographical and population matters, the analysis moves via first-hand experience to the preferential policies for minority nationalities in socialist countries, such as China, with specific reference to minorities in Xinjiang. The final section turns to the question of a Marxist approach to human rights and how these rights are protected and promoted in Xinjiang. To begin with geography. In more recent years, China has stepped onto the center of the world stage. As a result, the country's regions, provinces, and autonomous regions are starting to become known around the world. Even so, much still needs to be learnt. The Huhuanyang Line. The map here is a copy of an original initially published in 1935. Notice the black line which runs from Ahui, now Heihe, in Heilongjiang province, in the northeast, to Tengchong in Yunnan province in the southwest. For this reason, it is sometimes called the Ahui-Tengchong Line, although it is more commonly known as the Huhuanyang Line. It is named after the geographer who first identified the line almost 90 years ago in an article entitled Population Distribution in China with Statistical Tables and Density Maps. It is from this article that I have drawn the map, and we can see the main concern from its title. What were Hu's findings? On the basis of a careful study of population data over the centuries, Hu Huangyong found that about 94% of the Chinese population has historically flourished southeast of the line from Ahui, Heihe to Tengchang. Further, political power has historically been located in the same zone. But there is a problem. Most of the mineral resources and headwaters of the major rivers are northwest of the line, where about 6% of the population lives. This vast northwestern area also contains border regions such as Inner Mongolia, Gansu, Qinghai, Xinjiang, and Tibet. The outcome? From earlier forms of the state until today, there has been a resolute focus on the unification of diverse areas. Historically, with the rarest of exceptions, the only wars that China has fought have concerned the unification of its diverse areas. Further, the state has focused from time immemorial to redistributing resources from the sparsely populated regions to those of population density. As mentioned above, all of this means that Chinese notions of stability, safety, and especially harmony as a union of opposites in which diversity flourishes have always had a very concrete reference to the disparate regions of China. Many are the studies of Hu Huangyong line and its direct influence on policy decisions, but allow me to generate a map that uses the latest statistics from China's National Bureau of Statistics. The material here relates primarily to the census of 2020. Footnote: the reader may find English translations of this material at stats.gov.cn. End of footnote. The He-Shi Corridor. There is another important geographical reality in China which is known as the He-Shi Corridor. This natural corridor is 1,200 kilometers in length and running between high plateaus in Qinghai to the south and Inner Mongolia to the north, connects the eastern areas with what is now known as Xinjiang. The name He-Shi simply means west of the river in question being the Yellow River. In our time, the province of Gansu marks by and large the route of the corridor. From a strategic and economic perspective, the He-Shi Corridor is vitally important. Strategically, it has been a point of struggle for centuries and indeed millennia. A little over 2 millennia ago, the Western Han Dynasty managed to gain control in struggles with the Xiongnu and established the Western Region's Frontier Command. A millennium later, it was the Tang Dynasty who once again gained firm control of the whole route. But it was only in the middle of the 18th century, almost 300 years ago, that the Qing Dynasty was able to include Xinjiang fully within China. Economically, it was precisely the He-Shi Corridor that provided the initial route through China for the ancient Silk Road. By the time the route reached Xinjiang, it took 2 paths, one in a southerly direction and the other in a northerly direction, before crossing into Central Asia. It was along this route that Buddhism came into China, that the people now known as the Hui nationality came from many parts further west, and indeed the way that advanced Chinese ideas passed into Western Europe to spur the European Enlightenment. And, of course, it was the absolutely vital trade route across the whole of Eurasia. Silks, for example, had already made their way into Europe by the time of Julius Caesar of ancient Rome. Needless to say, the He-Shi Corridor today is a linchpin of the New Silk Road or the Belt and Road Initiative. By now, the reader should be able to see why Xinjiang is so important for China. Not only is it the major region of China's western border with a history of 2 millennia, but it also forms the end of the He-Shi Corridor in the passage into Central Asia. Xinjiang has always been and will continue to be of utmost strategic, economic, and political importance. Preferential policies for minority nationalities. To begin this section with a story. Not long after the Kunming railway station massacre of March 2014, I was teaching a class in Beijing. The massacre was perpetrated by about a dozen Uyghur terrorists, who killed 31 people with knives and injured more than 140 others. This was one of thousands of such incidents in China since the 1990s. In my class was a young Uyghur student. She and her sister are both from Xinjiang and were studying in Beijing. During a presentation to the class, she made an impassioned speech. Islam is a religion of peace and not violence. She said, "I am a Uyghur and am proud to be Chinese. The vast majority of Uyghur people see themselves as part of China and condemn the terrorists." Why did she feel that she needed to make this point to the class? At the time, many other people and nationalities in China distrusted the Uyghurs, seeing them all as troublemakers and terrorists. I recall expressing a desire at the time to visit Xinjiang, and one of my colleagues said, "Don't go there. The situation is dangerous." The hard task for the local government in Xinjiang and the government in Beijing was to prevent this negative attitude to Uyghur people from spreading and cementing itself. In other words, there was a heavy focus on ensuring that all of the other nationalities respected Uyghur people and saw them as equally part of China. Historical development of the preferential policies. To go further, a major feature of all socialist countries since the earliest days of the Soviet Union has been preferential policies for minority nationalities. Footnote: the most comprehensive work in English on the Soviet Union's policy is by Terry Martin, although it is more useful for the massive amount of archival information than the author's conclusions. End of footnote. These include high levels of autonomy in governance, economic support, fostering of minority languages, education, culture, and so on. We need to be careful here and avoid seeing the preferential policies for minority nationalities from a Western colonialist perspective. These policies are not simply promoted by a government for minorities who are outside the structures of power. Instead, the policies arose from the fact that minorities are very much embodied in the structures of governance. Let us consider the history and enactment of the preferential policies in China in a little more detail. Footnote: by far the best works in English on China's nationalities are by Hao, 2020, and a little earlier Macaris, 2003. In Chinese, the key study by Ma Rong, 2007, set the agenda for a whole new level of research. End of footnote. Since they provide the framework for China's response to the terrorism, extremism, and separatism that has been found in Xinjiang since the 1990s. Historically, we can see minorities' policies emerging already in the 1930s from the time of the Jiangxi Fujian Soviet. Footnote: a complete collection of documents relating to minority nationalities in the red areas during the long revolutionary struggle may be found in Compilation of Documents on Nationality Issues, 1921 to 1949, CPC Central Committee, United Front Department, 1991. See also the Historical Overview in Hao Shiyuan, 2020. End of footnote. In light of the earlier experience, Mao observed in the context of the anti-Japanese War of Resistance, give the Meng, Hui, Zhang, Miao, Yao, Yi, Fan, and all the other nationalities equal rights with the Han. Under the principle of joint resistance to Japan, they have the right to manage their own affairs while at the same time uniting with the Han to establish a unified state. By 1936, the first Yu-Hai-Huai autonomous government was established in a mosque in Tongxing County in Ningxia Province, and in 1941, the Mongolian and Hui autonomous regions were permanently established within the red areas. After liberation in 1949, the Common Program emphasized equality and unity between all nationalities and stressed the need to establish autonomous regions where nationalities are concentrated. Note Article 53 of the Common Program. All minority nationalities have the freedom to develop their spoken and written languages, to maintain or reform their customs and religious beliefs. The people's governments shall assist the people of the minority nationalities in developing the construction of their political, economic, and cultural educational institutions. Clearly, minority nationalities have been an integral part of the political structure from the beginning. However, the process of identifying nationalities required extensive research by teams across China during the 1950s, with the eventual result that 56 official Minzu, footnote, Minzu came to be the preferred translation for the Russian Nationalnost, with the meaning of nationality or nation. It is not the same as an ethnic group, for which Zuchun is used. For a detailed history of the development of the usage of Minzu, see Hao Shiyuan 2020. End of footnote. Were recognized, including the majority Han and 55 other groups, with the latter ranging in size from almost 20 million to a few thousand. Culture and education. In what follows, I will focus on the 4 features of the minority nationalities policy mentioned in the Common Program, although in this order: culture and education, politics, and economy. Throughout this overview, we need to remember that the implementation and refinement, and indeed revision where mistakes are made of the policies, is a long-term project that must negotiate many challenges. In terms of culture and education, local languages are fostered in media, literature, and in schools. Footnote: this process has not been without its problems. For example, smaller nationalities such as Heje, Loba, Bonan, and Dulong do struggle at this level. With only a few thousand members and in some cases the absence of a written language, The language's survival is an open question. End of footnote. Local customs, rituals, festivals, and especially religions are not merely permitted, but actively supported, with temples, churches, and mosques constructed and maintained with state funds. In many cases, the minorities are far more religious than the Han majority, since often cultural identity is connected with religion. For example, the primary identification of the Hui nationality is Islam. Obviously, religions must operate within the laws of the land and cannot be leveraged for treasonous activities. In schools, children have classes in their local language alongside the obligatory classes in Mandarin, which is needed for communication across China and for work. In regard to universities, there are Minzu universities in all regions, and students are assisted through quotas and extra points for university entrance examinations, Gaokao. These policies have, through much trial and error, become well established in China, and minorities attest to their overall effectiveness, but they are not fixed and unchangeable, especially in light of the rapid pace of development in China. Ma Rong, 2010, identifies a tension between protecting the traditional culture and realizing modernization of minorities, especially in terms of the mobility of labor and participation in political, cultural, and economic life. Governance. The question of governance has two levels, the one local and the other countrywide. Locally autonomous regions and prefectures number almost 160 in China, with significant autonomy in policy development. Minorities are also assured representation in the local level, People's Political Consultative Conference, and can be elected to the local People's Congresses. At a countrywide level, all minority nationalities are represented in the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, CPPCC, along with delegates who may, through initial direct elections and then higher-level indirect elections, become delegates in the annual National People's Congress. If we include the fact that people from minority nationalities are also members of the CPC, with the percentage growing to the point that it is almost equivalent to the percentage of minority nationalities among the population as a whole, 8.14%, then it is clear that minority nationalities are structurally integral to the whole political system in China. However, it is at the level of governance that a contradiction arises between autonomy and unity. How does the significant emphasis on autonomous decision-making and policy development relate to the unified strength of the country as a whole? Western imperialist efforts to exploit the autonomy of minority nationalities' regions are by no means new. The focus on Xinjiang is only the latest wave of efforts that have at times included Tibet, Taiwan Island, Hong Kong SAR, and other regions. For example, soon after the Xinhai Republican Revolution of 1911, the independence of Outer Mongolia was proclaimed. Following many years of trying to dominate Tibet, in 1914 the British imperialists attempted to instigate the independence of Tibet in the Simla Accord of that year. The Japanese, who had already invaded and annexed Taiwan Island in 1895, invaded northeastern China in 1931 and established the puppet regime of Manchukuo. Soon afterwards, Uyghur separatists founded the short-lived East Turkestan Islamic State in Xinjiang. In 1935, Japan hatched a conspiracy to found a Mongolian state in Inner Mongolia, and there were Japanese preparations for establishing Huiguo, a separate state for the Hui people, in the Ningxia region. Zhou Enlai's observation in 1949 came out of this background, warning that the newly liberated China should be on its guard. Today, the imperialists want to split Tibet, Taiwan, and even Xinjiang. In this case, we hope that all nationalities do not listen to the provocations of imperialists. What has been the response in China to such efforts? While a few scholars have suggested that political autonomy for minorities should be downplayed and the term nation reserved only for China as a whole, others continue to emphasize a Marxist dialectical approach of diversity in unity. The greater the autonomy, the greater the unity. The more people's lives are improved through the preferential policies, the more do they see themselves as part of the whole. Economic development. The final category of preferential policies concerns economic development, which not only reflects the Marxist emphasis on the economic base, but also leads to the analysis in the following section. As noted earlier, many of the minority nationalities in China live in remote border regions to the northwest of the Huangyong Line, and as a result, many of them have lagged behind in China's rapid economic development. Many have been the programs over the years to develop local economies and improve basic living conditions, with significant funding from the central government for all manner of projects, favorable conditions for the establishment of local enterprises, and so on. Those from minority backgrounds have been provided with favorable opportunities for study and work. It was these types of policies to which the student in my class was alluding. At the time, she came from a relatively poor region of China. Parts of Xinjiang were then still mired in absolute poverty. The preferential policies had given her and her sister an opportunity to study in Beijing. At the same time, the policies up to about a decade ago had fallen short of the mark, as the 2006 decision on some major issues concerning the construction of a harmonious socialist society, fully recognized more than 15 years ago, see above, uneven and unbalanced development remained a significant problem. While development had improved the lives of hundreds of millions in the cradle of Chinese civilization, southeast of the Huangyong Line, in the sparsely populated border regions, poverty was still a problem. In short, despite all of the efforts at economic assistance to these areas, including Xinjiang, the results remained unsatisfactory. Absolute poverty remained a major problem in remote and rural areas. Marxist human rights. The economic question brings us to human rights. Let me begin with a quotation. The people of the various ethnic groups in Xinjiang have seen great progress in the protection of their human rights. 2017. Yes, there are many minority nationalities in Xinjiang, 13 with historical presence and more than 40 today. But what is meant by rights, specifically human rights? For those of us who have been brought up in one of the few Western countries in the world, all former colonizers, human rights automatically brings to mind freedom of expression, assembly, and movement. I will not spend any time on this very limited sense of these Western liberal human rights, save to note that it is based on private property. The Marxist tradition. There is, however, another tradition of human rights that arises from the Marxist tradition and is promoted vigorously in China. To explain, while the roots are anti-colonial and anti-hegemonic sovereignty, shared by all colonized countries, the core human right is the right to subsistence, or to socio-economic well-being, to common prosperity. We can note key moments in the development of this approach, such as Engels's point that the purpose of socialism is to guarantee the subsistence of the proletariat, or Stalin's point that the core to all rights is freedom from exploitation. Rights are meaningless if a person is haunted by the fear of being tomorrow deprived of work, of home, and of bread. Instead, socialism seeks a prosperous and cultured life for all. We can note the slogan from the Jiangxi Fujian Soviet of the late 1920s and early 1930s, ensure that people have a roof over their heads, food, clothes, and warmth in winter, and then they will become communists. Or Deng Xiaoping's point that poor socialism is not socialism at all, since the purpose of socialism is to raise socioeconomic well-being of all, as a preparation for communism. Today, of course, this approach to human rights is embodied in the core policy of common prosperities. In order to summarize what could be a much longer analysis, the following image is useful. The roots of this approach to human rights is anti-colonial or anti-hegemonic sovereignty, since rights are meaningless if a country is subjected to imperialist colonization. The trunk is, as I have discussed, socioeconomic well-being, and it is from this core right that all other rights flow. A question remains: do citizens of a socialist country need to wait until they have all been lifted out of poverty and achieve at least moderate prosperity before the flowering of civil, political, cultural, and environmental rights? Of course not, but the process is a gradual one. As the socioeconomic conditions improve for urban and rural workers, more substantive rights become materially possible. They grow over time along with improving living conditions, or, as Fang Ning puts it from a Marxist perspective, human rights are historical rather than innate. are granted by society rather than by nature, and are practical rather than ideal. Xinjiang and human rights. What has this Marxist approach to human rights got to do with Xinjiang? Precisely because Xinjiang has been and continues to be so strategic and economically important, it has been plagued by periodic difficulties. However, the 1990s were crucial. At that time, currents of Islamic radicalism began to be promoted in some parts of the population, and there was a rise in terrorist incidents. Weapons, explosives, and militants began crossing the mountainous borders along drug routes from the west, usually funded by Western sources. From the mid-1990s until 2016, there had been thousands of terrorist incidents, mostly targeted at other Uyghur people. Marxist analysis was deployed. To begin with, the immediate questions of safety, stability, and social harmony had to be addressed. A new governor with a reputation for getting things done was appointed to Xinjiang. The result? Since 2016, there have been no terrorist incidents. But how is this Marxist? Achieving social stability and peace was simply a prerequisite for economic development. The analysis by many scholars and policymakers was that the root cause of the unrest and difficulties in Xinjiang was endemic poverty. Obviously, this is a direct application of the primary rights to economic well-being and development. With limited job opportunities, young people especially would be attracted to extremist views and engage in separatist and terrorist activities. As a result of these conclusions, many angles were developed to improve the socioeconomic conditions. The quality of education was improved so as to enable young people to find jobs. This, of course, included ideological education in Marxism and religion. Yes, some of the key teachers were Muslim imams. Job opportunities have also increased, with incomes rising at about 10% per year. Further, experienced party branch secretaries and young CPC members volunteered to work in poor villages so as to develop targeted programs in light of concrete conditions so as to lift people out of poverty. Footnote. For example, see the account of work in Aksu, Keping County by Li Hui, Zhao Minghao, and Zhang Lu, 2022. End of footnote. Indeed, Xinjiang, where some of the most intractable poverty in China could be found, was finally declared free of poverty in all areas in late 2020, as Hao Shiyuan points out. The Chinese definition of poverty, and thus alleviation from poverty, is more comprehensive than that of the World Bank. In Xinjiang, by the end of 1920, more than 2.7 million in some of the remotest regions of China had been lifted out of poverty. This was, however, only the first step. Apart from putting in place measures to ensure that people do not fall back into poverty, the program now is to improve people's lives much further. Measures in the more remote areas include targeted efforts to ensure employment based on the right to work for workers from poor families, people experiencing difficulties in finding work, and rural women. A comprehensive welfare system has also been developed in the last decade, so much so that Xinjiang took the lead in China in terms of retirement pensions and medical work-related injury and unemployment insurance. Xinjiang's population. It is also necessary to address here the topic of Xinjiang's population. Simply put, over the last 40 years, the total population of Xinjiang has doubled. In 1978, there were 13.08 million residents, and by 2020, the population was 25.85 million. When we focus on minority nationalities, we see a comparable population growth, as this table of census data shows. From the first census after liberation to 2020, the population of minorities in Xinjiang has more than trebled. And from the beginning of the reform and opening up, this population has doubled. Is the situation for the Uyghur any different? Not at all, for they too have doubled in number in the last 40 years. Statistics are important, but they can get us only so far. Analysis provides a more nuanced understanding which points out that there have been three main periods of population growth. Low growth due to high birth and death rates, high growth due to high birth and low death rates, low growth due to low birth and death rates. Minority nationality, population growth in Xinjiang. Year of census, 1953. Minority nationalities population, 4,451,500. 1964. 4,948,900,000, increase from previous census, 497,400. 1982, 7,797,500, increase from previous census, 2,848,600. 1990, 9,461,500, increase from previous census, 1,664,000. 2000, 10,969,600, increase 1,508,100. 2010, 12,958,900, increase 2,016,300. 2020, 14,932,200, increase 1,946,300. Uyghur population growth between national census. Year of census, 1953. Uyghur population, 3,607,600. 1964, 3,991,600, increase from previous census, 384,000. 1982, 5,955,900, increase 1,964,300. 1990, 7,191,800, increase 1,235,900. 2000, population 8,345,600, increase 1,153,800. 2010, 10,001,300, increase 1,655,700. 2020, 11,624,300, increase 1,623,000. Footnote. While I rely on carefully tabulated statistics here, there is a wealth of detailed analysis of Xinjiang's population. End of footnote. The middle period of high growth was due to vastly improved medical care and a rapidly increasing life expectancy from a low of 30 in 1949. It was also due to the fact that smaller nationalities such as the Uyghur were exempted from the recently abolished one-child policy, albeit with increased limits, and to the persistence of traditional culture and religious assumptions concerning women and childbirth. In this context, it was assumed that a woman would have, on average, 6 children. The more recent period, somewhat delayed in relation to the rest of the country, of lower population growth is due to significant economic development as noted, stricter regulation of limiting the number of children to 3. Footnote, enacting this limit in rural areas has been a distinct problem with traditional cultural assumptions concerning large families more than often prevailing over the policy of 3 per family. End of footnote. And extraordinary progress in education. In 1949, only 19.8% of children were receiving education, and only 10% were literate. Among these, no women were literate. Now, 98 to 100% of children receive education, and literacy is universal. Further, the vast improvement in public health has meant that women have access to a full range of health services, including prenatal and postnatal care, children's health, and family planning options. If we include the many employment opportunities for women, who now make up 47.43% of the workforce, it should be no surprise that young Uyghur women are making clearer choices about their lives and that they prefer smaller families. The future is focused on quality population growth with a robust economy, a full range of educational and employment opportunities, and healthy children. The Belt and Road Initiative. In all of this, the most significant project is the Belt and Road Initiative, launched in neighboring Kazakhstan in 2013. The BRI has many dimensions, but Xinjiang is one of the linchpins. Nearly all of the long-distance freight trains running across the Eurasian landmass, and there are thousands of these trains now, run through Xinjiang. Major oil and gas pipelines from Central Asia run through Xinjiang. As a hub of the new Silk Road, Xinjiang's economy has been booming. While the figures for 2020 are a little lower due to the pandemic for the last 10 years, the economy in Xinjiang has grown at a rate of about 10% per year. I should add that the emphasis has been very much on high quality and green development, especially since Xinjiang's economic boom has benefited from coming relatively late and has been able to avoid many of the pollution problems associated with development elsewhere in the country in the 1980s and 1990s. As a sign of all this economic development, in 2018 and 2019, there were about 150 million visitors to Xinjiang, not merely from the other parts of China, but also from other countries. Conclusion. In relation to Xinjiang, a question remains. Why have the declining and fragmenting Western imperialists given up on the Dalai Lama and made Xinjiang the flavor of the month, deploying the old anti-communist playbook of atrocity propaganda? By now, the answer should be obvious. As a precondition to all human rights, Xinjiang is at last realizing the core Marxist human right to socioeconomic well-being or common prosperity. For Western imperialists, this is intolerable. To be sure, Xinjiang's immense strategic, political, and economic importance are also reasons, but the core reason is Xinjiang's clear move towards common prosperity. All of these developments have been the concern of Chinese research with careful assessments of how to deal with this frenetic effort at Western discourse dominance. There is a concern in these works that the influence of Chinese discourse has diminished somewhat as a result of Western efforts at atrocity propaganda. However, it is notable that Western efforts concerning Xinjiang have moved up, compared with earlier efforts, another notch or two. They are now based on pure fabrication, which is repeated ad nauseum, and is then enhanced once again. This extreme and frenetic level indicates that such an approach may well be running out of steam, as witnessed by the majority of countries and peoples in the world who are no longer persuaded or influenced by Western smears. In the case of Xinjiang, the most notable example is Muslim-majority countries who understand the reality in Xinjiang and support China's efforts. Not so long ago, these Muslim-majority countries were the target, and they are certainly not to be persuaded by the recent extremities of Western propaganda. To be added here is that in 2006, Sinopec announced the discovery of massive oil and gas fields in the Tarim Basin in Xinjiang, with more discovered in 2020. This is one of the largest reserves of oil and gas in Asia. To return to the question of stability, safety, and harmony, earlier I emphasized that the foundation of these deep cultural assumptions is economic development. I also noted a dialectic in which harmony was to be achieved through and not in spite of reform and development. Indeed, that greater stability would be achieved through such processes. The reference was to the decision of 2006. In light of the treatment of Xinjiang, it has become clear that stability and safety have also required resolute and consistent policies of anti-terrorism and de-radicalization. These measures are indispensable, but they are by no means enough. More substantially, realistic programs for full-spectrum economic well-being, the common prosperity of all nationalities in Xinjiang. That these long-term measures would improve the lives of all in Xinjiang should be obvious. That they have also enabled greater participation in the process of whole-process people's democracy should also be obvious. End of Chapter 9. Socialism in Power by Roland BOER. Chapter 10. Governing the Country According to Law. The Case of the Hong Kong Storm. Opening Remarks. The second case study that arises from my treatment in Chapter 8 concerns the rule of law, with a particular focus on the Hong Kong National Security Law that was promulgated in June 2020 and came into effect at the beginning of 2021. I do not see the need to reprise my earlier treatments of rule of law, so I will address directly the situation of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, SAR. The chapter begins with an overview of the longer history of Hong Kong as a part of China stolen by the British Empire in the 19th century, and its development as a trade hub of all manner of commodities, legal and illegal, and use as a lever to destabilize the rest of China, economically, politically, and culturally, through religious missionaries. The second part deals with the long and complex negotiations of the 1980s and 1990s concerning Hong Kong's long overdue return to the mainland, with an emphasis on the continual obstructions by the British imperial negotiators. This leads to a treatment of the innovative one country, two systems solution proposed by Deng Xiaoping, with reference to 3 SARs in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. Next, I move to the structural and economic problems of Hong Kong SAR since 1997, which developed a warped economy characterized by oligopoly capitalism, vast income disparities, sluggish economic growth, a polarized political landscape, and an educational system that sought to promote decaying Western liberal assumptions. These compound problems and tensions were the underlying causes of the Hong Kong storm that burst forth in 2019 to 2020, with unrest, riots, violence, and widespread destruction. This was also fanned by foreign interference that sought once again to use Hong Kong SAR as a destabilizing lever, now in terms of a color counter-revolution. The final part focuses on the comprehensive analysis and measures taken, including economic, political, educational, and media reform, although my particular concern is with the Hong Kong national security law itself. This was a comprehensive rule of law solution to the immediate problems, and with effective implementation, brought the unrest to a rapid end. The conclusion considers the longer-term goals of Hong Kong SAR's democratic reforms and economic development, and indicates that the pioneering project of one country, two systems has already gained valuable experience for the time when Taiwan Island, too, becomes a special administrative region. British colonial plunder. The earlier history of Hong Kong, which was stolen from China by the British Empire in 1841, has been told many times. There is no need to repeat the details of that history here, except to emphasize a few points. To begin with, the British Empire was in the process of establishing empire-wide drug trafficking, or international organized crime, as a lucrative source of revenue, knowing full well that the European desire for superior quality Chinese fine wares had absorbed most of the gold and silver mined in Latin America and filled the coffers of the Qing Emperor. The British were seeking a way to move the wealth in their own direction. Hence, the enforcement of opium as an item of trade on countries that were notably unwilling to engage in such trade, China included. The two Opium Wars, 1839 to 1842 and 1856 to 1860, and indeed the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom Revolution in the middle of the 19th century, were direct manifestations of and resistance to the imposition of drug trafficking. Further, as a colony of the British Empire, Hong Kong became a lever for destabilizing an increasingly weakened Qing Empire, with the coffers emptying due to the opium trade, with military defeat and endless incursions, more than 400, and open hostilities by Western imperialist powers at the height of their game. The economic, social, and cultural fabric of China had begun to unravel. The colony in the Pearl River Delta was a handy location for the British imperialists to engage in widespread destabilization. Although foreign residents in Hong Kong were ostensibly banned from the mainland, many loopholes were exploited. Economically, Hong Kong was a conduit for nefarious British products that passed on to the mainland, opium from elsewhere in the empire being the prime commodity. Needless to say, such a commodity fostered a deep rot within Chinese society. It should be no surprise that from the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom to the time of the Communist Revolutionary struggle, opium was banned by any movement seeking national liberation from imperialist domination. Culturally, the colony of Hong Kong was used to spread Protestant Christianity on the mainland. Before the 19th century, Christianity already had a long history in China, from the time of the Church of the East, or Nestorians, in the 7th to the 10th centuries CE, and then the Roman Catholics with Matteo Ricci in the late 16th and early 17th century. In contrast to the tendency towards the sinification of Christianity with these earlier efforts, the Protestant missions from the Hong Kong colony tended to be much more concerned with purveying Western European cultural values as part and parcel of their mission work. The colony was certainly a hodgepodge of misfits and freebooters, ranging all the way from James Legge, 1815 to 1897, who spent his years making translations of many Chinese classical texts and converted only one Chinese person to Christianity, to the flamboyant Karl Gutzlav, 1803 to 1851, who not only had a hand in Bible translations, but also had a knack for picking up local dialects, dressing in Chinese clothes, and ranging illegally far and wide in the southern parts and baptizing many Chinese people on the basis of the barest information about Christianity. Gutzlav was a man of many talents, whether as interpreter, imperialist administrator, spy, Bible translator, tract writer, and opium smuggler, ostensibly for the purpose of spreading the word. Unfortunately for Gutzlav, some of the Chinese people he sought to train as missionaries were themselves opium addicts, who simply sold the Bibles and tracts he produced for money to buy opium. Through these and many other experiences, such as the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, the largest anti-colonial struggle of the 19th century, and its adoption of a distinct type of Protestant theology, Christianity was increasingly seen as foreign teaching, completely at odds with Chinese cultural assumptions. Apart from often being the ideological carapace of Western imperialism, its promotion of ontological or outer transcendence contrasted with the relational connectedness of Chinese cultural assumptions. Many were the expressions of opposition to Christianity, whether the cruelly suppressed Yi He Tuan Boxer Rebellion of 1899 to 1901, or the anti-Christian movement between 1922 and 1928, which sought government control of the Christian schools throughout China and questioned the loyalty of Chinese Christians. In all of these developments, the colony of Hong Kong was explicitly and implicitly involved. Forced out of China's hands at gunpoint in the infamous Treaty of Nanjing in 1841, one of the many unequal treaties, it remained a colony from 1841 to 1997. With an interlude during Japanese occupation from 1941 to 1945. Despite expansions in 1860 to Kowloon and in 1898 to the New Territories, the colony was never granted any form of self-government or a trace of Western capitalist democracy. The governor was appointed directly from London, held near dictatorial power under direct authority of the British monarch, and appointed all personnel to local governing bodies, the Legislative Council and the Legislative Executive Council, of which the governor was also the head. The colony operated in terms of racial segregation, with Chinese people barred from living in certain areas, banned from public buildings, subject to a different legal code for punishments, curfews, imprisonment, flogging, and execution. In short, the British authorities implemented a policy of coercion, strictly controlled the press and publications, curtailed freedom of speech, implemented racial discrimination against Chinese people, and enforced harsh laws and punishments. In the 20th century, the colony continued its role as a destabilizer of the mainland. Many were the anti-communists who fled to the colony during the long revolutionary struggle and after the liberation of the mainland in 1949. At this point, however, we encounter a contradiction in the colony's function. On the one hand, the colony was born of anti-Chinese imperialist motives, so it developed a distinct tone of British arrogance and sense of superiority over and against other Asian peoples. This meant that the colony became an anti-China within China. On the other hand, the small territory's prime concern was trade and business, so it required a relatively stable environment in order to undertake such activities. As the 20th century unfolded, and especially after China was liberated in 1949, productive relations with the People's Republic were needed so that business could flourish. This growing divide would come to shape the colony's economic and political landscape, playing a major role in the unrest of 2019 to 2020. The contradiction was manifested at many levels. For example, the level of tolerance of anti-communists went only so far as allowing them a presence and a voice without endangering the fundamental commercial connections with the mainland. Yet this did not prevent an ever-increasing garrison of British imperial soldiers in the colony, and it certainly did not prevent waves of labor unrest. in 1924 to 1925, 1960, and 1967, due to atrocious working conditions and the ever-widening split between those who benefited handsomely from the colony's economic ventures and those who did the hard work to enable such ventures. It was only after the signing of the Joint Declaration on the 19th of December 1984 that half-hearted efforts were made to turn the colony into some form of capitalist democracy. These efforts were more in the way of an irritation to the mainland than arising out of any genuine concern for the people. Indirect elections to the Legislative Council were instituted in 1985, and somewhat more direct elections in 1991. The most notable effort was the highly controversial effort to booby-trap the return through the attempted political reform of 1995. Carried out under the auspices of the last governor of the colony, the proposed reform managed to violate the Joint Declaration, create opposition in England itself from those who saw it as undermining relatively good relations with the mainland, alienate the central government that had negotiated in good faith, and deeply polarized the social and political landscape of the colony before its return to China in 1997. In this failed effort, the last imperial governor had returned the colony to type. Hong Kong's colonial status ended as it had begun, as an Anglo-supremacist outpost designed to make money while trying to destabilize China. One country, two systems. This section focuses on the development of the pioneering and distinctly dialectical policy of one country, two systems. The policy was born out of a struggle as to how the colonies of Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan Island would integrate with the mainland, and how their distinct economic systems would work together in the context of a fully reunified and normalized China. In order to set the scene, it is necessary to provide an overview of the negotiation process concerning Hong Kong's return. Although the island itself was in territory leased in perpetuity, Kowloon and the many islets known as the New Territories had a lease that would expire in 1997. Footnote. While the total area covers 1,076 square kilometers, Hong Kong Island has 79.77 square kilometers, Kowloon has 11.7, and the New Territories 984.53 square kilometers. End of footnote. It should be noted that since liberation in 1949, the PRC has never recognized the unequal treaties that led to the seizure of the Hong Kong area. The return was simply a matter of time when the opportunity arose and when China had the internal struggle, the internal strength, and the will to ensure the return. That moment arrived by the time of the launch of the reform and opening up. Alongside the four modernizations and opposing hegemonism for the sake of peace, the reunification of China's ancestral land was high on the agenda. As Deng Xiaoping observed, the current situation, both international and domestic, is very favorable to the great cause of the reunification of our country. Further, the Chinese government has clearly proclaimed the general principles concerning the return of Taiwan and Hong Kong to the ancestral land. The negotiation process. The negotiations were, to say the least, quite arduous. Footnote. The following material is based on a detailed endnote on pages 373 to 376 in the third volume of the collected works of Deng Xiaoping. End of footnote. The remnants of British imperialism were reluctant to give up any ground at all. Initially, a couple of direct meetings in 1982 and 1983 took place between Deng Xiaoping and the English Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. These meetings were concerned with general principles. During a second stage, from July 1983 to September 1984, no less than 22 rounds of negotiations were held between negotiating teams from the two sides. Deng Xiaoping, the man known as a needle hidden in silk floss, has the distinction of having worn down someone no less than Thatcher and having not retreated a millimeter. Deng had proposed that China would recover the whole area of Hong Kong, that it would be a special administrative region, that Hong Kong people would run their own affairs, and that its capitalist economic and social system would be allowed to continue for the foreseeable future. There should have been no surprise on these matters, since they had been deliberated upon in the National People's Congress identified in Article 31 of the revised Constitution of 1982 concerning special administrative regions, and by early 1983 had been elaborated in terms of the 12 principles. Despite this clarity, Thatcher still tried but failed to insist that China should honor the former treaties, to which Deng replied that the PRC has never recognized the unequal treaties. The British also tried to resist China's claim to sovereignty over the entire Hong Kong area. On this, too, the British gave way, and in March 1983, Thatcher begrudgingly agreed to consider the transfer of sovereignty. Detailed negotiations could at last proceed, with delegations from both sides beginning the process from July 1983. They did not get off to a good start, with the British side refusing to relinquish administration and proposing the illogical idea that sovereignty could be exchanged for administration. 4 rounds of talks made no progress. By September of 1983, Thatcher had been ousted, and John Major had become the English Prime Minister. Deng intervened once again in September of 1983 and told Major in no uncertain terms that both sovereignty and administration would return to China, and that if the British side continued to be obstructive, China would institute unilateral policies for the return of Hong Kong. By the next month, the British side relented once again, and more substantive negotiations could finally get underway. They were not easy, as the 18 negotiations over a relatively short period of time indicate. It would be best to list the main Chinese positions and the British obstructions. Chinese position: 1. China would resume the exercise of sovereignty over HKSAR. British obstruction: continued objections and attempts to propose alternative wording. 2. HKSAR to have high degree of autonomy directly under central government authority. Obstruction: HKSAR should have maximum autonomy and thus not be under the control of the PRC central government. 3. Central government to control foreign affairs and defense with a garrison of the PLA stationed in HKSAR. Obstruction: repeated objections to PLA garrison in HKSAR. 4. HKSAR local government to be composed of local inhabitants with British and foreign nationals restricted to being advisors or hold posts no higher than the level of deputy secretary. Obstruction: British nationals should hold posts up to the highest level of the civil service. 5. Diplomatic representation at the level of consul general. Obstruction: British High Commissioner to be appointed to HKSAR. 6. Transition period to be managed by a joint Chinese-British body. Obstruction: obstruction to the establishment of a joint Chinese-British body and the concept of a transition period. 7. No changes to be made after negotiations were completed, with China reserving the right to abrogate any changes. Obstruction: China should accept any changes made after negotiations and take over the system intact. It should be clear by now that the Chinese negotiators had almost infinite patience, and that the British side was seeking to turn Hong Kong into a semi-independent or even independent entity under British influence and control. Given China's insistence on anti-colonial sovereignty, and that these measures would undermine China's opposition to imperialist hegemony, all of the British obstructions were rejected. At particular sticking points, such as the establishment of a joint commission for overseeing the transition period, Deng Xiaoping had to intervene to overcome the blockage. Eventually, the final wording of what would become the joint declaration included the following: the government of the People's Republic of China has decided to resume the exercise of sovereignty over Hong Kong with effect from the 1st of July 1997. The government of the United Kingdom declares that it will restore Hong Kong to the People's Republic of China with effect from the 1st of July 1997. Finally, on December 19, 1984, the heads of the two governments signed the joint declaration, which was ratified on the 27th of May 1985. Once this was in place, the careful and lengthy process of drafting the basic law of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China could begin. The drafting committee involved people from Hong Kong and the mainland, and through many rounds of public meetings and discussion received 80,000 suggestions from people from all walks of life. Almost 5 years later, it was completed, and the National People's Congress passed the Basic Law in April 1990. As we have seen earlier, even the Joint Declaration and the Basic Law did not stop British efforts to undermine the process, especially with the failed and highly divisive effort to institute wide-ranging changes in the political structures on the eve of Hong Kong's return to the mainland. The dialectic of one country, two systems. In the concrete circumstances of the enhanced project of reunification, Deng Xiaoping developed the innovative dialectical position, one country, two systems. The approach arises from the tradition of dialectical materialism as it encountered dialectical assumptions within China's own philosophical and cultural tradition, as Deng made clear. To clarify, the four-character phrase is actually a contraction of a fuller phrase with the more literal meaning of one country, two types of systems. At this point, a profound and perhaps willful misrepresentation has arisen among declining Western countries. They tend to see the systems in question in political terms, with Hong Kong SAR as well as Macau SAR and Taiwan Island having capitalist political systems, while the mainland has a socialist political system. Why is this a misrepresentation? For Deng Xiaoping and his comrades, the political reality is encapsulated in the phrase, one country. Hong Kong SAR is part of the overall governance system of China and thus an internal affair of China itself, and not the concern of other countries. This also means that China's rule of law and legal system provide the framework for Hong Kong SAR, and that its high degree of autonomy is derived from the central government and not inherent. In other words, Hong Kong SAR is part of one sovereign country with inviolable borders. It follows that the two systems refers to socioeconomic realities. Hong Kong, during its colonial domination, developed as a capitalist system within the British Empire. So also did Macau as a colony in the Portuguese Empire, and Taiwan Island under Japanese and U.S. imperialist control. Thus, for a reasonable period of time after returning to China, they would continue as capitalist microsystems encapsulated within but also distinct from the socialist economic system of China. The two systems means that within the one country, the main body of the country practices a socialist system, while Hong Kong and some other regions practice a capitalist system. Footnote. Although the translation is my own, I have added a citation to the English version for the sake of reference. End of footnote. It should be obvious that the two socio-economic systems are not equal in status. In many respects, this is a question of size. Hong Kong SAR is no larger than a mid-level Chinese city in terms of population, with Macau SAR little larger than a town. Only Taiwan Island would constitute, in terms of size, a province. Thus, the Chinese mainland's adherence to a socialist system is the prerequisite and guarantee for Hong Kong's practice of a capitalist system, and the maintenance of its stability and prosperity. Further, it is up to the main socialist system of China to designate a few special regions that can retain their capitalist systems for a while, even up to a century, while the bulk of the country would continue on the socialist path. Eventually, the special administrative regions, too, will join the socialist path. This is not to say that there would not be problems. It is a staple of Chinese Marxism that contradictions continue during socialist construction, and that such contradictions, specifically with regard to the special administrative regions, need to be managed so as to prevent damage from the capitalist SARs and ensure that they contribute even now to the socialist whole of China. At the time of writing, the sharp point in this formulation concerns Taiwan Island and U.S. efforts at aggravation. Deng's approach to the Taiwan question shows even greater flexibility, allowing for the possibility that the island would be able to maintain its armed forces for a while. But he also insisted that the PRC would never relinquish the option of using military means to achieve reunification and normalize the situation. In relation to Hong Kong SAR, Deng was fully aware of the risk of political disturbances In light of the belated effort to impose a semblance of Western capitalist democracy on Hong Kong SAR, Deng observed that no Western system can be copied in toto, and that the assessment of Hong Kong's SAR democratic development should not be assessed by a Western yardstick. Instead, it should be assessed by its own criteria in light of its own concrete conditions as part of the People's Republic of China. To emphasize this point, Deng indicated that the Hong Kong SAR administrators should be competent and committed to China, and that their selection would require a two-step process of initial elections by candidates who meet the above criteria and then appointment by the central government. These principles were fully enshrined in the Basic Law, which was promulgated in 1990 and came into effect in 1997. Finally, Deng Xiaoping was astute enough to foresee the potential for future disturbances well after the return of Hong Kong to China. The initial return may have been a manifestation of the dialectical materialist principle of the unity and identity of opposites, but the struggle of opposites would by no means disappear. In concrete terms, Deng knew full well that internal dynamics in Hong Kong SAR, aided and abetted by external forces, would seek to create problems. In short, he anticipated that Hong Kong's old rule as a lever deployed by foreign actors to destabilize China would no doubt return at some point. Thus, he insisted that the central government would, if needed, intervene in cases of sabotage and separatism to ensure stability, peace, and harmony. The deep-seated contradictions of a capitalist enclave. Earlier, I mentioned that the belated efforts by the last British colonial governor to undermine the political structures of Hong Kong through capitalist democratic reforms on the eve of its return produced deep divides and polarization. This is only partly true, for the failed measures simply brought to the surface existing contradictions and tensions. In this section, I identify the deeper contradictions that had developed in the colony, tensions that were then exacerbated after 1997. The colonial era. In terms of the economic base, Hong Kong colony was developed as a trading and financial hub in Asia, so as to advance British imperial interests. Opium was the first of many commodities traded through the port. The interest of the colony in the 19th century was to shift the balance of trade in the British Empire's favor through economic persuasion and military force. By that time, the British Empire, the last of the European empires, had learned the hard lessons from the first of such empires, the Dutch, and their VOC, or East India Company. The model entailed identifying and ensuring the supply of raw materials for the sake of what was then an efficient and a modernized industry in the colonial center. With low pay, long working hours, and high levels of machinery, finished products could be produced in British factories at a fraction of the cost of labor-intensive industries elsewhere. Ideally, the British fought tooth and nail for closed monopolies over both the sources of raw materials and the markets to which they sold the finished products. This was easier in parts of the world they had invaded and occupied, and where they had managed to enact genocide on the local populations. It was more complex in parts of the world, such as China, where they were unable to do so. The colony in Hong Kong became a transit point for the flow of raw materials and finished products for China and elsewhere in Eastern Asia. Much like the colony in Singapore, the port of Hong Kong became one of the busiest in the world. It also played a significant role in enabling the transit of certain items between other parts of the empire. Opium and tea are the most notable, but there were many others. With trade came the inescapable need for financial transactions. Currencies needed to be converted, banks and custom houses needed to be attuned to the flow of goods and personnel, and favorable conditions were required for their smooth operation. Hong Kong colony developed into what we would now call a special or free economic zone, with minimal taxes and red tape to encourage enterprises and a tolerance of the more shady types of business. It should be no surprise that the colony was also a hub for organized crime, especially since it was founded on imperial drug trafficking. When we turn to the relations of production, we find that class was overlaid with colonial and racial factors. The British ruling elite, inevitably drawn from the more derelict parts of the old aristocracy and gentry, is the most obvious manifestation of class dominance. It was, however, warped in the usual direction of colonial ventures. As Marx already observed in the middle of the 19th century, the profound hypocrisy and inherent barbarism of bourgeois civilization lies unveiled before our eyes, turning from its home where it assumes respectable forms to the colonies where it goes naked. Lenin, too, spoke of the manifest brutality of the most liberal and radical personalities of Free Britain when they were posted to the colonies. Beyond the British ruling elite, we may identify the following class fractions. To begin with, there was an aspiring group of Chinese business people. Over time, they were able to accumulate considerable amounts of capital and own significant tracts of the scarce real estate. During the colonial era, they were blocked from actual levers of power, but were granted subordinate roles in the ruling class structures. Their class consciousness as a subfraction of the ruling class was shaped by identifying with conservative strands of Christianity and with significant contact with Malaysian Chinese Christians, and by an effort to be more British than their colonial overlords. As a personal note, I have in the past been hosted by such people to an elaborate high tea at an expensive hotel, been treated to fish and chips and to scones and cream. This was during the initial phase of Hong Kong SAR after the return to China. Such a superficial and extreme Britishness was inescapably linked with a hankering for the colonial days and a virulent anti-communism. These manifestations of class consciousness seem absurd, for it was precisely this group that was systematically denied access to power and seen as inferior in racial terms by the British ruling elite. The contradictions of this identity were many, but perhaps the most notable was the growth of an internal racism. Among the more wealthy of Hong Kong residents, there developed a form of racism against people from the mainland they called the mainlanders, tu, a derogatory term literally meaning earth and thus uncultured peasants. Obviously, this term, also found on Taiwan Island, is overlaid with the class assumptions of comprador capitalists in relation to peasants from the time of revolutionary struggle and civil war. Here, the politics of script also played a significant role. The colony of Hong Kong, like Taiwan Island, insisted on continuing the use of traditional Chinese script, or at least the form of standardized script, before the reforms of the first part of the 20th century. Even though moves to what is known as the simplified script predate the reforms of the CPC, in Hong Kong colony the simplified script was seen as a communist plot to downgrade the language and cut off China's traditional roots. In education, literature, and culture, the traditional script in Hong Kong SAR was seen as the authentic script, and the simplified script an inauthentic one. If I add that the simplified script was also a crucial step towards universal literacy for common people, then it should be clear how much the advocacy of the traditional script was a manifestation of class and racial consciousness. These developments continued into the period when Hong Kong became a special administrative region, with claims emerging that a Hong Konger has a different national identity to Chinese. Workers in the colony of Hong Kong have not only found themselves sandwiched between these contradictions and tensions, but have also historically borne the region's prosperity on their backs. During the colonial era, the British made the most of the Qing Empire's increasing economic woes during the last stages of its decline and sought to attract laborers from the mainland to work in atrocious conditions. It suffices only to recall 19th century practices in English factories, so clearly presented in Engels as the condition of the working class in England and in Marx's capital, with extraordinarily long working days, child labor, poor conditions, overwork, and widespread maiming and death from lack of safety. In the colonies, it was even worse. To be added here is the fact that the colony of Hong Kong also attracted laborers from other Asian countries in the vicinity, who made up a subclass of partially employed workers, or rather semi-slaves, who worked as household servants for the ruling class, piecework laborers on the wharves, and hapless couriers for smugglers. Prostitution was also extremely widespread, with the women and men overwhelmingly drawn from countries other than the UK and China. At this level, the inherent racism of Hong Kong's colonial structure found its most virulent expression. They came in at the lowest rung below the British and Hong Kong Chinese and were treated accordingly. The SAR period. Contradictions there were aplenty, but Hong Kong managed to stave off a reckoning during the first couple of decades as a special administrative region so as to become known as one of the four Asian dragons. An outwardly open capitalist economy with minimal rules for foreign direct investment, coupled with one of the busiest hubs in the world for trade and finance, meant that Hong Kong SAR was dubbed the Eastern Pearl. Economic problems were brewing below the surface. To begin with, Hong Kong developed into what may be called an oligarchic economy with capitalist private ownership, and thus entered the stage of oligarchy capitalism. Footnote: In the following material, I draw on a very widely read study by Chung In Fu and Rin Chuan Pu, which was written in media res and thus responds to immediate developments with significant policy proposals, written in 2019. End of footnote. The economy was increasingly concentrated into four family enterprises. The largest is that of Li Kai-sheng, Li Jia-cheng, established by the patriarch of that name, born 1928, and covering an extraordinary range of businesses: real estate, ports, hotels, telecommunications, retail, energy, infrastructure, manufacturing, building materials, investment, life sciences, and media industries. The joke in Hong Kong SAR is that everyone begins working for Li Ka-sheng from the moment they open their eyes in the morning. The remaining three, Li Shua-ki, Li Jiao-ji, Cheng Yu-tong, Zheng Yu-tong, and Kwok Tak-sung, Guo De-sheng, have slightly less but still impressive coverage over real estate, energy supplies, banking, logistics, department stores, and public transport. Further factors that warped this oligopoly capitalism were the drivers to financialization and globalization as features of the now failed neoliberal experiment from 1978 to 2008. In Hong Kong SAR, the limited internal space for capitalist markets and the pressure towards a virtual or fictitious economy in terms of financial speculation led the area into becoming the key financial hub of Asia. This may have seemed like a beneficial development at the time, but it made Hong Kong SAR vulnerable to financial disruptions. The much-touted capitalist globalization actually meant a far greater role for U.S.-led capitalist oligarchs in the local economy. With significant investment and joint ventures, foreign business personnel increased their presence and influence, along with embassy and spying personnel. Far greater access to Western countries was provided for Hong Kong businesses, along with educational opportunities for their children. Through all of these activities, Hong Kong SAR's economy seemed to be booming. On the surface, the overall GDP and per capita GDP increased from 1997 to 2017. However, this growth was lackluster when compared with Macau SAR. HKSAR GDP 2000 USD 165.7 billion, 2018 USD 362.95 billion, percentage growth 119.04%. HKSAR per capita GDP 2000 USD 25,800, 2018 USD 48,700, percentage growth 88.76%. Macau SAR GDP 2000 US 6.72 billion, 2018 USD 54.55 billion, percentage growth 711.68%. Macau SAR per capita GDP 2000 USD 15,710, 2018 USD 86,400, percentage growth 449.97%. Macau SAR was clearly developing from a much smaller base than Hong Kong SAR, but we need to remember that the population of Macau today is 650,000, while that of Hong Kong is 7.6 million. The key lies in the percentage increases and in the per capita GDP. In 2000, the per capita GDP of Macau SAR was half that of Hong Kong SAR. By 2018, Macau had doubled that of Hong Kong. Further, the warped capitalist economy of Hong Kong SAR began to reveal its problems by early 2018, as the following graph indicates. For graph, see PDF. To interpret the graph, it concerns the changing pattern of GDP growth and decline from the first quarter of 2017 to the third quarter of 2019. Each tilted script at the bottom of the graph represents one such quarter of the year. Through 2017, the economy was clearly stagnating, but the real decline begins with the first quarter of 2018, with the GDP falling from about 4.5% growth in the first quarter to 1% by the fourth quarter. Importantly, this decline set in before the riots of 2019 and their profound economic effect. Thus, while the riots and violence contributed to Hong Kong SAR's economic troubles, sending it into recession by the end of 2019, they were not the cause of the difficulties. In other words, the manifestations of economic contradictions in the earlier decline provides the economic foundations for the riots and violence that began in 2019. Why did the stagnation and decline not begin earlier? Hong Kong SAR was hit by the financial turmoil in Asia at the end of the 1990s, by the SARS epidemic in 2003, and by the capitalist financial crisis of 2008 to 2009. Given its significant financialization and exposure to capitalist globalization, Hong Kong SAR was very vulnerable. By the late 1990s, the People's Bank of China came to the rescue when Hong Kong was under attack by financial speculators trying to undermine its dollar. The mainland once again ensured stability in 2003 and in 2008 to 2009 when many capitalist economies flatlined. The practice of the People's Bank of China was well established, and it was once again engaged in ensuring stability in Hong Kong SAR. These were, however, stopgap measures that were propping up an oligopoly capitalism that could not be sustained. A further factor on the mainland also played a role in the 1990s into the first decade of the new century. The region returned to China at the tail end of the wild 90s on the mainland. During this period and its extremely unbalanced and uneven development, there was a growing gap between rich and poor regions, illegal appropriation of village lands as cities spread, a whole new group of workers moving to cities for temporary labor, workers losing their secure jobs, scant concern for environmental matters, and a deep rift between the Communist Party and the common people, leading to corruption and little knowledge of Marxism. Even among leading cadres, Chinese scholars and policy documents have transparently assessed these problems and sought, at the time, many ways to address them. That many of them now have indeed been addressed is obvious, but at the time of Hong Kong's return, the process was only beginning. The mainland had its hands more than busy with the need to solve the many problems that had arisen, so it was able to introduce only stopgap measures to deal with Hong Kong SAR's challenges. By now, I have moved to the effects of the warped economic system in Hong Kong SAR on the common people. As with all capitalist systems, high polarization is to be expected. Hong Kong SAR provides an extreme example as the following statistics to illustrate. The wealth of the top 10 Hong Kong billionaires accounted for 35% of the region's GDP, while the number of people living in poverty was more than 20%, 1,376,600 of the total population in late 2018. At the same time, the Gini coefficient hit a half-century high of 0.539, which is in the zone of severe polarization and social unrest. Further, real estate prices had seen astronomical growth. For example, from 2004 to 2013, real estate prices rose by 135%, while per capita GDP rose only 28%. By 2016, the ratio of housing prices to incomes reached 18.1 times, making it the most unaffordable city in Asia for 7 consecutive years. Apart from the direct effect of cost of living on consumption, education also had become prohibitively expensive, let alone the cost of raising a child. By 2018, the cost of educating one child had risen to HKD 5.5 million. By way of example, when I first visited Hong Kong SAR a few years after the return, I noticed large gatherings of women who were sitting in parks and other public locations. When I asked my host what they were doing, he replied that this was the one day of the week when foreign domestic workers had some leisure time. Since they were paid so little, all they could do was meet in public, talk, and share some food they had brought along. This was only the tip of the proverbial iceberg. Organized crime remained a problem, prostitution was widespread, wages remained lackluster, and property tycoons kept a stranglehold on the region's scarce accommodation so as to ensure some of the highest prices in the world. I have seen homeless people forced to construct makeshift shelters on the roofs of high-rise buildings. It should be no surprise that young people in Hong Kong SAR, even with those jobs, were forced to live with their parents far longer than the norm. Many had little to no hope of finding reasonably paid work and became fertile ground for long-cultivated extreme views. To sum up, the development of oligopoly capitalism, financialization, and capitalist globalization, sluggish economic growth, stagnation, and then decline from early 2018, extreme economic polarization, astronomical housing costs, and a city full of the poor and homeless, and very limited opportunities for young people who stayed in the city. It is a surprise that the unrest, riots, and violence of 2019 to 2020 did not erupt sooner. The Hong Kong storm. Terrorism, extremism, and separatism. In the previous section, I outlined the economic contradictions of the capitalist enclave of Hong Kong SAR, since they provided the basis for the storm or wind and waves that erupted in 2019. I have done so since Chinese Marxist scholars work with a major methodological premise that arises from dialectical materialism. Contradictions internal to a process are the drivers of qualitative change, while external factors produce quantitative change. Of course, external factors can influence processes, but only when internal factors are in a state of tension, when opposites are engaged in struggle. This relevance of the methodological point should already be obvious in relation to the previous section, and it applies even more to what is to come. The storm. The events that unfolded in 2019 to 2020 are well known. I was in China when the violence erupted and noted that Chinese news services provided factual and comprehensive information about what was actually happening. By contrast, Western news engaged in a comprehensive distortion and misrepresentation in a manner that has become all too familiar. The riots, violence, and widespread destruction by the rioters, including the production and use of explosives and weapons, were ignored. Instead, the rioters were presented as peaceful protesters demanding Western-style democracy in the face of police brutality. Those who are familiar with this empire of lies could see what was happening, although those in Western countries who suffer from propaganda fatigue simply absorbed such lies into a distorted worldview. The excuse for the violence was a proposed amendment to an extradition agreement with the mainland, seeking to fill a glaring legal gap. From June of 2019, protesters hit the streets surrounding the Legislative Council building, the police headquarters, and other government institutions. Any site, including news services, and the city that represented integration between the mainland and Hong Kong SAR was repeatedly attacked with much physical damage. Hong Kong police officers were doxxed, meaning that they and their families were identified for attack on social media, their bank accounts and personal details hacked, and calls were made for violence against them. Politicians in the Legislative Council who were seen as favoring the mainland were targeted in a similar manner. Public infrastructure, such as metro stations and lines, as well as access to the airport and the Cross Harbor Tunnel, was also attacked, vandalized, and regularly shut down. In the process, some common people were killed. Not only were those attacks seen as an affront to the basic assumptions of stability, safety, and harmony, see the previous chapter, but they were also seen as insults to the country's dignity, as a direct challenge to the authority of the central government, and thus a serious effort to undermine the principle of one country, two systems. How did external forces seek to capitalize on the unrest? The contours of a color counter-revolution were soon identified. Footnote. I use the term color counter-revolution deliberately, since they are by no means revolutions. End of footnote. After the dress rehearsal in Beijing in June of 1989, many countries in the world have become all too familiar with the template of color counter-revolutions, as well as the intensification of violence, destruction, and death from the time of the 2014 Euromaidan coup in Ukraine. This was also the case in Hong Kong SAR of 2019, where Western politicians, ambassadors, non-government organizations, and funding bodies had already been active for some time in cultivating the anti-China forces in Hong Kong SAR. Footnote. In September of 2021, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs published a detailed list of acts of interference in Hong Kong SAR by the USA. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, 2021. End of footnote. Massive amounts of funding, logistics, spying, and training had been flowing into Hong Kong SAR for quite a few years. However, these efforts at external interference can have an effect only when internal conditions are ripe. Economic contradictions, see above, a vocal opposition with access to news and social media, and an ability to call up people for acts of disruption when needed. These internal contradictions were present in Hong Kong SAR, with the riots soon escalating to the level of seeking power through a coup. The economic damage that resulted from the riots, violence, and destruction was already evident after a few months. Tourism, commodity sales, services, and the stock market all experienced a severe downturn. Unemployment rose dramatically in what was soon termed an economic typhoon. Political causes. The manifold economic problems that provided the foundations for the Hong Kong storm were coupled with a number of political factors. These turned on the question, what is the most appropriate democratic structure for Hong Kong SAR? The answer to this question has two parts. First, for the first time in its history, Hong Kong began to develop a distinct form of democracy only after it returned to China. This democratic structure was developed through trial and error in light of its specific characteristics, and it was fostered by the central government in Beijing. Thus, the efforts of anti-China forces to establish a Western-style political system in Hong Kong SAR was a diversion from its natural course of political development. Second, a Western-style capitalist democracy as promoted by the anti-China forces would be an ill fit with the socialist democracy of the mainland. Now, one may argue that since Hong Kong SAR has a capitalist economic system, it should be able to develop a capitalist democracy. But this is where a contradiction arises within the framework of one country, two systems. Let me put it this way. While a socialist democracy develops in terms of non-antagonistic contradictions with a significant emphasis on consultative processes and depoliticized elections, a Western capitalist democracy is by nature antagonistic. Within this political structure, every possible item is politicized, becoming a political football so as to score points against the opposing political parties. This basic contradiction between two qualitatively distinct forms of democracy arose within the framework of one country. Further, the internal antagonism of politics in Hong Kong SAR was increasingly framed in terms of relations with the mainland. On the one side were businesses and bourgeois interests who saw the clear benefit of working smoothly with the mainland. By far, the main form of trade is with the mainland, and a vast number of mutually beneficial economic connections had developed apart from the mainland's notable efforts in coming to Hong Kong SAR's rescue in the late 1990s, 2003, and 2008 to 2009. On the other side were those who sought to seize power and separate Hong Kong from the mainland. Aided and abetted by Taiwanese and Western anti-China forces, they disregarded the economic and social cost and sought to inflict as much damage as possible so as to achieve their aims. Although this polarization had been long in the making, it reached an apogee in 2019 to 2021, resulting in an abnormal or lopsided political ecology. That this distorted political environment arising from the deep economic problems would be exploited by Western anti-China forces was to be expected. This political contradiction within the one-country framework would require an innovative solution, especially since Hong Kong SAR was the first region in the world to be administered in terms of one country, two systems. I will deal with the solution soon enough, but before doing so, a couple of other problems relating to the judicial system and education need to be identified. Judicial system and education. In terms of the judicial system, Hong Kong SAR still had a type of separation of powers analogous to Western political structures. There was also a prevalence of non-Chinese judges in the judicial system. For example, in the Hong Kong Court of Final Appeal, the appointment of 17 permanent and non-permanent judges in 2016 included only 2 Chinese judges. The remainder were foreigners, primarily British. Despite all the talk about judicial independence, it became clear from the time of the Occupy Central activities of 2014 that the judges would more often than not make decisions concerning protesters and police that reflected their educational, cultural, and political assumptions based on Western values. Decisions repeatedly favored anti-China forces and undermined trust in the judicial system in Hong Kong SAR. In educational settings, Hong Kong SAR inherited Western approaches focusing on the deceptive universal values promoted by the West and ignoring the specific features of Chinese and regional history and culture. Universities showed a distinct propensity to appoint lecturers and professors who espoused and deployed Western educational models and methods under the banner of freedom of intellectual expression. Needless to say, the socialist system on the mainland was denigrated in the process. In high schools, a major point of contention arose concerning the liberal education curriculum. The curriculum was quite flexible, with scope for teachers to fill the content with anti-China and anti-communist content. In the protests and riots, it was noticeable that a significant number of high school and university students took part, so it is no surprise that the curriculum and the teachers involved became the focus of attention in the much overdue process of curriculum reform that began in 2021. To sum up, the Hong Kong storm of 2019 to 2020 had deep economic roots in an oligopoly capitalism, a sluggish economy, limited opportunities for young people, a dubious judiciary, an unreformed educational system, and a profound contradiction between the non-antagonistic shape of socialist democracy on the mainland and the effort to establish an antagonistic Western-style capitalist democracy by anti-China forces. In light of all these conditions, the storm was in many respects overdue. Rule of law solution. The challenge for a workable solution within the framework of one country, two systems was immense. How would a non-antagonistic and harmonious approach to political structures be achieved, especially in light of the socialist and capitalist economic systems of the mainland and Hong Kong SAR? It is clear that the anti-China forces in Hong Kong SAR, on Taiwan Island, and in the West expected and indeed hoped for an intervention by the PLA garrison to restore order. A repeat of the events of 1989 in Beijing would play into the hands of anti-China forces. While the PLA garrison did undertake routine duties and followed the schedule of regular changes in personnel, it did not intervene. Notably, the central government and mainland police constantly stated that the Hong Kong SAR police were capable of dealing with the situation, although it was also observed that there were plenty of further resources should the situation get completely out of hand. Meanwhile, studies began to identify a full spectrum of problems that needed to be addressed. Economic proposals included the need to work hard so as to overcome the vast income disparity and sluggish economic performance, improve the role of governance in easing the cost of living problems, and develop further the integrated Greater Bay Area, including the centers of the Pearl River Delta, Shenzhen, Macau, Guangzhou, and Hong Kong. The project is well on the way to becoming a major global economic driver. Urgent, too, was the need for political measures to deal with the extreme polarization, along with comprehensive educational and judicial reform. The main theme that ran through these proposals was the need to improve communication and interaction between the central government and Hong Kong SAR, as well as a focus on Hong Kong people who love the country governing Hong Kong, so as to lead to productive and non-antagonistic relations. Footnote: Aiguo is often translated as patriotism or patriotic, although the word literally means love the country. It is different from 民族主义 or nationalism. End of footnote. Many of these short-term and long-term measures have begun, with some already implemented. However, the main solution was both unexpected and took anti-China forces completely by surprise. This was a rule of law solution, embodied in the Hong Kong National Security Law. This solution was unexpected only for those who have not paid attention to the significant developments in rule of law in governing the country according to law that have taken place in China over the last decade, and they would not have been surprised if they had considered the fact that Article 23 of the Basic Law had not been ratified by the Hong Kong SAR Legislative Council. The article states that Hong Kong SAR shall enact laws to deal with treason, secession, sedition, and subversion of the central government, as well as prohibiting foreign forces from interfering with internal processes and collaborating with groups that seek to do so. The anti-China forces in Hong Kong SAR had used all manner of tactics to prevent Article 23 from being ratified. Obviously, this loophole needed attention. Further, there were earlier analyses and policy decisions relating to Annex 3 of the Basic Law of Hong Kong SAR, which lists mainland laws that are also applicable and leaves room for additional laws. The crucial step forward had been the National Security Law of the PRC, which not only mentions Hong Kong SAR and Macau SAR, but should also, it was argued, be included in Annex 3 of the Basic Law of Hong Kong SAR. Obviously, the Hong Kong National Security Law of 2021 did not emerge from a vacuum. The process for producing the law itself was comprehensive and deeply democratic. There was an effective deployment of the relatively new consultative process for legislative development. Begun in 2014, the three-level system has national, provincial, and city levels with a focus on grassroots contact points. Footnote: this process runs alongside already existing democratic practices relating to elections for people's congresses and consultation through political consultative conferences, as well as significant grassroots governance. End of footnote. At this very local level, we find hearings, panels, feasibility studies, and more, so as to nurture proposals from the ground up as well as gain feedback for legislative drafts. The mechanism itself ensures a comprehensive process with the law of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic for protecting national security finalized and made public by the National People's Congress Standing Committee on the 30th of June 2020. The law would come into effect on the 1st of January 2021. The law itself is carefully crafted with most of the attention given to, as one would expect, judicial processes, police processes, stipulations for punishments, length of imprisonment, depending on the severity of the crime, ameliorated sentences, and the establishment of appropriate bodies to implement the new law. The last item is particularly important since a law needs robust mechanisms to ensure its uniform enactment. Apart from the National Security Commission, which plays a positive role in promoting the law, liaising with other bodies, overseeing the whole process with its channels of responsibility and oversight, there is also an Office for the Protection of National Security which works in connection with the local National Security Office, the Liaison Office, Commissioner of Foreign Affairs, and the PLA Garrison. Notably, while all personnel of the Office for the Protection of National Security in Hong Kong SAR are subject to the local laws, when carrying out the duties of this office, national laws take priority but do not override those of Hong Kong SAR. Why? This office deals with severe cases that involve foreign interference, matters that Hong Kong SAR is unable to manage, and major threats to national security. Article 55. In short, this is a careful and detailed improvement of the legal system of Hong Kong SAR in a way that aligns with that of the PRC. As for these specific crimes, there are 4. 1. Secession, or the crime of dividing the country, whether separating Hong Kong SAR or any other region from China, seeking to change the legal status or trying to put it under the jurisdiction of a foreign power. 2. Subversion, or the crime of incitement to overthrow the state, including overthrowing the Constitution, an organ of the central government, or Hong Kong SAR obstructing and undermining such organs of governance, and damaging places where these organs carry out their duties. 3. Terrorism, or the crime of terrorist activities, which, note carefully, includes violence against persons, use of weapons, destruction of infrastructure and its electronic control systems, and endangering public health and safety. 4. The crime of colluding with foreign or cross-border forces to endanger national security, which includes a full gamut of activities, such as obstructing the implementation of laws, interfering with internal political processes, imposing sanctions and blockades, and arousing hatred against China. The last category also includes foreign actors who are liable for prosecution. While it is easy to see how these crimes respond to the specific realities of the Hong Kong storm of 2019 to 2020, they are applicable across the country. In short, these crimes constitute treason, and one will find even stronger laws in many countries so as to safeguard national security. The Hong Kong National Security Law also stipulates tasks for the local government of Hong Kong SAR, especially in completing its internal security laws and reforming and strengthening the judiciary, education, media, publicity, public organizations, and the Internet. Apart from the obvious need to close loopholes in Hong Kong's system for safeguarding national security and cut off the black hands of domestic and foreign hostile forces, what is the ultimate purpose of this national security law? It is to maintain the prosperity and stability of Hong Kong SAR and to safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of its residents, since safeguarding China's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity is the obligation of all Chinese people, including those in Hong Kong. In other words, the law's purpose is to continue and indeed improve the practice of the 2 principles of one country, 2 systems, and Hong Kong people governing Hong Kong. I have taken some time with the Hong Kong SAR National Security Law, since it is a rather extraordinary and highly successful piece of legislation. After it came into effect at the beginning of 2021, the unrest, protests, and riots faded away. Nefarious foreigners and their money fled with unseemly haste, albeit not without an occasional self-righteous pronouncement. Ringleaders escaped where possible. The apprehended awaited their sentences, and, by far the most important, the ordinary people of Hong Kong SAR could finally breathe a sigh of relief and get on with their lives. While the new law generated debate concerning its relation with the basic law of Hong Kong SAR, many described the new law as the second return of Hong Kong, 25 years after the first return. Other reforms, of course, require continued work, ranging across education, media, internet, and above all in relation to economic matters. But it was this rule of law solution that is the most notable of all. As mentioned, it completely blindsided those who sought to use Hong Kong SAR as a lever to destabilize China. Had they paid attention to the significant developments in socialist rule of law and how governing the country according to the rule of law is a reality rather than merely an idea, they would not have been so surprised. Conclusion: the long term. Given the international attention to developments in Hong Kong SAR, I have attempted to provide a somewhat comprehensive case study of how socialist rule of law is practiced in China. This required an overview of Hong Kong's earlier history as an autocratically governed colony of the British Empire, delving into the long negotiation process leading to its overdue return to China in 1997, and the innovative policy of one country, 2 systems, analyzing the deep economic contradictions that had arisen during the first 2 decades as a special administrative region within China, and examining the storm that burst forth in 2019 to 2020, I gave particular attention to the rule of law solution via the Hong Kong National Security Law that was implemented at the beginning of 2021, since this law and its enactment is an excellent case study of how far socialist rule of law has developed in China. As China's Assistant Foreign Minister Le Yu-chung observed on the 16th of April 2021, Hong Kong is governed in accordance with the Constitution of the People's Republic of China and the basic law of Hong Kong, not the laws of other countries. Footnote: this comment has been reported on many websites, but see the report by China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Apart from the immediate success of quelling the riots and beginning the process of reestablishing the stability and safety of Hong Kong SAR, what have been the outcomes of the national security law? As far as we can see a year or more after its implementation, I would like to address two main features, one with a political focus and the other economic. Regarding the former, all eyes were focused on two rounds of elections. The first was for local elections on the 19th of September 2021, and the second for the 7th Hong Kong SAR Legislative Council held on the 19th of December 2021. The elections took place in light of the revised electoral policy, which was approved at the National People's Congress on March 2021. Elections would have three vectors: a widely representative election committee of 1,500 members. Footnote: the new election committee includes National People's Congress deputies, Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference members, Legislative Council members, university presidents, business leaders, professionals, workers, grassroots associations, small and medium-sized enterprises, mainland Hong Kong's people's organizations, and other representatives. End of footnote. Which would elect the chief executive and some delegates to the Legislative Council. Functional constituency elections with representatives from all sectors of society, and regional constituencies with direct election of candidates. Footnote: non-Chinese permanent residents, as well as residents from the mainland and Taiwan Island, are also allowed to vote, and up to 20% of the Legislative Council may comprise such persons. End of footnote. In vast contrast to the earlier turmoil, they proceeded peacefully and smoothly, electing 90 delegates out of the 153 candidates to the Legislative Council. Apart from noting the broad representation from all sectors of society, the political inclusiveness of a range of political parties and platforms, and balanced participation, I would like to note how the emphasis was on competence and quality of candidates rather than the extreme antagonism of previous elections. This was a move towards depoliticized elections, as Marx had already suggested. Such elections are more concerned with the expertise and experience of the candidates, and how their policies and proposals address people's lives and the development of Hong Kong SAR. Needless to say, this development, rather unique in a capitalist economic subsystem, but more in line with Hong Kong SAR's position within socialist China, meant that anyone advocating secession, subversion, terrorism, or colluding with foreign powers was excluded, while in Hong Kong SAR a specific qualifications committee ensures the suitability of candidates. The process itself is found in any political system so as to ensure that candidates are without dubious track records and commit to the well-being and improvement of the country in question. Has this led to a less representative electoral process? Not at all. As Carrie Lam, Lin Zhengyue, points out, the process has actually improved the range and depth of participation and representation. With the elections concluded and the new Legislative Council sworn in by January of 2022, it was finally able to address a massive backlog of legislation. In this light, it has been observed that the elections mark an important step forward in developing a democratic system that suits Hong Kong's reality and has Hong Kong characteristics. In relation to economic matters, scholars and policymakers have emphasized that a robust and consistent rule of law is an inescapable precondition for a stable business environment. The storm of 2019 to 2020 had been a great challenge to such stability, and the concern with measures following the national security law has been to ensure that Hong Kong SAR recovers and even develops further its pivotal economic role. But Hong Kong SAR cannot do so on its own, and it would not be able to do so if it returned to the warped oligopoly capitalism of earlier. Instead, the integrated and innovative move was to develop further the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area, with an initial framework agreement in 2017 and a development plan in 2019. The project took a new leap with the recently announced Qianhai Project, along with a host of associated projects, as part of the 14th five-year plan. The purpose of this enhanced project that encompasses the Pearl River Delta and its hinterlands is to leverage the strengths of each region, whether trade, finance, innovation, high-tech, or service, so as to overcome the shortcomings of others. For Hong Kong SAR, this project seeks to deal with problems related to its singular industries, insufficient development space, and narrow channels for research and investment by connecting with adjacent areas that can provide answers. At the same time, the other regions can draw on the experience and insights from Hong Kong SAR's financial and trade prowess. The result: not only do 70% of Hong Kong SAR's residents approve of the new developments, but massive investment has also pounced back into the region. In 2021, Hong Kong SAR returned to the top 3 locations of the world for finance, investment, and trade. Perhaps Carrie Lam, the former chief executive of Hong Kong SAR, can have the penultimate word. The purpose of the national security law, reformed electoral system, and the principle of people who love the country should govern Hong Kong is to develop the economy and improve people's livelihood, to maintain Hong Kong's long-term prosperity and stability, and to develop democracy and achieve good governance in Hong Kong. By way of a footnote, the implications for Taiwan Island should be obvious. Footnote: the interested reader should begin with the Chinese Taiwan website, in English at eng.taiwan.cn and in Chinese at taiwan.cn. End of footnote. The whole process of one country, two systems, involving both Hong Kong SAR as a more challenging prospect and Macau SAR as a role model, is a world first. The road is new, but the experience gained on the way, the wrong turns taken, and the correct roads found are providing invaluable truth from facts for the time when Taiwan Island also returns to China. End of Chapter 10. Socialism in Power by Roland BOER. Chapter 11. Party Building, Strengthening the Construction of a Marxist Party. Opening Remarks. The final case study that arises from Chapter 8 concerns party building, which is a key feature of effective leadership by the Communist Party. For a party of almost 100 million members, the level of organization for such an active communist party is beyond the imagination for those who live in countries with populations smaller than even the CPC. Building and strengthening the party, improving its theoretical knowledge in Marxism, leading on all fronts, building honest and clean governance, ensuring deep links with the masses, engaging actively with and deeply involved in communities and workplaces. These, and many more, are the tasks and responsibilities of party branches. The resources for these tasks are also immense, so I need to be selective. In this chapter, my interest is in base-level or grassroots party branches, since these are the foundation of the whole party. Attaching importance to and strengthening the construction of party branches is the distinctive feature of a Marxist party. Footnote: as with a few articles cited in this chapter, this is written by an anonymous journalist from the Xinhua Media Group, or Society. End of footnote. The first part analyzes in some detail the regulations for the work of branches of the Communist Party of China, which was issued in trial form in 2018 and is currently undergoing comprehensive testing and the gathering of feedback from concrete experience. While providing an overview of the regulations, I am particularly interested in 5 topics. A. The dialectical nature of party branches in the sense that resolute and unified adherence to the Central Committee is coupled with full-scale democratic practices, energy, and creativity. B. The 10 types of party branches which require some explanation and occasionally draws on personal experience. C. The tasks and responsibilities of such branches, especially since the regulations signaled a root and branch renewal of the base level, the very foundations of the CPC. D. Comprehensive democratic practices in terms of elections, consultation, and democratic supervision that has a spicy taste. E. The increased responsibilities of party branch secretaries, which I leave for a separate section later in this chapter. The second section of the chapter selects one type of grassroots party branch out of a large number, the enterprise party branch. I do so by drawing on the immense resources at the premier CPC site, Dangjian, which means party building. After a brief overview of the site's content and structure, I begin by analyzing some examples of branches in non-public enterprises before turning to the comprehensive Marxist educational activities of grassroots branches in state-owned enterprises, since the centenary of the CPC was celebrated on the 1st of July 2021. The material I have researched primarily concerns historical study and activities in a number of different branches. The final topic of this section deals with the fact that the working masses, industrial workers, miners, railway employees, and so on, are the members of enterprise branches, and that a major responsibility concerns the well-being of the staff and working masses in the enterprise. The third and fourth sections concern the party branch secretary and the role of trade unions. The branch secretary is a major concern of the regulations, but I have held the treatment to this point since there has been a distinct focus on improving the skills and qualities of such secretaries. After dealing with the regulations on this matter, I turn to two insightful pieces, the first of which identifies the main problems that arose from appraisals of branch secretaries and the solutions in terms of identifying potential secretaries, nurturing and training them, and assisting branch secretaries in the many tasks of theoretical improvement, engagement with production, and decision-making in the enterprise, and assisting branch members in all respects. The other study is an anonymous first-hand account of a new party branch secretary and the challenging tasks of renewing and growing the branch. The final section of the chapter broaches the topic of trade unions in a socialist system, especially since such a role is somewhat more difficult to understand for those who are accustomed to the antagonistic nature of class-based struggles in capitalist systems. Here I draw on a key report from the All China Federation of Trade Unions, which is a must-read task for all who are interested in the topic. Regulations for the work of party branches. In 2018, an important trial document was made available by the CPC's organization department entitled Regulations for the Work of Branches of the Communist Party of China 2018. Although this text is the focus of discussion in this section, let me set the context. After the CPC's 18th National Congress in 2012, but especially after the 19th National Congress in 2017, a spate of new regulations were promulgated. All of them initially appeared in trial versions to be implemented but also tested on the ground and subsequently revised into final form. For example, in June of 2015, a trial version of regulations for the organizational work of the Communist Party of China was published. Footnote: the various regulations mentioned in this paragraph can be found at www.gov.cn. End of footnote. It would take almost 6 years for the final version to be approved. In April of 2021, on the way, an enormous amount of engagement and feedback was produced so as to ensure that the final text reflected the well-considered contributions from all levels. Of course, the text will be revised later in light of further practice. Many other trial and, in some cases, final versions of regulations have appeared relating to grassroots organizations of party and state organs, grassroots organizations in state-owned enterprises, rural work and grassroots party organizations in the countryside, elections in regional organizations, elections in grassroots party organizations, United Front work, grassroots organizations in institutes of higher learning and party schools, protecting the rights of party members, the work of the Central Committee, organizational structure of the CPC, responsibilities of party members, education of party members, disclosure of party affairs, party building in PLA branches, and the Discipline Inspection Commission. It is by no means possible to analyze all these texts, since this would take me too far from the present task. Thus, my main analysis concerns the party branch regulations, to my knowledge still in trial phase, but where necessary I will also draw on other material. While these are the first fully articulated regulations in this form in the history of the CPC, this does not mean there was an absence of earlier guides and measures for party building. A careful study by Shi Xiang 2019, shows that the process began already at the CPC's Second National Congress in July of 1922 and has developed since that time. At the same time, there has been a renewed emphasis since the CPC's 18th National Congress in 2012 on strengthening the construction of grassroots party branches. Footnote: one may also trace a concern with party building in Xi Jinping's earlier reflections from 1983 and 2005. End of footnote. The process for developing the draft regulations under analysis here began in July of 2016 under the auspices of the CPC Central Committee's Organization Department. Over the next 2 years, there was an immense amount of in-depth investigation and extensive feedback. To give an idea of how extensive, there were more than 2.3 million characters filling theoretical and historical research materials, 40 research reports, 151 party branch investigations, interviews with 861 party branch secretaries, 30,000 questionnaires, and many, many expert discussions. The concerns of the regulations include strict self-governance, strengthening the party's organizations and political functions, ensuring that the branches are the party's bastions or strongholds in struggle, and consolidating the foundations of the party's long-term role at the helm of the state. The trial document seeks to combine both inheritance with innovation, thereby passing on the valuable experience of constructing party branches accumulated in the course of revolution, construction, and reform. At the same time, they need to be problem-oriented and solution-focused so as to deal with concrete issues that need to be addressed while ensuring they are in line with actual operational needs of base-level party branches. The regulations contain 8 chapters, beginning with general principles and then focusing on organizational setup, basic tasks, working mechanisms, organizational life, party branch committees and branch secretaries, leadership and safeguards, and finally supplements. In analyzing this material, I will give more attention to items of interest for the theme of this book as a whole. Dialectical nature of party branches. At a theoretical level, the principles of party branches, Article 3, reflect the very nature of communist parties. Footnote: in each of the regulations, the preamble mentions 1. The 4 consciousnesses, as in political consciousness, consciousness of the overall situation, consciousness of the core, and consciousness of alignment. 2. The 4 confidences, as in confidence in the road, theory, system, and culture of the party. 3. 2 safeguards, meaning to safeguard the General Secretary as the core of the Central Committee and the whole party, and to safeguard the authority and unified leadership of the Central Committee. End of footnote. There are 5 principles. 1. Resolute adherence to the Marxist-Leninist tradition as it has developed in China from Mao Zedong thought to Xi Jinping thought on socialism for a new era. 2. The role of and obedience to the Central Committee with the General Secretary at the core. 3. The inescapable need to be deeply engaged with and immersed in the masses through the mass line. 4. Democratic centralism as the nature of party governance and the need for inter-party democracy. 5. Giving full play to the creativity and initiative of party branch members. For those accustomed to either-or oppositions, these principles may seem like impossible combinations. How can obedience to the decisions of the Central Committee be coupled with the innovation and enthusiasm of party branch members, or indeed the practice of inter-party democracy? The key lies in the dialectic of democratic centralism, in which democracy is enhanced through centralism, and centralism can function fully only with robust democratic practice. The obverse is that excessive and individualistic democracy leads to the authoritarianism of local leaders and branch secretaries. In short, this means that democracy is controllable but not overflowing and disorderly, while centralism is energetic but not rigid and arbitrary. This is by no means the only time that Marxist dialectics is invoked. For example, in the important regulations for safeguarding the rights of members of the Communist Party of China, it is emphasized that party members should correctly understand and implement the dialectical unity of rights and duties, and the exercise of rights must be premised on fulfilling obligations, assuming responsibilities, and aiding by discipline. The chapter on organizational setup stipulates the minimum and maximum number of members in a branch. Minimum 3, maximum 50. The processes for establishing new party branches, dissolving branches that are no longer functional, and adapting to changing circumstances. The last item is of interest since it concerns the nature of party branches in projects with a specified time limit. such as construction projects in China and abroad, such as projects under the auspices of the BRI. In these cases, the project must last more than 6 months for a temporary branch to be established for the duration of the project. Further, where a branch has less than the minimum of 3 members, it should join with another branch, although no more than 5 small branches should do so. Types of party branches. By the 3rd chapter, we arrive at the main types of party branches and overviews of their tasks. Here I will go into some more detail, partly for the sake of explanation, and partly due to the insights provided into the workings of party branches. Village party branches. The main tasks in these absolutely vital branches is to take the lead and be deeply involved in the rural revitalization strategy. Footnote: the National Strategic Plan for Rural Revitalization 2018 to 2022 was proposed in February of 2018 by the Office of the Central Leading Group for Rural Affairs, approved by the CPC Central Committee at the end of May in the same year. End of footnote, which is now concerned with moving from the abolition of absolute poverty achieved at the beginning of 2021 and focusing on the task of achieving common prosperity. Footnote: so important are the tasks of village party branches in rural revitalization, as well as being one of the CPC's main constituencies, that 2 further sets of regulations have been promulgated relating to rural work and to rural grassroots organizations. End of footnote. Notably, this involves an increased emphasis on developing the collective economy, not merely because village lands are collectively owned, but also because the decisions and economic benefits are collectively shared within the villages. Footnote: I can only cite some representative studies here, since the topic of village party branches, their vital work in poverty alleviation, and the renewed emphasis on the collective economy requires a separate study. End of footnote. It also entails fostering village-level governance in which the party branch is involved, but operates independently. Communist party branches. The communities in question are those in towns and cities where one finds local clusters of people living in clearly demarcated areas. For a foreigner who has lived in and visited many such communities, they are like villages within the city. Shops, schools, medical facilities, and so on are all found in the community, and the local administration deals with housing maintenance services and much more. The task of the Communist Party branch is both to consolidate the party's governance role and foster base-level social governance. Again, the two are not mutually exclusive but complement one another in terms of grassroots democracy. The party branch in communities should be involved in all tasks relating to the community and take the lead in integrating resources so as to improve the well-being of the masses. Party branches in state-owned and collective enterprises. These types of branches are perhaps better known outside China, since the state-owned enterprises are the core drivers of China's economy, hubs of innovation, and a pillar of strength for the party itself in following the socialist path. Footnote: the state-owned enterprise grassroots party branch also has a distinct set of regulations. End of footnote. However, here, the type of branch also includes collective enterprises. These types of enterprises may be in rural areas or regional cities focused primarily on agricultural production, or they may be cooperatives that have developed in larger centers. In all these cases, the party branch's tasks include immersion in the productive role of the enterprise, participating in major decision-making where permitted, improving the workplace culture so as to strive for excellence, and ensuring the collaborative engagement of staff and workers. Party branches in institutions of higher education. This type of branch I know best from personal experience. One finds them in schools and departments, with some, as in a school of Marxism, involving all teaching staff and being large branches, and others being smaller branches within the university's subdivisions. Given the importance of education in China's long tradition, the vital role of universal literacy and quality education in socialist countries, and the constant need to nurture generations of communist intellectuals, the CPC gives significant attention to educational institutions. The tasks of higher education party branches mentioned in the regulations include ensuring that educational policy is implemented, that Marxism provides the framework for all teaching and research, that Marxist, theoretical, and political education is taught well across the higher education institution, and ensuring the completion of research and teaching tasks. Footnote: These tasks are part of the educational reforms begun when Hu Jintao was General Secretary of the CPC and have been enhanced during Xi Jinping's tenure. These comprehensive reforms are aimed at ensuring that Marxism is the overarching framework for all teaching and research, and that schools of Marxism are the nerve centers of universities. I have dealt with these matters in a couple of earlier publications. There are also specific regulations dealing with grassroots party organizations in institutions of higher education. End of footnote. There is also an emphasis on students' ideals and beliefs, with the connotations of confidence, belief, and faith in Marxism, and cultivating them through virtue. Footnote: the four-character phrase used here is li de shu ren, which is literally untranslatable. It means the cultivation of the young, shu means tree, through de, a very ancient term in China that was central to the teaching of Confucius. Its semantic field includes virtue, moral behavior, social ethics, cause, and so on. The frame is collective and social, through which the individual flourishes. End of footnote. Party branches in non-public economic organizations. The reader will immediately note the terminology used here, literally non-public economic organizations. After a decade or more of the reform and opening up, more and more enterprises arose that were not state-owned. Footnote: for example, in the Special Economic Zone of Shenzhen, an inspection tour by the city's CPC Party Committee and Party School provided significant input into how party branches should be developed in non-public enterprises. End of footnote. But the term private enterprise is too narrow to encapsulate the many forms of non-state-owned enterprises. These include privately run enterprises, community-run enterprises, community-run non-enterprise units, and so on. Hence the terminology of non-public. Party branches, of course, exist and have grown in these types of enterprises, and are tasked with ensuring adherence to state laws concerning workplace practice, working democratically on the shop floor to ensure workers and staff move forward together, safeguarding the legitimate rights of all workers, and developing a workplace culture that ensures the success of the enterprise. Needless to say, these non-public economic organizations must also be part of the 5-year plans. Party branches in social organizations. Social organizations are non-economic in contrast to the previous type and include the mass organizations with histories that go back to the period of revolutionary struggle, as well as the many social organizations that have arisen since that time. These organizations are yet another crucial part for party branches to engage with the masses. This type of branch has a greater emphasis on developing political knowledge and identity through educational activities, fostering the engagement with social governance through grassroots democracy, and meeting the need for common or public responsibilities and services. Party branches in public institutions. Public institutions are specific Chinese entities, which are service organizations focused on public welfare and engaged in education, science and technology, culture, health, sports, and so on. While funded by the government and established by state organs, they are distinct legal entities, and not state organs themselves. Footnote: they are subject to the civil servant law of the People's Republic of China, which was initially promulgated in 2005. With the most recent revision in 2018. End of footnote. Party branches in public institutions play a more overt leadership role, participating in discussions and making decisions on important issues. A major reason is that public institutions are talent-intensive and knowledge-based, with direct influence on China's path of development. Branches in all levels of party and state organs. The category of state and government organs should be obvious. The many bodies that undertake state administration and exercise state powers, such as the People's Congresses at many levels, state council, judicial bodies, public security, and so on. But what are party organs? These are the permanent bodies that operate under the auspices of the CPC. As one example among many, the CPC Central Committee has a whole department with subdivisions devoted to international diplomacy with communist and workers' parties in other countries. In other words, where a person's full-time job is in a party organ, then it follows that there will be a branch in that organ. The tasks of such branches include building teams of party members, managing and supervising them, and assisting administrative heads in completing their tasks, and improving their work style. Footnote: a separate set of regulations applies to grassroots party organizations in party and state organs. CPC Central Committee, 2019. End of footnote. Branches for mobile party members. Mobile, literally circulating or flowing, party members are those whose work takes them to different parts of the country or even internationally on a regular basis. Although this is a relatively new category of party branch, the solution is quite straightforward. When such a member moves for a while to a new area, the former branch where he or she was located will inform the new branch, so that the member in question can be attached to the nearest branch. To enable such a process, the framers of the regulations had in mind locations or organizations such as industrial or business parks, chambers of commerce, trade associations, administrative bodies in other parts of the country, and so on. These would also function to assist with the mobile party member keeping in touch with and being connected to party branches. In these cases, careful attention should be given to the mobile members' patterns of study, life, organization, and regular democratic evaluation. They are still expected to fulfill their duties, exercise their rights as a comrade, and give full play to their skills in contributing to the party. Branches for retired cadres and workers. The final category of retired comrades not only witnesses to the sheer size of the CPC, since there are a good many comrades who have retired from their work but are still comrades, but also to the reality that the contributions and involvement of such members differs according to capabilities. Where possible, retired members need to continue with study, participate in the organizational life of the party, participate in discussions and planning, and contribute actively. On a personal note, I have met a few retired members who are still active in the party. They can contribute from their wisdom and experience and can undertake educational roles, take part in the process for assessing probationary members, and participate in events of interest to retired cadres. This is not to say that retired comrades are shunted away to a type of party retirement home for the branch, for retired members is very much integrated within the party as a whole and subject to the district party committee. Tasks and responsibilities. Although I have indicated the main tasks and responsibilities of these types of branches, there are also some core tasks common to all branches. These include resolutely following and implementing CPC decisions and policies, continuously studying Marxism so as to improve the theoretical and practical abilities of comrades. Footnote: so important is the continuous education of party members that a separate set of regulations applies to this practice. End of footnote. Recruiting and training prospective party members, abiding by rule of law when engaging with state organs, and putting forward proposals for improving party building. Others include ensuring stability and harmony, improving work style, and enhancing the work of the enterprise, village, community, or organ. At the same time, each type of party branch has a main emphasis depending on its context. To quote, "In the village and community party branch, the emphasis is on the overall leadership of all kinds of organizations and work in the village and the community. For party branches in state-owned enterprises and collectively owned enterprises, the emphasis is on participating in decision-making on major issues of the enterprises in accordance with regulations. For party branches in higher education institutions, the emphasis is on strengthening ideological and political guidance and laying a solid foundation for students' ideals and beliefs. For party branches in non-public economic organization, emphasis should be placed on uniting and bringing together the staff and working masses to promote the healthy development of enterprises. For party branches in social organizations, the emphasis is on educating and guiding the staff and working masses to enhance their political character. For party branches in public institutions, emphasis should be placed on participating in important decision-making, fostering the growth of talents, and promoting the development of undertakings. For party branches in party and state organs at all levels, The focus should be on working in service centers and team building. For party branches of mobile party members, emphasis should be placed on undertaking political study and leading a good organizational life. And for party branches of retired cadres and workers, the emphasis is on guiding retired members to play a role in light of their own reality. 2018. Finally, the text constantly uses the terminology of the masses, since it is precisely at the level of base-level party branches that party members are drawn from the masses and have the closest connection with such masses. My overall impression from studying this material, along with personal experience with members of some of these party branches, is that the CPC is deeply enmeshed with the common people and the masses. This is not, as in some Western countries are wont to misrepresent, an effort to control all levels of life. Instead, the deep enmeshment with the masses of the people is a core feature of how any communist party should work. The organizational life of party branches. The two middle chapters of the regulations concern the working mechanisms and organizational life of the party branch. Here I summarize the main points and then focus on the practices of inter-party democracy. Party branches meet once per week on a pattern of 3 branch meetings and 1 study session per month. Although daily interaction among comrades is the norm, the branch meetings form the backbone of its activities. Minutes are kept, local issues and projects are discussed. Documents from the Central Committee and Regional Committee are studied along with plans for future projects, supervision of existing projects, and assessment of completed projects. Any Communist Party member who has participated in branch meetings will be familiar with this approach. These specific issues may differ, but the mechanisms are the same. Other party structures are also stipulated in the regulations, including the monthly plenary or general membership meeting, the party branch committee in larger branches, which also meets at least once per month, group meetings for branches with a scattered membership, and 2 important annual meetings, the organizational life meeting and the meeting for democratic appraisal of party members. These 2 processes may be joined in a single longer meeting. The organizational life meeting has 3 stages. The principal focus of the organizational life meeting should be determined beforehand through a process of careful study, heart-to-heart talk, and listening to opinion. The meeting itself should identify problems, engage in criticism and self-criticism, and clarify the direction of reform and rectification. After the meeting, measures for reform and rectification should be formulated and then implemented one by one. The democratic appraisal of party members seeks to assess their party character or spirit in relation the party oath and the expected standards of party members. In particular, democratic appraisal takes place according to the procedures of individual self-appraisal, mutual appraisal, and democratic appraisal. Further, the party branch committee meeting or a general meeting of party members shall, on the basis of the appraisal and daily performance of party members, put forward opinions on the appraisal. Comprehensive democratic practices. The mention of democratic appraisal may raise a question for some readers. How is this democratic? And where is the voting? Let me address the question of elections and voting first. This should not be a mystery. Voting on proposals and decisions is standard procedure in party branches. Articles 11 and 21 of the regulations also stipulate voting procedures for the monthly plenary meeting, which concern accepting probationary members, electing delegates to higher-level party congresses, establishing party branch committees, electing branch secretaries and other posts, and so on. We also find specific regulations devoted to election procedures in base-level or grassroots party organizations and for regional bodies such as party congresses and committees, with careful stipulations as to the number of members present to qualify for a legitimate election, number of candidates in relation to posts to be filled, processes for electing delegates to committees and congresses, and the relations between direct and indirect elections. However, democracy in a socialist system is far more than simply voting. It also includes democratic appraisal or supervision, consultation, and concern with the well-being of party members. As we have seen, Democratic appraisal involves criticism and self-criticism, or, in more detail, self-appraisal, mutual appraisal with another comrade, and overall criticism by all branch members. These practices of democratic supervision are also widely practiced in the communities and workplaces where branches operate. In these situations, farmers, workers, and common people who are not party members have the opportunity to appraise the work of the branch. As the saying has it, these meetings often have a spicy flavor in which the party branch members sweat as though eating a fiery bowl of chili. Consultation is an ingrained feature of socialist democracy in China, and it is also found in party branches in their very mode of operation. A particular form is found in what is called heart-to-heart talks, by which is meant frank and sincere discussions in which one can trust that a comrade has one's own well-being in mind and is not seeking to put you in your place. Obviously, this requires practice and a working atmosphere in which honesty and forthrightness are the norm. To quote, "A party branch shall often carry out heart-to-heart talks. Heart-to-heart talks should be frank and sincere, seek to exchange ideas and opinions, and help comrades improve. Further, party branches need to pay attention to analyzing the ideological and psychological condition of party members, especially those who have undergone major changes in their families, or encountered major difficulties, or have serious problems in their physical and mental health." CPC Central Committee 2018, Article 19. These measures include careful work with party members who have undergone disciplinary procedures and show adverse reactions. For those accustomed to Western compartmentalizing of various aspects of individual and social life, only elections would be seen as democratic, while the other two might be seen as consulting and pastoral care or counseling. By contrast, in the context of Communist Party branches, they are all aspects of democratic practice. From my own experience of such processes, they are among the most democratic of any that you will find anywhere in the world. Notably, these practices are safeguarded by a robust system of the rights of party members. Grassroots enterprise party branches. In this section, I would like to deal with the concrete realities of one type of branch, the enterprise party branch, in a little more detail. A major reason for doing so is that in previous chapters I have devoted some attention to the activities of industrial party branches in the Soviet Union and the DPRK. Footnote, I also have a significant interest in village party branches, but the scope of this topic requires a separate study. End of footnote. My primary source is the central and major CPC site called Dangjian, which simply means party building. Footnote, the web address is www.dangjian.cn. End of footnote. Many are the subdivisions from the main page, whether important news, theory, publications, the journal Dangjian, study space, and so on. My concern is with one of those subpages concerning the Enterprise Party branch. As with other sub-pages, the material is limited to 250 items that have been collated and selected from sources across China concerning party building. Even with these limitations, the items go back barely a year. Thus, they provide rolling snapshots, if I may put it that way, of the most recent emphases in party building. A consideration of the section in a week or a month would provide yet another snapshot. The Enterprise Party branch is one type of base level or grassroots branch, which are described as the party's stronghold or bastion amidst grassroots social organizations and the foundation for all the party's work and combat effectiveness. CPC Central Committee 2021, Article 13. The term base level or grassroots is a catch-all term that includes a number of branch types, including enterprise, village, state organ, educational institution, scientific research institute, neighborhood community, social organization, base level discipline inspection commission, and so on. In total, there are 4.6 million grassroots party branches. An overview of the Enterprise Party Building section reveals articles on both state-owned enterprises and non-public economic organizations, non-public enterprises, as they are also called. In the articles, some of the more topical themes that emerge include party branch leadership in relation to the Winter Olympics of early 2022, assisting Shanghai, dealing with the Omicron variant of the novel coronavirus outbreak in April of 2022, and party history in the wake of the CPC's centenary in 2021. More abiding themes concern the role of party branches in the continuing reform of enterprises. so as to improve and enlarge their core role in the economy and become world-class enterprises. The improvement of technological self-sufficiency and green development, involvement in rural revitalization, stories of everyday workers who are party members and thus role models, and party building itself. Out of this collection, I would like to deal with 3 themes: non-public enterprises, educational practices, and everyday workers, working masses. Non-public enterprises. Almost every week, enterprises take the initiative to come to the door and apply for the establishment of a party organization. These are the words of the Party Working Committee Secretary in Changsha High-Tech Zone in Hunan Province. The obvious question is why the management of a non-public enterprise would seek to establish a party branch. The answer is that party branch members in such enterprises typically take the lead in work teams and make significant contributions to management decisions. In the early days of such branches, the policy was to keep the branch separate from the enterprise's operations. While party members would seek to play a vanguard role in the enterprise, the branch would deal with branch matters and the enterprise with business matters. It was soon found that such an approach was by no means ideal, so the emphasis shifted to integrating the two. The result? Party branch members become increasingly the backbone of production and business operations, with the converse effect of strengthening the party branch. This also includes a role in enterprise decision-making. As the article by He Yang indicates, this integration of the party branch and the non-public enterprise saw a couple of other developments. First, branch members became involved in the well-being of the working masses, assisting in terms of emotional and psychological concerns, life needs, and ideological understanding. This approach also influenced the management approach to workers, thereby developing a healthy soil for the whole enterprise to improve. We have already seen this dimension in the regulations for party branches, but in that document, the concern with well-being was focused on branch members. In the example of Changsha High-Tech Zone, the practice has been extended to all workers. The second feature is also a step forward from the regulations, which stipulated the need for branch groups where members were scattered geographically. In this case, we see the development of what may be called chain party branches. Given that a high-tech zone has a large number of enterprises that are all related, the innovative step has been to connect the party branches in the different enterprises through industry chain party committees, so as to produce a higher level of integration in the zone itself. A comparable example in quite a different enterprise environment comes from Pingliang City in Gansu Province, which has developed a red pilot industrial chain among non-public economic organizations. These include Pingliang Red Cattle, a distinctive breed, Jingning Apple, greenhouse vegetables, traditional Chinese medicine, and 9 other enterprises primarily concerned with types of agricultural production. In this situation, the party branches in these enterprises have been linked through specific party committees and developed what is known as a party-building alliance across the enterprise chain. In both examples, the one high-tech and the other agricultural, the integration between party branches and non-public enterprise chains strengthens both. As He Yang observes, practice shows that when party building is solid, so also are the productive forces and motivating forces. And when it is strong, so also is competitiveness and creativity. The red gene, party branch education. Many of the articles concerning enterprise branches deal with education activities for the members. What I find most significant about this material is that the educational activities concern workers in railway construction, steel companies, energy enterprises, aerospace, tourism, and agriculture. I will return to this emphasis at the close of this section. Most items refer to the education programs around the CPC's centenary, which took place on the 1st of July 2021. Even with this specific concern, it is possible to discern a pattern, the sheer scale of the activities, the effort to target them for the specific industry in which workers are engaged, and the implications for the future. In terms of scale, I will give a couple of examples. China Tourism Group's Party Committee oversaw 3,627 study sessions for grassroots branches, along with 129 specific activities such as knowledge contests, speech contests, and short video competitions. Given the specialization of the group, it organized more than 100 educational tours to more than 300 Revolutionary Red areas and education bases across the country. In the process, 63 state-owned enterprises were involved, with nearly 100,000 people undertaking the educational tours. The examples could go on, such as activities for the 100,000 employees and cadres of China Eastern Airlines, 93 party organization reading classes, 360 special party classes, 160 special promotion materials, 1,500 Red education courses, youth learning online group classes, all for more than 600,000 people. Given the nature of the enterprise, every week it organized 1,000 flights carrying 100,000 passengers to Red sites and 16 airports in old Revolutionary base areas. Other workplaces preferred less in terms of sit-down study and travel and focused on active and appropriate engagement. For example, at Sinopex, Lean Fen Coal Bed Methane Branch, they had a system of topic learning plus topic workshops plus self-study plus dialogue lecture. While there were educational classes and each party member had some reading to undertake and make notes, activities included on-site visits to a local martyrs cemetery and a local revolutionary base area, musical performance, speech contest, and a fingertip classroom with many resources on their phones. Different again were the activities organized among the 29 party organizations in the state-owned enterprises of Tongren City, in the Wuling Mountains, in the northeast of Guizhou Province. This is an area of minority nationalities such as Miao, Tujia, Dong, Gelao, and Man, who make up half of the total of the population. Apart from the necessary study sessions and reading, the fact that the area itself is an old revolutionary base meant that a range of other activities could be undertaken. These included immersive-style Red reading days, making the most of the material presence of revolutionary struggle, live explanations, and interactive experiences. The Qingming Festival, Tomb Sweeping Day in commemoration of ancestors, recalled the revolutionary martyrs, including those involved in the war of resistance against Japanese aggression. Virtual reality technology was deployed for phones and computers so that more than 5,000 local party members could retrace the Long March or read a daily column on party history. Public cultural activities were also held, such as speech competitions and a performance by the famous and culturally significant Fangjin Shan Song and Dance Troupe. Obviously, the approach to educational activities varies depending on the nature of the enterprise and the type of employee, but I note again and again that they are so often tradespeople and workers, such as those in the China Railway Bridge Bureau, State Grid, Binzhou Power Supply, Delong Iron and Steel Company, a non-public enterprise, Sinopex Linfen Coal Bed Methane Branch, or China Huaneng Green Energy. Each of the educational programs I have mentioned in this section, and they are merely representative of countrywide activities, gears the whole process to this specific context. These may involve finding inspiration from a history of doing a good job, improving output, ensuring 100% safety, and enhancing the enterprise, but they may also involve finding historical examples so as to spur on the need to deal with very concrete matters such as inadequate water supply, replacing or repairing dilapidated dwellings, building new schools, enabling remote villages to engage in selling their unique products online, or providing proper recreation and rest areas for retired workers and party members. In fact, the items here are drawn from the report on Tongren City, which has only recently abolished absolute poverty in all its areas. Working masses. As I have already mentioned, common terminology found throughout the material I am presenting here includes masses and staff and working masses. In the second term, it is both the managerial staff and workers who work together and constitute the masses. Indeed, a party branch motto is, "I do practical things for the masses." Of course, there is always a risk that such words become part of a stylized and expected vocabulary, but I have been struck time and again that the terminology is used quite carefully in the material studied for this chapter. For example, a study concerning China Communications Group workers expressed concern that with the COVID-19 pandemic there were delays in paying wages and that they may become unemployed. The enterprise introduced two measures, which are called literally keeping watch on the money bag and broadening the path of new employment. These are enterprise-wide integrated digital platforms that cover industrial workers, information registration, labor service entry, attendance statistics, and wage settlement and payment. Further, the Party Committee has been working hard at ensuring that workers have good living conditions. A model for such arrangements is the modern apartment compound in Hengji, Dongguan, which includes a collective inspection office, accommodation, catering, health facilities, and entertainment. The community includes a workers' canteen, shops, hairdresser, and a local hospital. There are also places for fitness activities, entertainment, reading, and psychological consultation. The living environment includes measures to improve green coverage so as to reduce dust and ensure that workers enjoy a comfortable living environment. Another example includes Anshan Iron and Steel Group in Liaoning Province in the northeast, where the Party Committee rolled up its sleeves and got to work on issues of concern for workers. These included the development of smart mines, in which every item from heart rates of miners to earth displacement monitoring was integrated, streamlining on-the-job training and education, improving the working environment of underground control centers, so as to include modern rest and eating facilities, ensuring the dust removal equipment in the blast furnace area was replaced, so as to keep the air clear, removing snow in winter on the steep slopes of the accommodation community so that retired workers did not fall, and updating the system for recording shifts and payment by working closely with the pay office. These may sound like mundane tasks, but they are issues that directly affect the daily lives of mining and industrial workers. Notably, it is the party branches and the Party Committee that took the initiative in all cases. In fact, a key task force was established, with the backbone made up of party members, so as to be the main force for giving full play to the exemplary and pioneering role of party members, and guide them to take the initiative to tackle key problems and promote the in-depth development of various types of work. The examples could go on concerning miners, steel workers, railway workers, car industry workers, and so on. Of course, these fit the traditional image of the worker for communist parties, but it is important to note how involved and enmeshed the CPC is with such workers, who make up a significant part of the membership. Further, the reason why the items I have studied and presented here are posted on the party building website is that they seek to provide models and examples from which other party branches and committees may gain inspiration and seek to emulate or even surpass in the well-known tradition of communist competition. The Party Branch Secretary. Although the regulations for the work of branches of the Communist Party of China also contain a significant chapter on party branch executives and party branch secretaries, I have held the treatment of this material until this point, since I would like to elaborate somewhat on the enhanced roles and responsibilities of the branch secretary. In regard to party branch executives, the regulations stipulate that a branch with more than 7 members should elect an executive, which has a term of office for 5 years in village and executive branches, and 3 years for all other branches. Detailed guidelines are provided for the election of such executives and their tasks. As for the party branch secretary, the position carries considerable responsibility and entails a significant workload. It is worth quoting the article concerning the qualities and expectations of a branch secretary. Quote, "A party branch secretary should possess good political character, ardently love party work, have a specified level of policy theory, capabilities in organization and coordination, and skill in mass work, be bold in taking on tasks, willing to contribute, take the lead in displaying a vanguard and exemplary role model, have high prestige among party members and the masses, and generally should have more than 1 year of party standing." End quote. CPC Central Committee 2018, Article 23. Election to the position of party branch secretary takes place at a plenary or general members meeting, although the election also needs to be approved by the regional party committee. Where needed, a higher level committee will appoint a branch secretary, and while some qualities of a branch secretary are common, others are specific to the type of branch. Given the particular skills and experience needed for a branch secretary, there is an emphasis on identifying those who would make good branch secretaries, on training procedures, and developing a reserve of quality secretaries who would be able to fill posts where needed, of course. With responsibility comes accountability, so the regular supervision and evaluation of the branch secretaries is an obvious need. In elaborating on the role of the party branch secretary, I would like to discuss 2 insightful articles. The first concerning the increased skills and training required for grassroots branch secretaries in the new era, and the second an anonymous account of a new branch secretary in a small enterprise branch. The first article provides a more overall picture, beginning with the acknowledged limitations of many branch secretaries who had become used to the older way of doing their job. The limitations identified are 1. Insufficient theoretical understanding in the sense that the political task of the party branch secretary was seen as distinct from the enterprise's economic concerns. 2. Lack of integration of party building in the enterprise's production and management, which is obviously related to the preceding point. 3. Low level of political theory, which is partly a problem arising from lack of time for adequate study, but may also be seen as a result of laxness concerning the importance of political theory in the wake of the wild 90s. 4. Insufficient knowledge of and familiarity with the party's structures, working mechanisms, and work style, leading to lack of confidence in party building. 5. Lack of initiative, which is partly due to the part-time nature of the role, but also because branch secretaries were moved to new posts too frequently, with the result that much of their time was spent becoming familiar with the new environment. In sum, these points identify the main reasons why state-owned enterprise party branches had over time become weakened, diluted, deficient, and marginalized within enterprises. The article goes on to offer proposals for improving the skills and qualities of branch secretaries. They begin with proposing stricter and higher criteria for identifying, training, electing, and appointing branch secretaries, as well as clarity concerning discipline and dismissal. The qualities mentioned here accord with those in the regulations, such as being competent in their convictions, politics, responsibility, ability, and conduct, but also include the courage to take on responsibilities, already have an outstanding track record, and, notably, do not bear grudges and are not afraid to offend where needed. Further requirements involve the need for constant study to improve the level of theoretical and political knowledge, and indeed to set an example and encourage comrades under their care to do the same. Continuous training on the job and honest assessments of difficulties faced. Objective and fact-based, rewarding the good and punishing the bad. The related focus on tolerating and correcting mistakes wherever possible. Proper remuneration for branch secretaries, especially with increased workloads, and the need to find ways to relieve the pressure on those who are part-time. Develop the necessary skills so that branch secretaries can engage competently with production and enterprise activities. And finally, the quality branch secretary should also be a person who has the ability to show genuine care for comrades and other workers, and thereby gain their trust. Of these proposals, it should be noted that there was a renewed drive for party branch secretaries and state-owned enterprises to ensure that party leadership is integrated into all links of company governance, and party organizations are embedded in company governance structures. Indeed, major management decisions need to be reviewed by the party branch and committee where there is more than one branch. We need to be careful here, for this is not a measure designed to replace the decisions of the enterprise's directors or board of governors, since this must remain autonomous. Instead, it is the task of branch secretaries to ensure adequate review and to make suggestions through processes of full-scale consultation, while the final decision is up to the directors. By now, it should be obvious why there has been a push to identify potential branch secretaries at an early stage, train them, and build up a reserve of competent secretaries. This approach needs to be calibrated very carefully indeed, since there is always a risk that deeper involvement with production and management means that the branch secretary may become yet another person on the managerial staff. In this light, the emphasis should be on the position of secretary of the grassroots party branch first and foremost. The second anonymous text has been widely published on the internet and comprises 5 brief essays by a relatively new enterprise party branch secretary in a small branch of 5 members, with 1 application for membership in the pipeline. Although the branch itself does fall under the auspices of a regional party committee, these essays were written between 2015 and 2020. So, they reflect at an immediate and personal level the changes underway. Some items are familiar, such as the need for assiduous group and individual study so as to improve theoretical and practical knowledge in Marxism, the need for clean and honest governance, the increasing integration with production and management, it is a railway enterprise, and concern for the practical needs of all the working masses. All of these items include honest and robust assessments of this grassroots branch's shortcomings and how they should be improved. 2 items are worthy of more attention, the first of which concerns democratic evaluation. I have mentioned this process earlier, but here it takes place in the context of improvements in the physical environment, study, activity room, book corner, and other infrastructure, and elections, with an emphasis on strict process, data preservation, and division of labor among the elected members. The initial appraisal of comrades after the new branch secretary was elected to the position took place during an organizational life meeting, in which the members one by one offered genuine self-criticism, and in the spirit of the redder the face, the more the sweat, they carried out earnest and serious criticisms of one another that were designed to help. The purpose of such activities is significant. The process of open and earnest criticism seeks to bring about unified thinking, build consensus, improve feelings, and promote the party's work. If I may add a personal observation, at about the same time as this piece was written, I noticed among my colleagues who were party members that criticism and self-criticism sessions were in the process of being restored to their central role in democratic appraisal. Many went through the nervous process of getting red-faced and sweating, with some struggling to come to terms with what they encountered. Others adjusted to the arduous process and found it certainly enhanced openness and honesty among comrades. The second point in these reflections concerns mass work. The author notes that only 2 of the members are also involved with mass organizations, with the sense of groups and organizations with a mass character. Such organizations, countrywide there are 22 in all, include women's federations, trade unions, youth league committees, disabled persons federations, literary and art federations, and science and technology associations. They have a deep history in China going back to the revolutionary base areas before 1949 and are an inescapable feature of the CPC's enmeshment with the masses. The author notes that the branch's mass engagement is by no means sufficient, especially in terms of involvement with mass organizations. Although these mass organizations have leadership and organization independent from the CPC, involvement of branch members is crucial. Lack of involvement for this branch has meant that the organizational structures of the local mass organization are relatively weak and that it has met infrequently. Obviously, this lack needed to be addressed with a conscious and carefully planned approach. How so? The process of party building, organization, work, and development would be integrated with that of the mass organization. The reason is that the mass organization is the assistant and reserve army of the party. A further and significant reason is that it is precisely through the mass organizations that engagement with other workers takes place, strengthening the protection of their rights and benefits, creating a better atmosphere in their homes, and implementing further measures for their well-being. The role of trade unions. This treatment of involvement by party branch members in mass organizations brings me to the final question of trade unions in China, especially since the All-China Federation of Trade Unions is one of the core mass organizations. What is the role of trade unions in a socialist system? In capitalist countries, trade unions are at the forefront of antagonistic struggles with the capital-owning class. Communist parties in capitalist countries have historically been deeply involved in trade unions and have waged class struggle through that involvement. But what about socialist countries, or rather those on the socialist road with a communist party in power? The topic requires a study on its own, but I would like to address the question through an important article that summarizes the main emphases and the work of the All-China Federation of Trade Unions. Apart from the ongoing process of improving and strengthening the theoretical and political education of workers in Marxism, I would like to emphasize a number of features from this article. First, it uses the term laodong, which may be translated as a laborer. This is the more overarching term that includes many different types of work, which now number well over 300 in the constantly updated government register. The more specific gongren designates industrial workers of the type that I have been discussing in my treatment of the Enterprise Party branch. That said, in light of the nature of trade unions, industrial workers have a particular emphasis in this study. Improving technical skills and thus the quality of careers, 140 million have benefited by the end of 2021, enhancing ideals and convictions and promoting the desire to take on responsibility and daring to innovate. Second, over the last 5 years, there has been an increased emphasis on model workers, model enterprises, and craft persons. In the history of communist parties, this is by no means new. for they have always sought to identify role models to which other workers and enterprises should aspire. As history shows, however, the risk is that model workers are attributed with near superhuman feats that are impossible to emulate, or that so many workers become models that the category becomes somewhat meaningless. Notably, the renewed emphasis in China on model workers concerns common laborers going about their everyday tasks. It may be a safety inspector in a power grid, a solitary station master on a railway line in the remote mountains, a young teacher working in a small village in the mountains, and so on. Further, the emphasis on the craftsperson, recalling the carefully honed skills and pioneering efforts of independent innovation of past eras, is part and parcel of filling in the very few gaps in China's complete industrial chain. More than filling gaps, the notion of the craftsperson is also concerned with the wholesale innovation that has seen China leap ahead in more and more areas. Third, great emphasis is placed on improving the quality of the working environment, living conditions, and daily lives of laborers. As we have already seen, these tasks overlap significantly with the tasks of grassroots party branches and party committees, which includes the improvement of the cultural and spiritual dimensions, with many a cultural center and activity. Finally, trade unions are concerned with safeguarding the rights of workers. Anyone involved in a trade union will immediately recognize this core role. But what does it mean in a socialist context? Workers need their rights at work protected, have a safe working environment, be paid on time, and in accord with their labor, a socialist principle, and feel that they are gaining from the process of reform and economic development. These points are highly relevant not merely in light of the now past period of the wild 90s, when working conditions declined and there was greater job insecurity, but also today for migrant workers, literally farmer workers, who come from the countryside to the cities, those who are overworked, and new workers. Protecting the legal rights and institutional guarantees of workers requires proactive measures, such as the comprehensive monitoring system throughout all of the many union branches so as to deal with the main concerns of workers: employment and re-employment, income distribution, social insurance, social assistance, labor security rights, and interests of workers in new forms of employment. In relation to rural migrant workers, we find that there has been a notable strengthening of measures to protect their rights, improve their degree of organization, carry out extensive legal publicity and public welfare legal services, participate in the winter campaign to eradicate wage arrears, promote the settlement of wage arrears, and help migrant workers secure their wages and benefits so as to achieve stable employment and social integration. Given that a significant number of trade union members, including those retired, were still living in poverty in 2017, the concerted and targeted action of trade unions lifted 5,498,700 poor working families registered with trade unions out of poverty, increasing their disposable income by 19.61%. It is difficult to avoid being impressed by such achievements and concerns. I would like to conclude by considering the aim of promoting harmonious labor relations. From a broader perspective, this emphasis is part of the default non-antagonistic contradictions of socialist systems, as well as the drive towards a harmonious society. In the more specific terms of labor relations, these have not always been particularly harmonious, and Chinese workers have a tradition of being vocal about conditions. The approach of trade unions is to tackle these issues directly. As I have noted in the previous paragraph, comprehensive monitoring so as to protect workers' rights and institutional guarantees, preemptive work to prevent the contravening of such rights, and taking strong measures when they have been contravened, advocating rigorous enforcement of China's strict labor laws, and ensuring that workers benefit in concrete and material terms from China's development. These are all measures designed to improve labor relations. To be noted here, too, is an emphasis on comprehensive consultation as a constitutive feature of China's socialist democracy. and the robust processes of democratic supervision that should have a spicy flavor. Grassroots democratic participation by workers is an absolute must, since harmonious labor relations are never a given and must always be promoted. In sum, labor is an honor and a duty highly valued and respected. The task of trade unions at all levels is to go deep into the grassroots and factory floors, so as to protect the rights of laborers, enhance their skills and benefits from economic development, and ensure in full the quality of life of laboring families. Trade unions have a history in China of working towards these goals, and where needed, will take vigorous action where the goals have been contravened. Conclusion. In this chapter, I have sought to give an insight into the comprehensive process underway of strengthening party building in the CPC. My primary concern has been the base level or grassroots party branches, since these are both the most foundational and give the best insights into the whole process. On a more personal note, I have a deep interest in the local party branch and in the role of the branch secretary, although I have, for the sake of space, considered only the enterprise or industrial branch. Many other types of branches could be studied, although I have indicated a distinct interest in the village party branch and its role. What strikes me again and again through this research and through personal engagement in China is how deeply engaged and enmeshed the Communist Party is with the many different types of working masses. It is truly comprehensive, or functions in all respects, from workplace concerns to retired cadres, from insisting on the rights of workers to quality of life at home, from a high level of Marxist knowledge to the practical concerns of socioeconomic and cultural well-being. Clearly, the responsibilities of a regular branch member are significant, but this is especially so for the party branch secretary. On top of the demands expected of a part-time secretary who also has a job, family, and social network, the responsibilities and increased skills expected mean a heavy workload. The literature I have studied recognizes this problem and suggests ways to ameliorate these expectations and pressures. At the same time, it should be no surprise that the party branch secretary, and indeed the rank-and-file member of a branch, has a high level of social appreciation and respect. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Conclusion. Communism and the Common Good. In this conclusion, I seek to draw together some of the key themes that have emerged in this study of the history and theory of socialist governance. These themes may be divided into two broad categories: those that constitute developments from the initial theoretical principles of Marx, and especially Engels, and those that have been significant developments in light of concrete practice. As mentioned in the preface, I have been selective in my analysis, focusing on socialist countries that I know and have researched over the years. Apart from Marx and Engels, my concerns have been with the Soviet Union, the DPRK, and China. Many other specific locations or case studies may also be studied so as to round out the picture. That said, the Soviet Union and China do constitute two of the major countries in which socialist governance has experienced the most significant developments, while the DPRK provides a very useful test case, since it is so often ignored in analysis. Enmeshed governance, one of the most significant principles that emerged from the rather extensive reflections by Engels on the state and the forms of socialist governance that may emerge, is that of enmeshed governance. For Engels, the very definition of the state as it had existed hitherto is a separated public power that is alienated from and antagonistic towards society. By contrast, a public power within a socialist system would stand in the midst of society. The organs of governance would be very much part of society, not alienated from society. For Engels, any such reality could not be called a state in terms of his definition. It is for this reason that I have preferred the terminology of socialist governance rather than socialist state. However, by the time the Bolsheviks began to see a realistic possibility of gaining power through a proletarian revolution, and especially after the October Revolution, they began to use terms such as proletarian state, socialist state, and proletarian socialist state. It was Stalin who, perhaps realizing what was at stake in reappropriating the term state, pointed out that it was a qualitatively different state, never before seen in human history. While one may quibble about his use of terms, this statement is factually correct. It was an enmeshed state, and one cannot understand it if one uses the tired framework developed in light of the Western European form of the state, for which the odd term nation-state has come to be used. In other words, the state-society distinction does not apply to socialist governance. The detail of the reality of enmeshed governance emerged through my analysis of the primary party organizations, PPOs, in the Soviet Union. Emerging in the early days after the October Revolution, the PPOs were not really consolidated until after the successful conclusion of the counter-revolutionary Civil War and the massive party-building exercise of the early 1920s, with large numbers of new members, many of them workers. The party branches in industrial enterprises became intimately involved in what I have called consultative democracy on the factory floor. Such consultation was usually robust and highly critical of management, and at times, as with Zinoviev and his Leningrad base, some PPOs sided with an opposition figure as they were carefully persuaded to rejoin the party's mainstream. The PPOs became vital for the party's engagement with industrial workers. The PPOs would propagate Central Committee policies, while at the same time providing invaluable feedback and proposals to the higher decision-making bodies. Throughout all of the tumultuous turns of the 1920s and 1930s, the PPOs became one of the main manifestations of enmeshed governance in the Soviet Union. In the chapter on the DPRK, I found a comparable process in the Chongsan-Ri method in agriculture and the Taiyan method in industry. Developed in the early 1960s during comprehensive on-the-spot visits by the Korean Workers' Party leadership, they developed approaches tailored to the specific concerns of agricultural and industrial collective enterprises. While specific details differed, the underlying principle was the same. Vocal, critical, and constructive proposals from the collective farmers and industrial workers provide invaluable advice from those who know firsthand what the work requires. Strict implementation of the central leadership's decisions and plans, which had been developed in light of farmer and worker involvement. As with the PPOs in the Soviet Union, I framed this approach as a type of consultative democracy. For the situation in China, a similar theme emerged in the chapter in party building. In this case, I was concerned with the reforms dating from the CPC's 18th National Congress in 2012, which was also the beginning of Xi Jinping's tenure as General Secretary of the CPC. Apart from describing the main types of party branches, their organization and workings, and the enhanced roles of party committees and especially party branch secretaries, I focused on base-level or grassroots branches in both non-public and state-owned enterprises. Indeed, the reforms themselves devoted considerable attention to strengthening grassroots party branches in all areas, since these branches are the backbone of the Communist Party. In terms of grassroots party branches in enterprises, these are made up of industrial workers, who thereby have intimate connections with their fellow workers, the working masses. The strengthening of these branches entails continuous and assiduous study of Marxism-Leninism, clean and honest governance, clear electoral processes, democratic supervision with a spicy taste, and concern for the well-being of comrades. While party members were already known as exemplary workers on the shop floor, there was also a renewed emphasis on being part of the process of enterprise decision-making, working hard to ensure harmonious relations between staff and workers, seeking to improve the enterprise's overall innovation and performance, and notably, concern for the material and cultural well-being of all workers. The final item takes distinct form depending on the enterprise, whether workplace conditions, timely payment of wages, living conditions, the status of retired workers, and psychological well-being. Through all of these activities by party branches, it becomes abundantly clear that the Communist Party is deeply enmeshed within the masses of common people. In each of these examples, it can be said that the state is in a very concrete sense withering away, as long as we understand the state in terms of separated public power. Through being enmeshed within society, socialist governance is, as Engels already proposed, a public power that stands in the midst of society. Other instances of consultative democracy can also be mentioned, such as the Democratic Front for the Reunification of the Fatherland in the DPRK, and its role in selecting candidates for elections to the Supreme People's Assembly, or the many levels of People's Political Consultative Congresses in China, or the vital role of grassroots democratic practices in China, or the mass line that provides foundations for all these activities. In regard to China, I have analyzed these practices in more detail in my earlier work, Socialism with Chinese Characteristics, a Guide for Foreigners, 2021. Depoliticized governance. The second theme that emerged in my treatment of Marx and Engels begins with Marx's brief comments on depoliticized elections. These observations, made in response to Bakunin, would come to have enormous significance in the history of socialist governance. Marx points out that the economic foundations play a crucial role, and that the political parties and actors that emerge from a capitalist system will inevitably express the inherent antagonisms of capitalist economic relations. Antagonistic politics is the result, with the whole system geared towards confrontation, political point scoring, and destroying one's opponent. Obviously, this is the context in which a proletarian revolution gains traction. But what happens when we have a socialist economic system as the foundation and the concomitant non-antagonistic relations between classes? Depoliticized elections and, indeed, depoliticized governance. In one respect, the whole history of socialist governance may be seen as a gradual realization of how this may work. To be sure, there were moments of antagonism, such as the ever-changing opposition groupings in the Soviet Union of the 1920s, the purges of the late 1930s, or the disastrous and chaotic deviation of the Cultural Revolution in China in the later 1960s and early 1970s. At the same time, we began to see stipulations for elections in terms of competence, experience, and merit. These emerged in the Soviet Union during the promotional campaigns of the later 1930s for an electoral system relating to the regional Soviets, and especially the Supreme Soviet. Although the final shape of these elections would entail a retreat from multi-candidate to single-candidate elections, the principle of merit for office had been identified. By the time we come to the maturing political system in China, it is very clear that competence for office is the prime criterion for being elected. My analysis of the reforms relating to party branch secretaries in the CPC brought this to the surface. In these cases, the required competence or merit is comprehensive, theoretical knowledge of Marxism, Leninism, significant practical experience, clean and honest governance, ability to engage with decision-making processes where appropriate, nurturing party branch members, fostering projects for the well-being of all workers and farmers in which the branch is located, and so on. Needless to say, the criterion of competence also requires regular democratic supervision, accountability, and training. For example, all who are elected to a higher position within the party must undertake a course at one of the party schools before taking up the new position. What applies to the party branch secretary also applies to any delegate elected to a local People's Congress, and indeed to the higher levels all the way to the National People's Congress. Thus far, I have written of depoliticized processes relating to elections. While the previous section dealt with specific features of consultative democracy, this leads to the dialectical point that socialist democracy entails the productive interaction of both electoral and consultative electoral democracy. In my earlier work on socialism with Chinese characteristics, I wrote at some length on this dialectical relation and also devoted detailed attention to grassroots democratic practices in many parts of China, so I do not need to restate that material here. Leadership of the Communist Party and rule of law. The most significant development since Marx and Engels concerns the leadership of the Communist Party and rule of law. These realities arose out of actual practice and have become inescapable features of socialist governance. Historically, the leadership of the Communist Party became a reality in the very early days after the October Revolution in Russia. The initial efforts at coalition with the socialist revolutionaries soon became unstuck, and the dire demands of the counter-revolutionary civil war, as well as the internal struggle with factionalism of the 1920s, led to a situation where the Communist Party was the only political party in the Soviet Union. While this was not an approach developed in the DPRK in China, it did mean that far greater attention was given to the ways in which the party was bound to the masses whom it sought to represent. The Communist Party was, after all, meant to be a party initially of the industrial working class, and then later of farmers. Whenever this necessary bond was weakened, as happened from time to time, the party seriously risked losing its legitimacy. The DPRK in China followed a somewhat different path. In both cases, the initial revolutionary struggle was as much about throwing off the yoke of colonial oppression as it was of liberating oppressed classes. In this respect, they recovered, through direct experience, a key point made by Marx and Engels concerning class struggle. The struggle against capitalist imperialism in colonized countries is a species of class struggle. Thus, anti-colonial struggles for national liberation required a united front of all political parties seeking to rid their countries of colonial occupiers. In Korea, it was Japanese colonialism, And in China, it was a combination of European and Japanese colonial powers that had laid the country to waste for a century or more. After liberation, the United Front organizations continued, as did the political parties and indeed mass organizations involved in such fronts. In Korea, they were the Korean Social Democratic Party and the Chondoist Chongu Party, along with the Workers' Party of Korea, while in China we have 8 political parties alongside the Communist Party. Further, there are many mass organizations involved, with 24 in the DPRK and 22 in China. In light of their common experience of anti-colonial struggle, it should be no surprise that the United Front approach would continue in the political structures that emerged: the Democratic Front for the Reunification of the Fatherland in Korea, and the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference in China. While in earlier work I have stressed the mass line and the distinction between historical, revolutionary, and practical governing legitimacy, here I have emphasized the United Front nature of this approach, for it entails that the Communist Party exercises a leadership role in relation to the other political parties and indeed mass organizations. This situation does not so much complicate matters. Rather, it ensures a whole other dimension of consultative democracy and democratic supervision of the leadership of the Workers' Party of Korea and the Communist Party of China. At the same time, the party in question cannot simply issue decisions and expect everyone to obey. Such an approach would be profoundly counterproductive. Here we broach the question of rule of law. The first signal of an emerging rule of law may be seen with the 1936 Constitution of the Soviet Union, which was the result of immense discussion, consultation, and redrafting before it was finally promulgated. Why the effort? It was the first time a properly socialist constitution had been developed based on the principles of the working masses as masters of the country, proactive rights for all citizens, freedom from exploitation, and the leadership of the Communist Party. It would not do simply to copy constitutions from other countries, especially capitalist countries that were and are founded on fundamentally different principles. In relation to the DPRK, I tackled this question in relation to the very powerful State Affairs Commission, SAC, of which the current chair, Kim Jong-un, is also the president of the country. Contrary to many a caricature and misrepresentation by the usual suspects, the SAC and its chair is appointed by, subject to, and held accountable by the Supreme People's Assembly, which has its own chair and president. The reason for focusing on the SAC is that all its members are from the Workers' Party of Korea, so it functions as a microcosm of rule of law procedures. The point here is that the whole system of governing organs in the DPRK regulates the order in which the state power is established and exercised. The key here is the regulation of the order of governance, the procedures through which the exercise of power must function, and thus the rule of law procedures for the leadership of the Workers' Party of Korea. With China, we have the most well-developed socialist rule of law. This has been a signature feature of Xi Jinping's tenure, although he inherited a process well underway for 3 decades or more. Here we find the crucial role of a constantly updated constitution along with an increasingly comprehensive legal system that functions according to socialist rule of law. Xi Jinping has not been afraid to insist that the Communist Party and its members are also very much subject to the Constitution and the rule of law. Further, the last decade has been the period when democratic centralism for countrywide governance has been articulated in concrete practice. In the chapter concerning whole process people's democracy, I also noted the way in which China's long history of legal practice has been incorporated with the developing rule of law, with a focus on framing core socialist values and good or virtuous laws. The reason is that rule of law needs to be coupled with the rule of virtue. Finally, the sheer robustness of rule of law in China has been clearly demonstrated with the solution to the Hong Kong storm of 2019 to 2022. See Chapter 10. In response to the unrest that burst forth in light of long-standing economic, social, and political contradictions, the approach was to take the necessary time to develop the Hong Kong national security law. When promulgated, it rapidly returned Hong Kong SAR to the much-desired situation of stability, safety, and harmony, although there were no delusions that the systemic problems, economic, social, political, and educational, need longer-term solutions. Notably, these reforms are to take place within the framework of rule of law. Communism and the common good. The final topic to be addressed concerns the common good. This may seem like a somewhat abstract term and can be easily misunderstood in feel-good terms. To counter this misrepresentation, I would like to begin with another principle that derives from Marx and especially Engels. The purpose of socialist governance is to manage economic and social affairs for the true and beneficial interests of society, of everyone. As the chapters of the book unfolded, I noted how this emphasis appeared in the stipulations by Lenin concerning efficient management in Korea in terms of Chongsan-ri and Tai'an work methods, and implicitly in China through the case of studies of Xinjiang and party building. In these cases, the preferential policies for nationalities and Marxist human rights are manifestations of seeking the true and beneficial interests of society, as are the many tasks of Communist Party branches in ensuring the comprehensive well-being of all workers, whether in the city or the countryside, in enterprises and villages. The most obvious manifestation of this initial principle from Engels appears in the policy of common prosperity. While I framed this policy in terms of the core human right to socioeconomic well-being, it may also be seen in light of the common good. To reprise the earlier points concerning common prosperity, we see this emphasis already with Marx and Engels in terms of liberating the productive forces, so as to enable a much higher standard of living for the masses. In the Soviet Union, the purpose of socialism was expressed as a prosperous and cultured life for all, an expression embodied in the 1936 Constitution. In the DPRK, in the face of immense difficulties and frequent setbacks, this continues to be at the core of the struggle for socialism. In China, we find Mao Zedong calling on the great Chinese masses to lift China out of its dire poverty, along with Deng Xiaoping, pointing out that poor socialism is not socialism at all. Instead, socialism entails lifting everyone to a much higher level of prosperity. For the last decade, Xi Jinping has been emphasizing that common prosperity is a core vision, and that the long-term project to be achieved step by step would really begin after overcoming absolute poverty. In sum, common prosperity has always been a major feature of the socialist road. How does common prosperity relate to the common good? The answer to this question potentially requires many words, but I will restrict myself to 4 main points. First, it is embodied in taking the people as center, or a people-centered approach that has been emphasized resolutely in China since Xi Jinping was elected as General Secretary of the CPC in 2012. We found this emphasis also in the DPRK, especially since Kim Jong-un was elected as General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea in 2011. Embodied in the somewhat full phrase, Kim Il-sungism, Kim Jong-ilism, it draws in the earlier Juche and Song-gun to emphasize that a people-centered approach would shape and form all of the policies pursued, with a particular focus on economic development. Second, in China, the common good draws upon both the Chinese tradition and Marxism in terms of the two combinations. This phrase means that socialism with Chinese characteristics involves both the development of Marxism in light of China's concrete conditions and the reshaping and indeed dialectical transformation of China's fine traditional culture in a Marxist framework. Many are the concepts I could draw from the Chinese tradition, but let me focus on one, Ren. Often translated as benevolence, a more literal and revealing translation is two-person-mindedness. To explain, the two parts of the character contain the character for person, Ren, and the number 2, R. Thus, their combination produces the sense of two-person-mindedness. Given the ancient pedigree of the word, its semantic field is extraordinarily rich and is at the core of what it means to be human. It would take me too far afield to discuss the relation with other key concepts. Instead, I would like to emphasize the inherent collective focus of the concept. As soon as one has a concern for another, one has a concern for many. But this is still to operate with the singular individual as the starting point. Instead, the concept and practice of Ren is that one begins with the social context, with the collective in which we exist. It is a small step to the common within communism. I am less interested here in the belated effort to recover the Western sense of the common precisely at a time when the last of these pre-capitalist commons was being appropriated, and more in the range of senses that common takes in Chinese. For example, Gongying is usually translated as win-win, but the gong character has the sense of common, together, share, in company, and so on. It is precisely gong that is found in Gongchan Juyi, communism, with the Gongchan literally indicating the common ownership of property and thus of the means of production. We may continue. Common prosperity, Gong Tong Fu Yu, thus unites Gong with Tong to indicate what is shared, held in common. Gong Tong Ti, community, was coined to translate the German words Gemeinschaft and Gemeinwesen in Marx and Engels, in this case. A standard distinction in Chinese Marxism is between the illusory community of capitalism, in which human relations are mediated by things, and the real community of communism. Finally, a closely related character is Gong, with a different tone than Gong, but with a cognate meaning in the realm of collective, public, and thus, what is fair and just. While the ancient phrase from the Book of Rites speaks of the age of great harmony or togetherness, Da Tong, in terms of all under heaven in common, Tian Shao Wei Gong, and thus the whole world as one community, we find in more recent times the expression, build the party to serve the common interests, Li Dang Wei Gong, which means nothing less than serving the interests of the people. To give a recent and everyday example of how the two combinations work, drawing together two-person-mindedness and the common good, during the COVID-19 pandemic, a clear difference emerged between countries that espouse a decaying Western liberal emphasis on the private individual and the approach in China. For many in the few Western countries of the world, the whole exercise of pandemic control, however half-hearted and ineffective it was in those countries, was seen as a profound infringement of the individual choice to do what he or she wanted, irrespective of others. Indeed, in not a few such countries, nearly all of the measures were recommendations, and if there were a few compulsory measures, they were hardly ever enforced. By contrast, in socialist countries like China, the sense was always that my temporary discomfort and inconvenience is for the sake of the well-being of everyone else in the community. Many were the disruptions to daily life, work, schooling, and economic activity, but the overriding concern for communal well-being came first. If there was frustration and criticism, it was directed at occasional inefficiencies in the provision of daily necessities and indeed at lapses in comprehensive and effective pandemic measures themselves. Actually, this concern with the social or common good was not restricted to socialist countries, for this sense of two-person-mindedness is also manifested in cultures, for example, in the Pacific, Africa, and in Asian cultures influenced by Confucianism, where a strong sense of communal responsibility and the well-being of all remains paramount. A third feature of the common good appears with the sense of unity and diversity, or in terms of dialectical materialism, the unity of opposites, that was famously articulated in light of the Chinese tradition by Mao Zedong in On Contradiction. In the Soviet Union, this dialectical principle bore practical results in the emphasis on class as a unifying factor in relation to the many nationalities, with the result that it was precisely this emphasis on class that led to an enhanced ability to develop the diversity of preferential policies for minority nationalities. In China, unity in diversity is a fundamental principle of Chinese life, all the way from food to governing the country as a whole. So much so that I cannot hope to do justice to its full meaning here. Suffice to recall the treatment of preferential policies for minority nationalities in China, which are understood in terms of the unity of the country through the diversity of China's 56 nationalities. Similarly, the one country, two systems approach in relation to Hong Kong SAR, Chapter 9, as well as Macau SAR and Taiwan Island, enables the capitalist enclaves of the special administrative regions to continue for some time within the overall unity of a socialist country. Internationally, unity in diversity and indeed the unity of opposites through struggle underlies Chinese diplomacy, and we see it also with the policy of ecological civilization, which entails a living organism's habits, modes of life, and inescapable relation to its environment. A final question: how do we assess the relative merits and strengths of different types of governance and democracy? Here I reprise an observation from a previous chapter. Quote, the evaluation as to whether a country's political system is democratic and effective depends mainly on whether the country's leadership can be replaced in an orderly manner and according to law, whether all the people can manage state and social affairs, as well as economic and cultural undertakings according to law, whether the masses can voice their interests without impediment, whether all sectors of society can participate effectively in a country's political life, and whether a country's decision-making can become more scientific and more democratic. It depends on whether all types of talents can enter the country's leadership and governing system through fair competition, whether the ruling party can realize the leadership of state affairs in accordance with the Constitution and legal provisions, and whether the use of power can be effectively restricted and supervised. End quote. She, 2022. This study has attempted to show that socialist democracy, and indeed the whole system of socialist governance as it has developed for more than a century, is by now more robust and superior to any form of governance that has appeared hitherto in human history. Of course, socialist governance is by no means fully achieved or a given. It remains a work in progress. Let me put it this way, quoting a common saying, "Forget not your original desire. Keep the mission fully in mind." The original desire and mission are, of course, one and the same: communism. End of Chapter 12. End of Socialism in Power by Roland BOER.